treadmill of happiness. Living the dream. Easy for me to say, right?
right, I'd like to call this meeting to order. So we do have a quorum now.
You brought me a sandwich? Thanks.
No, they aren't. They're actually 5 minutes early.
Yeah, good call, Sam. All right, so I would like to start out with the Pledge of Allegiance. And Sam, I'd love for you to lead us in the pledge.
Me?
Yes, you.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for thanking me. For thanking you.
I like it, I like it. All right, at this time, we are going to observe a moment of silence. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Breckus. Dewar.
Here.
Delgado. McKenzie. Jordan. Bobzine. Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, let's go into public comment. Item A4.
Madam
Clerk.
Mayor, our first public comment is from Jim Gibson, followed by Chris Thompson. Neither of them appear to be in chambers at this time. We'll move forward to Richard J., followed by Levon Reed.
All right, our favorite sports ambassador. Excited to have you here today and your special guest.
Thank you so much. Richard J., Great Basin Youth Soccer and Nevada Youth Soccer Association. I am really, really pleased to introduce Angie Eliason. She is Director of Operations for U.S. Youth Soccer. And when I say this is the number one person there, I mean that. She makes all the decisions. So in January, Angie approached us and said, listen, we are looking for a new site to host Region 4 Olympic Development Program Camp. Now, what this means is we're going to have about 500 girls coming to Reno with a staff of approximately 50. We toured the facilities at the University of Nevada this morning. They loved them. She loved them, right? Okay.
Excellent.
So they will be coming up here, and these girls will be hoping, trying out, aspiring to make the national team. This is the Olympic Development Program.
Yeah.
This is a huge economic boom for our community. They did not need any donations whatsoever. They have a budget for this stuff. But what it represents is that they realize what we have to offer up here. Weather, airport, facilities, nice people,
Nice people.
weather.
Very nice.
Nice people.
Extremely nice.
You know, great mayor,
Nice.
great council staff, everybody. But more importantly, what this represents, this is just a stepping stone for us. There is so much more. Angie has talked to us about hosting other things. If we build a facility with a minimum of 10 to 12 fields, we can start hosting events like the National President's Cup Championship, the Far West Regional Championships, the Region 4 Championships. These are events that bring in multi-million dollars into our economy. So we got to start pursuing this. But the first step is this ODP program. We're even going to have Brandy Chastain up here for 2 weeks. Now, one of the requirements was she had to have air conditioning in her room, so
We can make that happen.
we made it happen.
I think we can do that.
We made it happen. But the dining facilities, Doug Newth did a fantastic job up here. So I just want to say thank you for all your support. This is going to be going out now. We're going to be making all the press releases. And I'm going to be getting with you guys because what I want to do, I want to create such a wow factor that Angie says, we're ready to sign a long-term contract with you guys. So again, thank you so much. Angie, I don't know if you have anything to say.
I'm good. Thank you all
Yeah,
for having
thank
us.
you. I'm good. Wow, well, we are elated. Thank you so much. We really look forward to hosting it. It's going to be fantastic. Thank you for choosing Reno. So grateful.
Levon Reed, followed by Dr. Graham Kent.
Hello, Mayor, and hello, Reno Council. I've been in front of you many a times over the last 3 years, and I want to say to you, my big pet peeve, and I still concern very much about the homeless in Reno and Sparks. I have a real problem that at the bigger functions I've been to with the Reno Civic, with the Salvation Army and with Evelyn Mount, I see that the homeless group is getting bigger and bigger. And every time at these functions, we feed between 3,000, 1,500 at each event. And instead of getting smaller over the last 3 years, it's growing. And we should be concerned with that, as the Reno Council are the front runners who take care of the community. So I ask that this group give me a building now for Reno or Sparks, that I can gang up with the Mayor Gino of Sparks, and we can work on getting these homeless people up and moving. We can't just keep giving them food. We can't just keep giving them freebies. That's why we're not making a change. And I know from the Bible it says if you give a person a fish, they learn to eat for a day. But if you teach them to fish, they will learn to live for a lifetime. And I think we need to change that. I have asked for a task force from this group over the last 3 years. And now that I'm an ordained minister, I think in the next 15 years, I can make a big dent. Maybe 500 or 5,000. I probably paid for almost 20,000 in the last 3 years. And I watch the people on the bus. I take the buses everywhere. And I see we are really eroding the lower class and the upper middle class. They're becoming the middle lower class now. So if we don't do something quick, Reno is going to be a tragedy of criminals and the down and out, and we seem to be burying them, hiding them, and that's not helping us. But this group, I challenge everyone on this board that maybe we can get together in a small task group and really do a dent in encouraging all the community businesses that are donating and wasting their time, in my opinion, because we're not changing the way we're approaching them. We can't just keep giving them food. We got to help them change over the next 6 months to a year to get them working, and then we can change everything about them. And I asked this group, now that I'm ordained minister, I want to dedicate the next 15 years. I'm 56. Let me help you get this task force going. I don't want to hear a nice little agenda, praise, because that doesn't help me. I want to really make a dent. I love Reno. I care for the people in Reno. I am sad when I pray for people left and right, and all I can do is just little things. But I think we can change Reno. Mayor, you're the first woman mayor. I think you can change it. If you want, you could be the front runner for Reno and Sparks. So I pray in God's name that all you watch over us and really make an impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So one thing I would love for you to get involved in is our Reno Works program, and I'm going to have
Okay.
Councilwoman Darden, it's her baby, to tell you a
love
little
to
bit
do
about it, because I think it's kind of where you're going and what
Yes.
we've been doing here. So go ahead. Let her-
And I'm not going to spend a lot of time because I know during public comment we're not really supposed to be doing this, but Barbara DiCiano over here is my assistant. She'll explain to you what the Reno Works program is.
I would
But
love
it's
that.
almost exactly what you're talking about.
Thank
So we'd love for you to be a part of that, and she'll give you all the details on it. We have proudly, in just over a year's time, we have transitioned 33 individuals out of the shelter,
Awesome.
off the streets, and into jobs.
Thank you,
So
because Paul
you can be part of that.
McKenzie knows me well. We went to church
He
for
does.
5 years.
Yeah, so
hold-
Barbara DiCiano at the back of the room here will,
well, thank
give
you
you more
very much,
information.
and thank you for your time, everyone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Dr. Graham Kent, followed by Lauren Ford.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. We'd like to, at the Nevada Seismological Laboratory, thank the mayor for coming last year and on a tour. And I thought, why don't I give a yearly update?
I love it.
There we go. So I have 2 minutes and 50 seconds to do that yearly update. It's been kind of a
Well,
crazy.
We'll get you on for a presentation too, so you have more time. But go right ahead.
It's been a crazy couple months for us at the lab, but I thought I'd give an Alert Tahoe update, which is kind of our broader term for our early warning network. That's both earthquake, fires, and floods. And on the latter, probably many of you were watching, you may not even know where that video feed was coming, but the video feed during the 7th and 8th flood from Arlington Towers was part of the Alert Tahoe network. We had 8 million hits. 65,000 unique users over 36 hours. You're one of them. There we go. Obviously, the Nevada Division of Emergency Management and Emergency Management folks were watching that all the time. And my guess is you had less looky-loos because we had that camera there. And had it been a much worse flood, you would have wanted even fewer looky-loos.
Yeah.
So that's something that we can provide with our early warning on floods. Fires. Oh, fires. We had basically our fire camera network, which extends from Utah now to Placerville. Obviously, a lot of cameras centered in this area. Not enough, as we'll find out in a minute. We were involved in 107 fires this year. That means at the minimum, enhanced situational awareness, and in some cases, discovery. So in our local area, you might have remembered the Hawkins fire, the Sparks fire, the shooting range fire. If you ever noticed, there's a lot of fires around shooting ranges this last year. Anyhow, for those fires, that was great, situational awareness, but we also discovered the Tule Rock and Seven Lakes fire, which means your firefighters from this region that headed up to the Rock and Tule were heading up 10, 20 minutes early, which is a much safer environment. So that was great. We're now presently upgrading some of the strong motion or seismic sensors in the area to be earthquake early warning compliant. That doesn't mean we have earthquake early warning here. You have to get on our congressional delegation staff to make sure that Nevada is included. Right now it's California, Oregon, Washington. And we're building out Eastern California, but we can't bring it to Nevada until we get the congressional delegation together. I'd be remiss to not bring up the Hawthorne sequence that may have woken you up after Christmas. We have these things during our Christmas times. And luckily, it only destroyed the 9 Mile Ranch, but had that been in the Truckee Meadows, you'd be sitting on about a $1 to $2 billion event. Most of Midtown would be closed down. So just remember that. In 20 seconds, what can you do? Well, the Tahoe Prosperity Center, privately fundraising, has raised $150,000 for cameras. We have a beautiful spot on Ophir Peak, and the rent, which is thousands of dollars a month, will be free. And we're looking for $30K to get a camera there and a communication node, because you spend a couple tens of thousands of dollars now, you don't have to pay $80 million later.
Right. You're
So
exactly
anyway, thank you.
Yes, go right ahead.
So I don't know if you know, I'm on the Mackey School Mines Advisory Board.
Yes.
And one of the things, maybe I could help with getting Nevada, getting us with our delegation and getting us what we need to do. I don't know. But do you want to follow up after?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I'm going to have to take off, but I can
Well, not
contact you.
now. I
Yeah,
have
obviously.
to stay right here, unlike you.
Yeah, we love to do that because, again, we want to bring that portfolio of all the hazards.
Yeah.
Because that's an economic driver here when people know that we can essentially jump on fires and have earthquake early warning.
Well, our meeting's on Friday, and I'll be on campus on Friday.
Cool.
So maybe that would be a good chance.
All right. Take
Okay,
care. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Lauren Ford, followed by Rhonda Clark.
Good afternoon, Mayor. I'm Lauren Ford, principal of Hug High School. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Councilman McKenzie and Councilman Delgado for all your work with the Hug High School community, Pat Baker Park, your dedication to meeting with me, my staff, and meeting the needs of our community. I'm eternally grateful for all of your support and all of your work. Thank you.
Oh, thank
I was
you.
inspired because I was here with Victor at your last meeting, talking about kindness. And so I said, we need to come back and acknowledge the work that you're doing and the support that you give us. I don't think that makes the paper very often. So thank you so much for everything.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I can, really quick,
Go right ahead.
since I know we're already breaking the rules, all of us, right?
I know, right?
And
I know,
it
we're
starts with
rule
one,
breakers.
right? It starts with one. But Principal Ford, thank you for coming and expressing. You didn't have to come and say anything. The work that you at HUG, that you do at HUG is tremendous. The amount of change that we've seen at the HUG and the community is tremendous. You're a principal, a trainer, and then you went out to HUG, so it's a family that you see there. So very inspired by the work that you do there, and I know you can always count on me for support. Of course, the rest of the council and Councilman McKenzie. So great job up there, and I know the students love you like a mom. So
Thank you.
good job.
Aw,
Thank you.
thanks so much.
Rhonda Clark, followed by Mark Markel. Rhonda Clark and group, followed
I
by
love
Mark
it.
Markel.
I bring an army. Good afternoon,
Wow,
Mayor.
smart.
They're my protectors.
I love
I'm
it.
Rhonda Clark. I am a vice principal at HUG, so I wanted to give a little bit more detail and pay forward some thanks and let you know that I love Reno. I moved from Washington this year, and it's gorgeous and beautiful, and I fell in love with Lauren Ford and HUG community and Reno too.
love
So
it.
thank you for having such an awesome city. So on behalf of Hug High School Health Science Academy, I wanted to thank Renown and Councilman Delgado for their continued support to have provided our students. They've been donated scrubs that demonstrate their employability skills. They have taken on internships at Renown, giving them real-world experience. Nowadays, it's difficult to ask to get internships at medical facilities if they're under 18, but Councilman Delgado has facilitated the connections to grant us and our students with those opportunities. They have also made generous donations to our program, which have helped us pay for a number of necessary items for our program, including helping our students compete at state levels. So I just wanted to say that it takes many stakeholders to raise students, especially here at Hug, and that when all of us come together, that we allow them to thrive. And then when they go forward with their goals, they're going to want to come back and give back to their community, and that you've afforded those opportunities to them, and that that's the full circle. And that's why I moved here and want to be a lifer. And I wanted them to introduce themselves if they could
Yes,
briefly and tell
absolutely.
you some of where they're going, their
Sure,
dreams.
I'd love it.
My name is Shaylin. I'm a sophomore at Hug. I'm the vice president of our Health Science Academy, and I want to go to college at the University of Alaska Anchorage and become a dermatologist.
And you want to come back to Reno, right?
Yes.
We need more dermatologists in Reno.
We do.
You know how long it takes to get into a dermatologist?
Like 2 months.
Good. We want you back. That's awesome. Good for you. Hi, honey.
Hi, my name is Enrique Llamas. I'm a senior at Hug High School. I will be attending Central Washington University to major in paramedicine. I'll be coming back in my community to service you guys as a paramedic.
I love it.
Awesome.
See? You
Awesome.
see?
My name is Megan Busby. I am a member of the HOSA program, and I will be attending UNR for my medicine
Yay.
degree.
That's great.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Ortega, and I am a junior at Hug High School, and I plan on attending the University of Nevada, Reno, and to pursue my career in medicine to be probably a pediatrician.
Okay, great. That's fantastic.
And I'm Maggie Hatt. I'm one of the advisors for the Health Science Academy with, yep. I'm Mallory Foley, and these beautiful children are what I
Oh.
call my children.
Hi,
So
right?
yeah, thank you so much for your support.
All right, future mayors too.
Yeah.
Future mayors.
And-
I love it.
And Madam Mayor, with part of those 3 minutes, really quick, if you guys haven't been to Hug, to the campus, to see the STEM Academy, it is awesome. They're able to raise money. They brand new facilities, so you have future pediatricians, paramedics. They have a future of everything healthcare related, and it was just an honor to work with their staff and to help you guys at least a little bit, but also through the capacity here, knowing that the workforce is needed, right? And then for you guys to come back, as the mayor was saying, is so important. And again, to be at Hug is a great place to be as well. It's a great family atmosphere, and thank you guys again for everything that you guys do. So you guys should all come for a tour. You guys
Love
will
it.
be blown away what they got going over there. So thank you guys for
Absolutely.
coming.
All right, I'm gonna get someone from my staff to give you a card, and then we'll schedule a tour. It'll be great.
Did
Okay.
you tell them they can stay for public comment?
Yes.
Good part's coming up.
They gotta go back to school.
My public comment is as good as school, I guarantee you.
All right,
Madam Mayor?
Madam Clerk,
Our next public comment is from Mark Markel, followed
right,
by an
Mark,
anonymous speaker.
you're up. Mark.
I got it turtle mode.
I know, I'm going to go in the back.
You're speeding.
Hi, Miss Mayor. Hello, City Council members, Miss Mayor, and he's gone. My name is Mark Markel, and I'm a concerned junior resident. I know I don't talk well, and I come to each of these meetings, hopefully to show people what can happen when you get in the car with a drunk driver. I did 27 years ago, and we were doing 100 and we rolled 8 times. I was ejected and the car landed on my head and put me in a coma for a month. And I'm here today just to make sure people don't ride drunk. You shouldn't drink and drive, but if you do, just take your own life into your hands. Don't take anybody else's life into your hands. And that's what you're doing when you're drinking and driving. You're taking lives into your hands. You're playing God, and you lose. Anyway, I just want to be. This is. I'm sorry. I'm kind of brain stupid.
No, don't ever say that.
Whatever. Yes, I fractured my neck. I can't walk anymore. I've had stitches on this side and stitches on this side of my head. And I don't want it to happen to anybody else. I got in a car with a drunk driver, and it's ruined my life. I used to be able to use a walker, and that was because of my crash. But this is because of my crash also. I fall. And it's a never-ending story, as they say. So please don't ride with drunk drivers. It's a mistake. It's just a mistake. Thank you.
Mark, you're very inspirational.
I try.
You are very inspirational. So it's important that you keep coming and sending that message. And you
Yeah.
will use your walker again. You got to remember, you just got out of the hospital, so it's going to take some time, right?
Yeah,
And you look
yeah.
tremendous.
Thank you.
So keep
your
coming
hair
back. We
looks
want
beautiful
updates.
down there.
Okay.
Yes,
You're
Mayor.
welcome. All
Her
right.
hair looks
Thank
beautiful.
you. Oh, thank
got-
you.
You've got a generous
you're so-
smile. And
Thank you so much.
this really does a good thing for the homeless. And
Right?
I want to thank you.
You're right. Thanks, Mark.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from an anonymous speaker, followed by Michael Pitkin.
Mayor, council members, is this on? Okay, thank you. I mean no disrespect in sitting. I would like to update you on what happened on Friday. A judge noticed us re-survivors of domestic violence, that is that we've been, had attempts on our life more than once, got noticed by a court that a court administrator has been barred from handling 2 child abuse cases, and your staff attorney can look up that case. It's not a sealed case. There's no gag order on it. It's public information. We're very pleased about this decision because now we can bring this decision forward to look at all court executives that are destroying child abuse evidence. The reason this particular case is significant and material to the Reno City Council is because this case, the court executive, court administrator, actually put in an affidavit and filed it with the court that she is destroying child abuse evidence. So we're very pleased to get that ruling. Another significant occurrence that recently happened is we learned that Washoe County Commissioner Marcia Burke-Bigler went live on television, and she stated that Washoe County is destroying child abuse evidence. She stated that in the context of the courts. She stated that after we received, survivors received an email from Janine Baker that Janine Baker is destroying child abuse evidence. So again, we're making a lot of headway. We're very pleased with how these court cases are going. A concern that we have is that, for the record, under the Freedom of Information Act, re-survivors are able to have access to Steve Tuttle. He's the he's a city City of Reno court executive, we do have a right to see his surety bond, and it was relayed to us that the attorney for the City of Reno doesn't even know about it. That's concerning to us. We file our claims against the surety bond, so hopefully very soon we will get that information. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Madam
Madam
Vice
Clerk.
Mayor, our next public comment is from Michael Pitkin, followed by Craig Smyers.
Hello, my name is Michael Pitkin, and a letter. I am a Satanist, and I've been here about 8 months. I've received a nice taste of what Reno is about. I'm not here to tear down, but rather to add to. It's come to my attention the giant belief sculpture in City Plaza is symbolic for Christians' belief in Christ and the power of redemption. For me, I would like to add to the belief sculpture as symbolic for the power of American freedom for all. There are many non-believers who are also valuable citizens. In addition, number one, I believe drug prohibition is a failed policy. A felony for possession here in Reno is too strict. The law needs to update and become more in line with addiction treatment standards that are progressive all across the world. Number two, I believe Reno's support for the current cash aid, temporary aid for needy families, is a failed policy. Please give destitute people in Reno some basic needs cash. Studies show individuals, even with cash aid and housing, it still can take a year becoming stable enough to transition onto work and education. Here in Reno, although the emphasis on education is honorable, I do not know very many homeless who are in position to go to school. This is not about entitlements, but rather human rights and the right of just feeling human. Number three, I believe in securing the United States borders. At the same time, I believe in compassionate, realistic, and workable solutions for those dreamer immigrants who are here. Lastly, on a personal note, number four, I believe because I am HIV positive, the Affordable Care Act should not be repealed, but rather have constructive changes made that are livable for everyone. I want to say thank you to all the souls who have died without any care from their government. Because of them, they have already paid the price for me to be alive here standing before you today. I have heard multiple times here in Reno, I do not deserve my medical treatment here. Number five, I believe in freedom from all forms of entrapment and my right to privacy and the right to be left alone. Mobbing is the new bullying. That's when multiple people conspire to bully. I recommend you familiarize yourself with Checklist of Mobbing Indicators by Kenneth Washus. To those mobbing me here in Reno, I say shame on you. The details of my medical care are no one's business but mine and my medical care team. I ask, please, that you address and work with these issues with the county and with the state and with the federal government to help change these laws. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Craig Smyers, followed by Chris Oberg.
Can,
Members of the City Council. I'm speaking a little out of turn, but I'm here basically in solidarity with the what is it, Scenic Nevada. I mean, really, who likes billboards except people that own billboards? I looked at the city staff directory and saw sustainability and Lynn Barker. So I met with her and I learned a little bit about the sustainability plan that is being developed. I like what's going on in that plan. It's a good plan. I was disappointed that it is not part of the Reno master plan. I'd like you to consider merging that back into the Reno master plan. I think that by not including it, it really marginalizes environmental issues and and really gives the plan no teeth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Chris Oberg, followed by Sam Dene.
My name is Chris Oberg, Hug High School graduate. Just went to my 40th reunion. Been around here a long time. Today I'd like to talk about, well, first of all, I'd like to say to the Satanists, I rode Jesus on the mountain with a bulldozer, and I hope my religion prevails over yours. I built a subdivision on Scottsdale Road, and everybody knows it. We put out CC&Rs and declarations of conveyances on this property, not to do the things that are going on, which I discussed with you, duplexes, frat houses, et cetera, and so on and so forth. You can't build buildings in your backyard, sheds, et cetera, because it blocks other people's views, which is a premium they paid for to actually live in that neighborhood. The problem is now people are getting permits from the city of Reno to build these giant sheds in their backyard. And I live in my own subdivision, so I must be the stupidest builder in the world. But I've never had a comeback or a call in all my friends and neighbors. But how can you override my CC&Rs when the planning department gave him a permit and the building department told him, well, you have CC&Rs, you really can't build that, but I'll give you a permit anyway. Because nobody wanted a homeowners association. Probably one of the dumbest things I ever did. Because you can't enforce these in a court of law. Because nobody paid a value. So if I'd have charged them $10 a year, I could stop what's going on because of not because of CC&Rs. But these should apply, and the city of Reno should have to abide by these. We spend a lot of money drafting these up. And I can't believe that you can override these and let people destroy other people's views and property values. Secondly, I'm trying to take the neighborhood back. And I gave up a long time ago when my wife got sick and my daughter committed suicide and my son got killed in a crosswalk. I gave up coming down here. But I'm back because I'm going to bring this neighborhood back to where it was. And somehow we're going to get it done between me and Mackenzie and the rest of you. I want Hug High School and the surrounding neighborhood not to have a black eye on it. That's why I picked that mountain, because I dreamed one day I was going to live there. And I have a really, really nice house on the wrong side of town, because I'd like to live on that side of town. That's where I grew up. I think we can all do this together and stop the stigma of Clear Acre Lane, Montello Street, and all, because we can fix this. We got to surround them and then squeeze them out. And I know we can do it. Also, I'd like to address the issue of the sidewalks that are incomplete, the streets that are incomplete, and sidewalks deading into Boulder Creek. They don't have one sidewalk that goes into their property. They didn't have to do the half street. I can't believe it. And it's because of the separate, you walk down the sidewalk, you run into a power box. There's not even if you come in the secondary asset, why didn't they have to do the half street? We have to. Same thing with NDOT. We tried to build minis, we had to build a half street on Clear Acre and sidewalks. It doesn't exist. One other issue I'd like to discuss with you, and I can't be here, and I actually have a doctor's excuse. I'm going to get injections in my hips and my neck because I fell 40 feet and I'm living proof white men don't bounce. I want to discuss G2. And the reason I do is because I don't know if you guys are aware of this. When you guys rezone residential property into commercial property, you triple the value of their land. And when that happens, and I can't be here for G2, so it'll take me a minute here. When you guys rezone property from residential into commercial, you triple their property values. But unfortunately, commercial property does not pay into the park fund. So we're down to building license plates now. So we need to change that fact that when you rezone this property and make these people rich overnight, that they must pay maximum allowed density on their property for residential and make them pay into the park fund.
Thank you.
So we don't have to build license plates. I got Home Depot to give us $30,000, and that's how we got Mellon Lane Park built. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sam Dene, followed by Jenny Martinez.
Sam, Dene, the DNA of Reno government. That's me, Sam Dene. I am the DNA, the heart and soul, body and mind of Reno government. And before I lead into this, I have to say that I wish the mayor would stay here. For some reason, her presence inspires Sam. Yes, it does. Inspires Sam a little bit better. So I don't know, I'll have quite the adrenaline that I normally have to get through this 2-minute, 3-minute lecture. At any rate, I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I've been coming to these meetings since 1994 and doing my best to try to make Reno a better place. I am the driving force. Sam, that's me. The driving force. I do everything philanthropically. That means for free, just out of the heart and soul, body and mind, that I feel I owe to the city in this crusade to try to save the citizens from the city, from the bureaucrats, and from the media mouses. I'm the driving, Sam, that's me. I'm the driving force of 92% of the good things about Reno. And I challenge people to come up here and tell me I'm not. Say I'm not. You've got 3 minutes. Come up here and tell them where I'm wrong. I saved Burning Man. I was the driving force that actually helped save the Air National Guard when they wanted to get fighter planes, and I ordered Washington to give them cargo planes, and they're still around. The driving force that helped bring Tesla here. I'm the driving force that made EDON, the Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada, the giant powerhouse that it has become. It is absolutely almost controlling this city. Now, maybe that wasn't 92% of the good stuff. I don't know. Some people are not that happy with what's going on. I'm the driving force for Trump's people plagiarizing my hundreds of YouTubes that parlayed Donald all the way to the presidency. I'm not saying the driving force, just a driving force. Trump, you can watch him. He has my mannerisms. He stole my baseball cap theory, everything you want to name. I also nominated Mr. Klinger to be the city manager. Her head looked up. And then suddenly, and he helped bring the city out of bankruptcy back in those bad days, and suddenly he's driven out of town in ignominy. But guess what? Governor Sandoval's been watching my YouTubes too, and he saw me defending Mr. Klinger, who I don't even know. He actually saw him, and now he's hired him. Poor Mr. Klinger. He left this place to go to the governor's mansion. So that's not just a bad idea. Last thing, I've got to say something about the media mouses. Come up here, and I'm the #1 castigator of the media in the United States of America. Nobody castigates the media as good as I do, as bad as I do, however you want to look at it. But I have to say this. My castigations are directed at the poobahs and potentates that are living down in the lavish headquarters, not at the grunt, rank and file, hardworking reporters who you can check by the scars, the handcuff scars on their wrists. They're not, wait, you gave those other folks a couple extra seconds. I have them saying something about the media mouses, and she might even write something back there because I'm actually have her back a little bit because.
Wrap it up, please, Sam.
Okay, wrap it up. Here we go. The media mouses, it's not the rank and fire grunts that I'm castigating. It's the poobahs up there who are out to destroy this city and America. That's all I have to say. Well, I have a lot more to say, but
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Madam Clerk?
Madam Vice Mayor, our last public comment is from Jenny Martinez. Jenny Martinez?
Thank you for the gavel.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and welcome, Bill Thomas. My name is Jenny Martinez, and I'm a long-sitting Civil Service Commissioner with the City of Reno. And I want to speak on behalf of the City Manager and what it means to me. The CSC was established by statute by the state legislature responsible working with and through Chief Examiner Rick Bailey. Employees can expect decisions, procedures will assure equal, fair treatment to all employees, regardless of ethnic heritage, gender, sexual orientation, religious, disability, and political orientation. I want you to remember that the city budget does not belong to our city manager, to the director of finance, nor to the HR director. The city budget belongs to the council and the mayor. And you work through the city Civil Service Commission with Rick Bailey for your constituents. I would like an organization environment that supports CSC. Assembling a team to bring that concept to life is the first step in creating a successful city manager. A city manager offers a safe environment to tell the truth and speak up. Effective leadership, I would like him to inspire action, to paint a vision for the future that inspires our people, to be optimistic, and to have integrity. Integrity to me, shows that the thing that I want that most people want from their leader is integrity. It's integrity to be honest, fair, candid, and forthright, and treat everyone in the same way that yourself would want to be treated. A city manager is magnanimous in a position, in a leadership, in what he does. And also, I'd like to say just something about supporting Safe Ground. Action is working on a project called Safe Ground, so having a safe place to go while we develop affordable housing. Thank you, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have a next public comment?
Madam Vice Mayor, we have no further public comment.
Thank you very much. Anybody in the audience wish to speak at this time? Okay, seeing nobody else, turn it to Bill Thomas for city manager announcements.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The first thing I wanted to do today, which is a quite pleasurable thing for me, is to introduce to both the council and the community, and I'm not sure if any of them here because I think they're in academy. We have 14 new police recruits that are in our academy learning the skills necessary to be the great police officers that make up the Reno Police Department. So I did want to introduce their names, even though they're not here today. We have Brian Christensen, Tashika Claiborne, Kevin Hale, Peter David Hughes, Daniel Hutmeyer, Adam Jenkins, Tyler Jones, Haley Magenheimer, Sean Manning, Patrick Martin, Bridget McGurk, Adrian Rivera, Scott Roberts, and Joshua Thornton. 14 individuals that I'm proud to say are now working to join our great Reno Police Department. In addition, I wanted to welcome to the city staff 2 new members of the Public Works staff, Kyle Anderson, an associate civil engineer, and Sean Ray, also an associate civil engineer. I'm not sure if they're here today. There they are. Thank you so much and welcome. Look forward to you being part of our team. I'm also excited to announce this morning that our Office of Community Communication and Community Engagement has launched a new outreach campaign to better inform and engage the local Latino community. The City of Reno is currently airing a Spanish TV commercial on local stations. This commercial directs people to reno.gov/Espanol, where the city will continually update the Spanish-speaking community on important issues. The website includes an English version of the commercial, which we'd like to play for you right now.
Yo creo en la música. I believe in our youth.
We believe in a lot of things.
I believe in having goals.
Yo creo en nuestro futuro.
I believe in hard work.
But nothing's more important than believing in family and community and this place we call
Reno!
Visit reno.gov/Espanol and join the conversation of those who are proud to call Reno home.
So thanks again to our communication staff that did all the hard work they did in putting this together. Very proud of it. And as you all well know, that communication staff has also been busy with all of our crises in the last few weeks, as well as the state of the city. So I'm very proud of that group of individuals and what they've done for our city. I did want to update the council and the community on the parking garage, the city's parking garage just to the east of City Hall. Q&D Construction is performing concrete repairs on the first level of the garage starting tomorrow. The Center Street garage entrance will be closed and there'll be no parking above the ground floor from 6 p.m. on Thursday, the 9th, February 9th, until 7 a.m. on Tuesday, February 14th. We've tried to be sensitive to the needs of people in terms of parking to focus as best we can over the holiday. City staff, over the weekend, I'm sorry. City staff and visitor parking will be available at the Calneva parking garage, which is east of our parking garage on Center Street, on the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors. So we ask staff and customers to please use only the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors of the Calneva parking garage. All city vehicles are asked to park on the top floor of the Calneva garage. Parking will be available to city staff with city ID on the top floor of the parking gallery at First Street on Sierra during this time only. When parking at the parking gallery, please take a ticket and then turn the ticket into the booth when you leave. You must show your city ID in your parking when you exit, and do not park city vehicles at the parking gallery. Crews are scheduled to perform most of the demolition work during nighttime hours, and the forming and placing of new concrete will occur during daytime hours. For all of those in the public, as well as our employees that are inconvenienced, we apologize, but it's a very important and necessary effort that we're putting into the parking garage over the next few days. Our master plan update, which is more commonly known as the Reimagine Reno process, is continuing this month with 2 open houses, which will be held at McKinley Arts and Culture Center. Both of these meetings will focus on getting input on draft policies that will impact specific types of areas in our community, such as corridors, centers, and neighborhoods. The first open house is February 15th from 6 to 8 p.m. Again, that's McKinley Arts and Culture Center, February 15th, 6 to 8 p.m. The second will occur on February 16th from 6 to 8 p.m., and this particular meeting will emphasize neighborhoods. Our next regular meeting will be 2 weeks from today on February 22nd, starting at noon. And there's several special upcoming meetings that I want to make the public and the council aware of. The first is our first legislative issues discussion, which will occur this Friday, February 10th. These meetings will occur every Friday, barring a situation where it's not necessary. And these meetings will occur through June 2nd, which is the expected date of close of the legislature. Meetings will be held 4 p.m. So every Friday at 4 p.m. is the plan, and that'll be occurring right here in the City Council chambers. There's going to be a special meeting of the City Council and the Planning Commission on February 15th at 6 p.m. to discuss the Downtown Action Plan. That is a plan that the city's been working on with the consultants we hired, Puma, to present to you the conclusions of their analysis. So we feel it's a very important meeting. We encourage the council and the public to participate. There's also a special meeting on February 21st at 10 a.m. to continue the recruitment of the new city manager. For more information on upcoming meetings, we would encourage you to visit reno.gov/meetings or click on View Agendas buttons of the reno.gov homepage. The last thing I wanted to say, Madam Vice Mayor, is there's a lot of really dedicated city employees, as we well know. They've been doing a lot of special things lately, but I did want to publicly acknowledge one employee, and that's John Flansburgh. John's been working above and beyond, I think. Not that his people haven't been, but between the floods, the snow events, the roads and the damage to the roads, the issues with sewer, John's been a very busy person, and I have to tell you, as a person who he reports to, he's been very prompt and very responsive, and I know he's actually probably spent a lot of time with you individually on some of these issues that are going on. So I just wanted to publicly thank John for all of his efforts. Thanks, John. Madam Vice Mayor, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to A6, which is the approval of the minutes. May I get a motion?
So move.
Yeah,
Have a motion,
discussion.
a second discussion?
Just a little discussion. I did comment upon a kind of a typographical error. Was that caught for the record?
It was. We did email you
Okay.
with confirmation of changes.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw that or not.
I haven't seen it.
Okay. Based off of your notes in caucus that you gave us, we'll make the updates with that approval.
Okay. If everyone's okay to accept the updates, they were related to my comments. So if you'd amend the motion
Move to approve with the amendment changes. Requested
We
by
have a
Councilwoman
motion
Berkos.
and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, A7, we are moving on to the approval of the agenda.
So move.
Let's have some discussion. I think there's some items that have been pulled off, right?
Madam Vice Mayor, I can chime in on this if you'd like.
Thank you, please.
It is my understanding that item E1, which is an overview of Nevada's Certified Zero program, will be pulled from this agenda, as it will be placed with a council workshop on April 5th at 3 p.m. There is a memo that went out to that, so if council would like to remove that from this agenda with their approval, they can.
I've been asked by staff to also move L3 and L4 to the February 22nd meeting, and I'm prepared to do that. But I'm also going to make a request. I understand at February 22nd that our Public Works Department will be providing an update on the impacts of flooding to mostly our neighborhood settings. And so I'm also holding off on these so that that presentation can go first. But due to conversations I've had with constituents in the last week or so, there's a lot of interest in that item, and I'm going to request that that item on the 22nd go to a time certain if possible.
Okay, so we have a pulling of item E1 and a continuation of item L3 and L4 for a time certain on March the 22nd.
Madam Vice Mayor, I also, and I apologize that I stepped away for a minute, I also did want to suggest that item L7, which is also related to the maintenance and the flooding issue, that it wouldn't be necessary for that to be an L item, that I have committed to Councilmember McKenzie that we will put together a memo to explain that, which will go out to all of council. And to get specifically to Councilmember Breckis's comments, yes, the idea would be for the council to hear the report, and then at that point, if there's additional items or actions that the council feels necessary, then we would proceed with either L items or items that would come out of that discussion about the recent flooding.
That's fine. I also wanted to ask if we're going to do J2 today, if anyone knows that. I didn't hear you mention that we're having a Friday special workshop on this topic. Did you?
The legislative update?
We have it on here as a common item, but there will be a Friday session,
Okay.
is my understanding. So unless I hear, I don't think we need to take any action on it now, but I would expect that probably Friday's briefing will be more
Okay.
informative than
Okay.
today's. But
So we'll leave it on here and when we get to it, if we need it.
And one more
Okay.
thing.
Yes, Councilwoman Dorr.
So on item L3 and L4, we discussed this at caucus, but I also had an L item and it got blended in, and I just want to make sure that our clerk knew that we're going to rework the L3 and L4 a little bit.
Maybe you should just add your own then.
At the end of the meeting?
Yeah. Does that sound okay
Well,
to
it's
you?
blended in here
Okay.
already, but okay.
Okay.
At the end of the meeting, I'll
Okay.
add clarity.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So to summarize, we are pulling item E1. We are continuing item L3 and L4 to a time certain on March the 22nd, and we will be getting a memo on L7. May I get a motion?
By the Vice Mayor, I move to approve with those changes.
I have a motion and a second with those changes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Could we take just a 5-minute recess? Just a quick 5-minute recess. Our mayor has stepped out. She is not feeling well, and we need to figure a couple things out. We're in a 5-minute recess. everybody, for that. Oop, I don't think my mic's turned on. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are back in session, and we are on consent agenda. Any council members wish to pull any items for discussion? Okay, seeing none, may I get a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item C1, cash disbursements. Anybody have any disclosures? Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Fellow City Council members and Madam Clerk, before we go any further on this item, on the agenda, NRS 2818.420 requires me to disclose the fact that I am employed by Renown Hospital. I reviewed the item. The staff report indicates that the city will be making a cash disbursement to Renown Hospital. On this matter, I saw guidance from the city attorney's office, and I have concluded that independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this pecuniary interest, and because this is not a clear case of disqualifying conflict of interest, I will be voting on this matter. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it into the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item.
Thank you very much. Any other disclosures? Seeing none, may I get a motion? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Motion carries unanimously. Item E1 was pulled, so we are on item to E2. Ken Crater, come on up. Madam Clerk, do we have any comments on this item?
Madam Vice Mayor, we do not.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. Can you go ahead and get my presentation up? Thank you. I was asked to speak about affordable housing today. I know that's a topic that is dear to council and becoming more and more of a topic within our community. And I'm going to put it in perspective of a group that's been around for about a year and a half now called Operation Downtown. About 30 of us have been meeting on a regular basis monthly for about a year and a half to get educated on issues related to downtown Reno. And a lot of what we've done relates directly to affordable housing. We actually have over 60 people involved in this group. Next page. So I want to talk about the problem a little bit. I think a lot of this is going to be repeat, but just kind of lay it out. There's a lot of different issues related to affordable housing. One is the chronically homeless, which requires hospitalization, incarceration, ambulance services. It's a great cost to the community. And just to lay it out there, last year, Washoe County paid $22 million out of their budget to Renown for indigent care. I mean, a huge amount of money that we pay locally to deal with these issues of mental health, alcohol and drug addiction, and the fact that people living on the streets negatively impact tourism, local businesses, and they keep locals from visiting downtown. You also have the elderly. A lot of our elderly live in the motels, and Social Security barely covers the cost of the housing within the hotel. They can never get ahead and get enough money to actually get a down payment to rent an apartment. And a large portion of those are elderly living in those motels. Next page. And then we have youth homelessness. The adults prey on the youth, and we know from all the work that we've done that a lot of the youth, most of them are afraid to even go to the homeless shelter because they're afraid of what will happen to them at the homeless shelter. So they sleep on the streets, in cars, in friends' basement. We have a big issue with youth homelessness, and there's literally no housing for the youth that are homeless. We have very few programs here. And then the motels. Again, they're not true housing. They have a bedroom and a bathroom, maybe a kitchenette. We've learned that there's serious bed bug issues within these motels, and there's a lot of them with unsafe plumbing and electricals. We've seen detailed photographs of a lot of these things, and it's not a place to live. They're also a conduit, a lot of them, for drugs and prostitution. Some of them are well managed, but a lot of them aren't. And the owners will actually hire residents who don't have any training whatsoever in property management and maintenance to actually manage the units and look the other way to avoid losing their rooms when an issue comes up. Next page. In fact, a lot of the owners will hire residents to make repairs. And we heard one story, for example, there was a sewer line break, and they hired a resident, gave him $20 to fix it. Well, he didn't do a proper fix, so you've still got a minor leak. So now you have a health hazard because there's no way to force this owner to actually make a proper repair. They also create a huge number of police calls for service, and I've said this several times to this group and many others, but I'm just going to keep beating it in, and that's the fact that if you take the downtown and area east and west of UNR in a horseshoe, it's 1.25% of the geographical area of the city of Reno, but 25 to 40% of the crime. So I think that says a lot about downtown and the need for affordable housing. But bottom line is, until a homeless person has a roof over their head, they can never change the way they live. They can't deal with their addiction issue. They can't deal with their mental health issue. We have to deal with this affordable housing issue within Reno. And then, of course, the great need for affordable workforce housing. Fact is with the wages that a lot of people earn in this community, we have a lot of folks involved in retail, hospitality, a lot of lower paid people within warehouse distribution, is they can barely afford an apartment, let alone ever the opportunity to buy a single family home. Next page, please. It's interesting to note that in Operation Downtown, we used what I call a community-based weighting system to actually figure out what the priorities of our group would be. And this is a very cool way to do it, because you end up with 100% consensus out of the group on what your priorities are. And through this process, guess what? Permanent supportive housing or affordable housing came up as our #1 priority. So I thought this was very interesting. It, again, just speaks to the need for affordable housing within our community. Just so you know, our other top priorities were blight reduction, dealing with mental health and addiction issues, and one thing I would love to see the council, the city of Sparks, and the commission do in the very near future is adopt a policy to treat drug use as a health issue and not a crime. In fact, we heard this from a couple of public comments today, but Seattle, Santa Fe, a lot of communities are heading in this direction because it's less costly to the community and more likely then that people will get the help they need for their addiction issues, as opposed to getting thrown in jail and having the incarceration cost. And then finally, creating a walkable downtown with the Truckee River as a welcome mat. Next page, please. There are solutions, though, and they're economic solutions. And I go to a report prepared by the city of Denver in 2006. Very interesting. They had a Housing First initiative where they actually provided affordable housing, roofs over people's heads for 150 folks within this population group. And there were some very compelling statistics as a result. First of all, emergency room visits were reduced 35% and inpatient visits reduced 40%. Big reduction in healthcare costs. Night visits reduced 80% and overall patient cost reduced 66% by simply giving these people a roof over their heads. Detox visits reduced 82%, or almost $9,000 per person, and incarceration costs reduced 76%. These are big numbers. And if you add it all up, back in 2006 in Denver, it resulted in savings of $31,500 per person over 2 years, or almost $4.8 million for the 150 people within that study group. As a result, they found that they could provide supportive housing for these people, and they still saved almost $5,000 per person, even in providing a roof over these people's heads. And another very important thing is all of a sudden the folks that were in this population group, they were only making about $185, again in 2006 numbers. Their income went up to an average of $431. So with that, it improved the quality of life and reduced the number of people living on the streets. And in terms of the true impact of the community, more capital now flows into downtown Denver because they have fewer people on the streets, and it's just a greater quality of life for everybody involved, including the people that now have a roof over their heads. Next page, please. So Reno obviously has taken steps through the years to deal with affordable housing, and per the Nevada revised statutes, we have to have a housing element within the Reno Master Plan. And Assembly Bill 439 sets specific requirements for the housing plan. It basically lays out 12 different things that a community can do for affordable housing. And within a community's master plan, you have to adopt at least 6 of these 12 items in order to comply with the requirements of that Assembly Bill 4039. So back in, I think, 2006, the city of Reno went through this process and adopted several things. One was to offset building and impact fees for affordable housing. working with local employers to develop an employee housing program, updating the city's municipal code to encourage affordable housing. Next page, identifying programs and incentives to increase the building of affordable housing within transit-oriented development districts and regional centers, working with nonprofits to increase down payment assistance, lease-to-own programs, and sweat equity programs, and working with local housing groups to assist disabled persons and work with at-risk persons and families. Unfortunately, only a small portion of this work has been completed. Next page, please. Right after that work was done, we had the Great Recession and all of the layoffs at City Hall, and unfortunately, a lot of this work just kind of went by the wayside, and we also lost a lot of institutional knowledge of folks who were heavily involved in dealing with the housing element of the master plan back then. But clearly, I believe that we need to revisit this housing element again and reconfirm the priorities, because there is a lot of good stuff in here and a lot of good stuff that was put into code, but not nearly enough. I also feel that we need to support the county's adoption of a motor vehicle registration fee for social services. I think we can get the county support to do this. That would create a $13 million annual war chest for social services. And as we saw from the city of Denver, this money is put to good use and actually saves taxpayer dollars if you have the right programs in place. And also support efforts of a recent move to create a roadmap to affordable housing. I believe you're going to hear more about this on an L item today, but we held an affordable housing forum back in January 12th. Over 70 people were invited, and as you recall, that's a day where we had about 8 inches of snow on the ground. Still, over 60 people showed up to this forum and spent their entire day getting educated and starting to put together a framework for a housing roadmap for affordable housing within our community. And I've spent a lot of time talking to people in the last couple of years, groups, individuals, presentations, and I know council knows that the community is behind this effort to deal with affordable housing in our community. We need it on all income levels, and I know that we can make this happen if we all put our hearts and souls into this effort. Next page. So I want to thank you for your support of affordable housing. And again, there's a lot of people that are willing to spend their time at no charge even to get this done, because it is a big deal to our community. And last, I also want to give a shout out to our Reno Police Department. I'm glad to see the 14 new folks that Bill Thomas mentioned today, but we have worked very closely with a lot of these individuals on our operation downtown and what they are doing for our community with the walk team, the bike team. Hopefully within your budgeting in January, we can get a couple folks and reinstitute the motel interdiction team. But they play a huge part in helping our community and helping bring affordable housing forward and dealing with the issues that we have in downtown Reno. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That forum was very informative, and I was excited to see the broad spectrum of individuals that were there. I did have to leave a little bit early. What were the next steps? How did the meeting conclude?
So the next steps is we've been working behind the scenes now to develop an actual structure to move this forward. And we have another meeting coming up on March 8th. It's going to be a half-day meeting at the Reno Realtors Association, Reno Sparks Association of Realtors. But our goal right now is to get a definitive structure in place where we have the different levels that we're going to need to carry this effort forward. Once we have a structure in place, then hopefully we can raise the funds to bring enterprise communities back and move this effort forward to the roadmap.
Very good. Thank you. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thanks so much for the presentation. I had two questions. One, the goal of the affordable housing. So I just met with some people this week that want to build yet another, this would be my fourth in the last 2 years, affordable housing project in Ward 2. So I know you're very focused on downtown, but obviously people need affordable housing throughout. Now, these affordable housing projects, there's one focused on seniors, one on veterans, one on workforce. This current one coming up, this last one is on workforce. What is your focus? Is it on the people like at 30% AMI or just the houseless, homeless to get a roof over their head? Where is the focus?
So with this Affordable Housing Forum,
Yeah.
our focus is going to be all income levels, from
All
80% of AMI right down to the chronically homeless.
Okay. All right, because most of these have been the 60 to 80 that I've been dealing with, not so much the 30. So that's why I'm hoping that we could fill that niche. The second question I had was, during your presentation, you said something, the term I wasn't familiar with, and it was, you called it community-based weighting system to develop priorities. What is that?
So that is a skill that I know from being a transportation planner and engineer, but it's basically a way to work with a group to develop different projects that you would like to see move forward, and then work as a group to establish different priorities and then weights for these different priorities. And at the end of the day, you're able to end up ranking all these different projects and prioritize it. And it's a great process, but I've used it throughout my career in various communities. And the nice thing about it is you end up with 100% consensus on the projects.
So is it similar to like putting the dots, everybody like like you put out all the ideas and then each individual's given dots and they rank them? Is that the basic so if they put all their 5 dots on one thing, that gets all 5 votes? Is that how things rise to the top, or is it?
Yeah, there's
else?
different ways you can do it. We broke into subgroups, and we established a group of 20 different words that people all agreed were the most important words they could think of related to all these issues. And then each group took 25% of these words and put rankings to these different point systems, these
I
words.
see.
So, all right, safety, that's going to get a 5-point versus beautification might only get 2 or 3, right?
Okay.
And then there's a process to assign these to each project and ultimately be able to have that weighting system rank these different priorities.
Okay, I hadn't run into it, so I wasn't sure if it was something kind of like what I described to you, and it sounds like a little bit different. So thank you.
Yeah, it's a great process.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Crater. I'll take this opportunity to ask, and I appreciate the process, the education, but the council's moved forward with 2 initiatives that, frankly, I think are stalled, and I just use this occasion to inquire where we're at on putting aside some of the land that we own to be combined as a layered subsidy for this, hard to house population. And unfortunately, we've missed another year in being able to put that land and couple it up with the other subsidy programs that are in existence right now. Those are the home funds and the tax credits. So again, we'll see this year, we can only build 43 units or so with the federal resources that come our way. Those will not be touching the deeply in need. They will probably be going, I don't know, a senior project, 65. I haven't heard that we only get 1 project a year.
Right.
65 AMI, I mean, not
Age 60.
yeah, age, meets a need, but once again, we've lost another year on that. So, I think the broad planning and getting to the element and the master planning is all good, but we've been trying to get to this project. And then the other one is, I think it was Mr. McKenzie brought up that we, I don't know if it came in on as an L item, as on the council assignments. It might have been during budget, but staff told us that they would be working for our review a minimum property standard for weekly motel rooms living, and it was going to be a pantry and a sink that's deep for washing, and we still haven't seen that building code ordinance come forward. So that's been on my mind lately, looking for that. And so, I do thank you, but I want to also mention that we've set a few priorities, and I know budget's going to be tight, but I think we have some open positions. But I'm almost at the point, and you touched on it, I think we need a housing czar. I think we need a city housing czar. I don't think we have the housing staff technical skills that we need to push this in our federal resources and to work with the market on bringing the housing need that we're seeing come out of our master plan.
And if I can just speak to that real quick, within this Affordable Housing Forum, we've got everybody from folks from the governor's office, the banking system, to the county, local governments, all the nonprofits. And there's going to be far more ideas coming out of here that can help fund a lot of these projects than we've ever even thought of. Just this very first initial meeting, it was amazing, the ideas thrown out. So I have great hope if we can all continue to move this forward, we can solve this problem, or at least manage it.
Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, and thanks for the work you're doing on this, Ken. It's not an easy subject, and I agree with Councilwoman Breckus is that we've been throwing mud at the wall and it hasn't been sticking. We got a lot of ideas and we've done a lot of studying and we're not getting anything done. We've had some great ideas the last time you came and talked to us, brought forward about requiring a mix of AMI in any apartment complex that comes in. Great idea. We're all supportive of it. Nothing's come of it. And so the private side is going to probably be one of the most positive impacts on this because of the lack of funding for assistance. So your ability and willingness to gather the players together that on the private industry side that can work towards addressing this issue, and then coming back to us with some ideas as to how we can help, knowing that there's no money there, is probably the quickest way we're going to get it, and it's going to take a lot of work, and I know that you've put a lot of time and effort into it already, and you're committed to this issue, but some of the things that we've brought up before, Councilwoman Breckus brought up the weeklies about cleaning that mess up, and we've discussed the percentages on multifamily housing so that we're creating a mix, and somewhere that's loggerheaded, and we haven't got any further movement on any of those ideas, and maybe the acting city manager's here and will start those wheels turning again. But I'm thankful that you're dedicated to this cause. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you. Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor. I'll be quick. Ken, thank you for your work. I know there's a few different board members I think that are here in the audience that are also working on Operation Downtown. And kind of with that, I know there's several groups working on the same issue. And when you had said that you're working on everything from 80 below, that's a huge kind of platform to even pick from. And I know I'm working with Truckee Meadows Healthy Communities. I'm working with another smaller group everyone's working on housing, trying to find these housing solutions. And I think the mayor had a question for Mike Pomey the last time he came forward is, are you working with just the folks downtown and those that are working with the people downtown, or are you working with all the other groups that are working on the housing issue? Because the conversations get complex in terms of, do we find housing downtown, or do we find ways to get people housing just outside of the rink or in different parts within the ring, of the McCarran ring? Or are we talking about the funding aspects of it? And is it youth under 50% or under 30%? Or is it, so it gets complicated. And so I see a lot of the items that you brought forward are going towards that. But I think that's what I'd like to see, I guess, is hopefully some more focus snowed in terms of how do we get there, and then the funding pieces of it. The products, we see the $22 million that's given to the Renown for Indigent Care. Of course, we're going to continue to have to do that, but what do these projects cost? What does it look like? How do we, as a city, the council, how do we play our role on the side of just the parcel, the piece or policy pieces? But funding-wise, we know we're having a hard time keeping our parks up and going. So where do we play in this? We're not the service providers like the county, so it'd be hard for us to do that case management piece. So how do we feel our piece? How do we give that direction to our staff so they can go and make it efficient and roll, so then we can work with you guys? I'd love to see some of those bullet points brought back. But again, thank you for having those conversations. Thank you for facilitating a lot of those conversations. It's what we need, right?
And you're exactly
Thank
right.
you.
That's why this forum is a broad spectrum of everyone, because this isn't going to be solved by one entity, one nonprofit, or one agency. It's got to be a collective group of everybody involved, put together this roadmap and figure out how to fund these projects. There's going to be code changes that perhaps need to be made, but yeah, we need this umbrella organization and governing structure to put this whole thing together.
So is it going wider? Are you guys facilitating that broader conversation? Is it Truckee Meadows Healthy Communities? Is it Who's kind of, are you guys working that out?
Yeah, that's sort of the stuff that we're working out. We've got Truckee Meadows Healthy Communities, the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency, and the Governing Board, nonprofits. It is a collective organization.
Thank you. I know it's complicated.
It is.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you very much. And I know it is a very complicated issue with lots of moving parts, but I don't think I've ever seen the collective interest in coming forward to help address this, whether it's from, the Eddie House, helping with our youth, and NYEP, and Children's Cabinet, and Reno Housing Authority, and your group, which is tremendous. I do believe as long as we can stay focused on and don't send off too many silos and maybe do some parallel work that's unnecessary, I think we can make a big difference, and I appreciate all the work that you've done.
Thank you. Yes, no more silos.
No more silos. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Madam Clerk, we did not have any public comment on that item?
We did not have any, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. Item E3, Flood Mitigation and Public Health Impact Overview. Garth Oaksel from RTC.
Does the mouse work? Okay. All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan and other members of the City Council. For the record, Garth Oaksel, Engineering Manager for the Regional Transportation Commission. Before you today, I believe you have hard copies of the presentation that is up on the screen here. I'm just going to go through some of these slides to show you what we encountered before, during, and after construction, or during the flooding events out on the construction side of the Southeast Connector. So prior to the storm, for each one of the storms we've had various plans put into place. For this particular storm that had the flooding in early January, we moved the construction equipment and materials to higher ground, including the portable toilets that we had on site. All the electrical service to our groundwater wells and various other pieces of equipment was cut at the actual line, so we didn't have any live electricity underwater. And then we also did protective berms placed around stockpiles that were either placed or reinforced, and I've got a picture of that showing here. So as you see on the left part of the screen is your stockpile, and then down around here is one of the protective berms around those stockpiles. So those placed around all of those in order to prevent from floodwater from creating damage. We also, prior to the storm, went and inspected and reinforced all the BMPs. Those are called best management practices. Silt fences, turbidity curtains, straw wattles, the berms you saw in place there. We also pre-staged excavators at Alexander Lake Road, Miraloma Drive, Pembroke Drive, and Clean Water Way so that we could remove any debris that was coming downstream, mostly from off the project site, in order to free up those drainage ways so water could flow. And as this council is very aware, this was a major flood event that we experienced, and we're all very aware of that with everything else that occurred within the community. So during the storm, we monitored the project continuously. The contractor was out there. I was out there for a greater part of Saturday afternoon, Sunday, and Monday during the actual flooding itself. Floodwater did enter the construction site. That is anticipated and it's encouraged. If we did not allow the floodwater to spread out on the job site and channelized it, it would create backwater conditions into the Double Diamond Damani Ranch area, as also basically create a shotgun effect, if you will, once the water got to the end of the project site or downstream, where it then had high velocity and just, shotgun out the end of our channel. So we want the floodwater to spread out on the job site. That's protective of the community. We recognize that. We have weather days built into our schedule. In 2 locations, we did create additional flood mitigation, if you will, during the day on Sunday. At Boynton Slough, near the clubhouse of Rosewood Lakes, our temporary construction road was creating a backup on Boynton, or into Boynton Slough. We rolled an excavator out there, removed 2 large sections of that construction access road to allow the water to flow better out to Steamboat Creek. That helped lower the flood water in Boynton Slough. And then also Steamboat Creek at Pembroke Drive. For those of you that are familiar with that area, there's a very narrow bridge at Pembroke Drive for Steamboat Creek. Our project added 5 box culverts immediately west of that bridge. However, they weren't fully capable of handling the floodwater, but on Sunday we made them capable of handling more floodwater, again, to help alleviate some of that flow coming through there and alleviate the upstream flooding. So here's a drone flyover. We did this Monday morning. I should say Granite Construction did. You can see here, these are our stockpiles of material. You can see the protective berms clearly illustrated around those, and we know they're intact because you can see the rainwater ponded behind the berm. So that prevented rainwater from eroding the stockpiles away, and then also prevented the flood water you see here from getting into the stockpiles themselves. Post-storm analysis, the flood mitigation worked. Basically from Miraloma north to the Truckee River, the flood mitigation efforts are essentially complete. And what I have here is just a brief illustration. This area here is the Southeast Connector roadway itself. It's designed to a 117-year flood event or a 1997 flood. So all of this material is calculated in our flood models and mitigated through various methods. And I just, for simplification, showed a big basin right here. What occurred here in 2017 was the flood elevation was actually somewhere down here. So what this is showing is all of the green in the roadway was above the floodwater, but all of its associated mitigation is below the floodwater. So in essence, any event less than a 1997 flood event out there on site is going to have a net benefit to the flooding in that part of the community because we have compensated for every bit of volume. However, depending on the flood event, all of the volume is not actually below floodwater. Hopefully that makes sense. If not, I can certainly ask or answer any questions you may have. Also during the storm, Steamboat Creek experienced a higher event than the Truckee River. We're still trying to get a handle on what that event was. The Steamboat Creek is not very accurately modeled, so we're trying to gather as much information we can to, and the flood project is as well, to determine what flood event level it actually was on Steamboat Creek. I already pointed out the stockpiles with the drone flyover there. We did have one stockpile that had soil-containing mercury that did get impacted by floodwaters. We estimate it was approximately 16 cubic yards. To put that in context, the stockpiles, the 12 of them that had soil-containing mercury contained 70,000 cubic yards. That was not touched. And then we also had 125,000 cubic yards of soil-containing mercury that was already placed into the roadway embankment itself. So 195,000 cubic yards was not exposed to floodwater, and about 16 cubic yards were breached with the flooding, or was touched by the floodwaters. We have a quote there from the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection that they've concluded there's no increased health risk, or no increased risk to the public health. And to kind of touch on what I was mentioning there about that 16 cubic yards in the stockpiles, this was prior to construction. This is basically looking at the Butler Ranch area. We have a couple of irrigation ditches. You have Steamboat Creek here, and the orange shading is the soil containing the mercury. It was spread out throughout that area in a thin layer at the top of the surface there. Earlier flood events, 100% of that soil containing mercury was below floodwater. When we come in to start construction, we are excavating out for our flood mitigation, which is also another important point to make, is that we do our flood mitigation work first prior to building the roadway embankment. So we're always kind of ahead of ourselves, if you will, when flood events do occur. So we excavate that material out, place it into a stockpile, illustration of the protective berms. So now when a flood occurs, as it did earlier this month, that soil with the mercury, or the soil-containing mercury that was all spread out through here, is now within a stockpile, so you're only left with a smaller piece that the project is not impacting. So it greatly reduced the amount of soil-containing mercury exposed to floodwater out there today than there was prior to construction starting. Post-storm analysis. The last one on there is we are preparing for another storm. This slide is, or this presentation is essentially the same one I gave to the RTC board last week. That preparing for another storm is actually happening now. We had more floodwater enter the job site yesterday, but what we had done prior to that was immediately after the waters receded, we got out there and cleaned out the debris within Steamboat Creek because that was creating a lot of the hassles, or a lot of the issues was debris catching up in there, so we removed the debris. We went back and reinforced our berms along the creek where it had overtopped and eroded. We reestablished those. And then we also went through and put in some concrete barrier rails lined with thick plastic. The soil was just too wet out there, or too soft for us to go back and reestablish all of the berms post the flood. So we brought the concrete rails in there with the plastic wrap to help beef up that so we could weather future flooding that is actually currently occurring. So with that, was there a slide on your screen or in your handouts? I think there might be a couple more slides. This happened to me previously too, where the last two slides don't show up. Are they included there? Yeah, just the additional information. There we are, thank you. So there you have my email for folks that would like to get additional information. We also have a project website, southeastconnector.com. You can go to that website and sign up for weekly construction updates. We do an email blast every Friday, updating everyone who has signed up for that on the status of the project. And then we also do have monthly public tours that are open to everyone. And we also do private tour, not private tours, but privates for organizations or groups that would like to come out and take a view of the project as well. So that concludes the formal presentation. If anyone has any questions, I'd be more than happy to take those.
Good question.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. Councilwoman Dorr.
Thank you. Garth, do you have anybody either on staff or on consulting that's like a mercury expert? Or
Yes,
who-
yes, we do. CH2M is our consultant, and they have a number of environmental scientists and scientists that are working on this project.
Are these people in Reno, or are they coming in? Are they experts coming in? Or?
Both. We have folks that are experts locally as well as within. CH2M is a large or international company, so they pulled in experts from elsewhere. We also heavily relied on NDEP, the local folks down in Carson City, and the Army Corps of Engineers. We also relied on their expertise that they pulled in from outside the area to help us with the whole process of how we were going to handle mercury containing the soil on the project and what we're going to do with it.
The reason I'm asking is that in earlier life, I worked on some really big construction projects that involved a lot of mercury on them. And we discovered in that process that it was the wet-dry cycle that had a big impact on the methylization of the mercury, turning it into a form that's more easily taken up by fish or birds and those kind of things. So it's mobilized within human in tissue. So I didn't know if that had come up in this project, and that's, anaerobic, aerobic, that was basically the issue. I had a couple like super mercury experts for the country on my staff, and so that's what they discovered, but I didn't know.
And you hit on the two key words that I think a lot of folks get confused with when you're talking mercury versus methyl mercury. That's anaerobic versus aerobic. Methyl mercury can only be created in an anaerobic condition, basically down deep in standing water. You must and I'm not the expert on mercury, but I've talked with enough, and I've picked up quite a bit over these last many years. You also must have the proper bacteria to convert the mercury to methyl.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then once you remove either one of those two conditions, the methyl mercury reverts back to mercury. So once oxygen is introduced to the environment, i.e. the air, or even the latest research from Dr. May Gustin out of UNR, and by latest I mean within the last 5 years or so, is photodegradation. When the methyl mercury is exposed to ultraviolet rays, it also then converts back to mercury. So yes, we talked about that extensively. In fact, that was the main impetus for our drastic change in the mitigation plans we had during design of the project. We originally had a complete restoration of Steamboat Creek.
Right.
But the concerns were point bars and wetlands and methyl mercury, that we left Steamboat Creek alone and created different flood mitigation options.
Well, and even your storage ponds, where you created compensating storage, at the sort of towards the northeast end, what we discovered, because we had big ponds to treat phosphorus and those kind of things and water quality, we found out when those ponds wet and dry, that it accelerated with sulfur, accelerated the formation of methyl mercury, which then is mobile, moving faster than solid mercury. So I would hope that you would be monitoring those ponds as well to look for that.
Yeah, and just real quick on that, one of the drastic changes we had was that everything does drain back to the creek, and that was in direct response to a request from the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe. Is that?
That was you.
Is
that
my
was
hook
your
being
time.
pulled?
Cut off, Garth.
So that everything drains back to the creek. So whatever comes into the project area leaves the project area, so they don't have these pulses. And with that draining back, it doesn't create enough residency time for the mercury to reach an anaerobic state, and the water's not deep enough where ultraviolet rays are not getting to it, and then once it dries out, oxygen is exposed.
Right.
So, yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yeah.
Any other councilmembers or Councilmember Delgado?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, and thank you, Garth, for coming. I know I asked for you guys to come by and give us an update as to what was going on with the Southeast Connector. As we know, it goes right through my ward, and there's a lot of concerns, and just wanted to make sure that the community knows and they hear directly from you, and council's able to ask questions as well. Quick questions, and I think Councilwoman Dewar, thank you for those questions too. She has a few of the questions that I was going to ask. So your staff they're not, the environmental staff isn't there 24/7, right? They're there during working hours. The Mercury environmental staff, or how often are they on the field?
We do weekly water quality sampling, so they're out there for that. We also do weekly the BMP inspections, the best management practices. So they're out there a couple of times every week. But Granite Construction has a full-time environmental engineer on site that, it is on site. Their trailers are there.
Gotcha.
Or offices in the trailer, excuse me.
This may be a silly question too, but how do we know how deep the mercury lies on the surface? When you showed us that diagram, showed certain feet. So how far do you know you have to dig in order to that you've covered, taking it all out?
Right. So we went, during our design process, we went up to 10 feet deep in certain areas for the soil samples. And we broke that down into different depths so we could determine what concentrations of mercury we had based off of the depth. The highest concentrations were in the top 6 inches, and then from 6 inches to 5 feet, it tailors off, and from 5 feet deeper, it basically became non-existent. So we did approximately 300 soil samples prior to starting construction. Since construction has started, we've done another almost 700. So in total, we have almost 1,000 soil samples of various depth. And the reason why I say various depth is in areas where we're building the roadway, we're not digging down in, so it wasn't as important for us to get 10 feet deep. In areas where we're creating the flood volume mitigation and excavating the material out, we know we're digging 6, 7 feet deep, so we went down 10 feet deep. So the depth of our soil samples varied depending on what we're doing with the project.
Gotcha.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that does.
Okay.
If you're not going to disturb it, then it kind of sits, right?
Correct.
At the end of the day, after this road is built, RTC is going to hand it off to the city of Reno?
So right now, the way it's set up is within the roadway right-of-way. From Pembroke south to South Meadows Parkway would be the city of Reno. Pembroke to Clean Waterway is technically Washoe County. Clean Waterway to Gregg Street is technically Sparks, but my understanding is Washoe County and Sparks are working out a maintenance agreement for that stretch of the road. Outside of that, for the mitigation areas, at this point, it is still going to retain under RTC's control ownership, and part of that is we have the 10-year requirement with the Army Corps of Engineers to get vegetation established, get the wetlands to a natural state. So it made sense for us to maintain some control over that. Long term, we did discuss with the Army Corps that it could turn over to another government entity as long as we, the RTC, had an annual line item in there to fund maintenance of the wetlands. Basically, trash removal is really what would occur once the wetlands reach a natural state.
How many of those mercury stockpiles will reside within the city of Reno for us to keep?
Zero.
Maintain?
The stockpiles that are out there now are just there temporarily to build the mitigation basins down.
They'll be buried under the road, right?
Correct.
So, but then we'll inherit the road.
Correct.
And if there's issues related to even just now where we didn't know about the steamboat creeks, how that played a role in this. I mean, in any case, I'm just saying that we're all aware that City of Reno will inherit a road that will have mercury stockpiled beneath it, and we'll have to maintain it and keep it. I think that's just been, I just wanted, we're all on the same page because I know some people in the community are saying that's not true. So having you here, just for clarity, that's what we signed up for.
Yeah, and the other thing that we will provide is in our as-builts, the record drawings when we're done, it will clearly denote where the different categories of mercury are within that roadway embankment itself, so that if there were ever work needed to be done in the future, that would be noted. So basically, they would have to take the same mitigation measures that we did during construction, which for the most part is basically dust control.
And last question, Madam Vice Mayor, you guys stop right at the connection of South Meadows and Veterans?
Correct.
That's the end of the southeast from what you guys are doing. Is there a rhyme or reason? Did you guys work on the Veterans Parkway from that, or was that a developer that did it from South Meadows down?
Developer built. However, they were conditioned to build that by the city of Reno per what the regional transportation plan was showing what they needed.
Do you know if they did testing for mercury as they went down south?
I'm not aware if they did or did not.
Okay. So that's a question I asked later on as an L item about those types of things. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. You know, some caught my ear. Said Sparks and Washoe County are discussing maintenance agreements. Who are they discussing maintenance agreements with?
Between themselves.
Oh, mutual.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming here. I was initially, skeptical of this project, felt it really sucked up a decade of funding for regional resources, and, it was just a big nut, and, financial resources for transportation are limited, and the decision was made to go forward with this project. And then I also, as the process went forward, heard so much disputing science. I remember your CH2M Hill mercury expert, and that's why I supported the city not issuing a special use permit until it went through an EIR process. But, all that's, water under the bridge or the culverts. And glad to know that RTC has confidence the project's just moving forward and things are good on that side of the valley. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Thanks for giving the presentation, Garth, and just a couple quick questions. Your last slide about your weekly and monthly updates that you had up there.
Mhm.
How well participated are those events that you've been putting on? How many people are you having?
I'm not sure, the email list that we do the weekly blast, I'm not sure what the total, how many people have signed up for that. I know it's quite extensive because I bump into people in the community and they mention how they get these updates and they enjoy them. I'll be perfectly frank, not every single update is construction related. If we don't have much going on, we highlight some other aspect of the project. The monthly tours that we are always booked. Whether or not everyone shows up is a different story, but we are always booked at least 2 months out. So right now, people, if they were to go online and try to sign up, they would most likely be looking at the April monthly tour because we're about 2 months out that people have filled those up.
And when you do those tours, do you go over the environmental mitigation that you're doing in the project?
Correct. It involves about a 30-minute presentation by myself talking about the project, what the environmental aspects of it are, because a lot of folks don't understand how much environmental information and science went into this project. And it isn't so much what's in the 404, it's actually what we're doing out on site right now from an environmental standpoint. Once that's concluded, then we jump into a 12-passenger van and we drive the project and we go look at exactly where we're at, and I highlight the features of what we just talked about and point out various other things as the project advances.
Okay. So the people that live in that community down there that have concerns about the project, there's an opportunity there for them to go out and not only get the weekly updates, but to go out and actually see the project and get an understanding of what you're doing to mitigate the impact.
And they have, and I'm not making this up at all. I've had folks afterwards come up to me and say, I was part of the group that was against this, and I have now come out and I see how much you're doing for the environment. That doesn't mean I agree with the road, but it puts me at ease of what you're doing out there. That I've had more than one person, I think the count now is about 4 people have come up and expressed that to me after the tour.
Okay, because there's been an insinuation that you're trying to hide stuff out there, and I just wanted to make it clear that there's the opportunity, if somebody avails it to themselves, for people to go out and see what's going on and getting involved in the process.
Yeah, I'd say on average we do about 2 tours a month, one for the public and one for some other organization, and those have been HOAs. I've given tours to the HOAs in the area. So.
Thank you very much. Garth, nice job. Any public comment on this item?
We have none, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Garth.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we will now move to item F1 and we'll open the public hearing. Yes. Thank you. At this time, I'd ask any of my council members if they have any disclosures.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Fellow City Council members and Madam Clerk, before we go any further on this item, NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from voting on item F1. In the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that my wife, Julie Bobzing, is the Executive Director of Volunteer Attorneys for Rural Nevadans, a nonprofit organization providing pro bono legal services to victims of domestic violence and low-income residents of rural northern Nevada. My wife reports to the VARN Board of Directors. Severin Carlson serves on the VARN Board of Directors, and Mr. Carlson also represents and lobbies on behalf of interested parties in this case. I've consulted with the City Attorney's Office and have concluded that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by the significant pecuniary interest. And because this is a clear case of a disqualifying conflict of interest, I'm going to be abstaining from voting in this matter. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. I will step out of the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bobzien. Any other disclosures?
Just like to disclose, I met with some representatives from the sign industry since our last meeting on this item.
Councilmember Dewar.
As have I.
Councilmember Breckus. Councilmember Delgado.
Met with our legal attorneys and someone from the sign industries as well.
Yeah, I've met with some of the individuals from the sign industry since our last hearing as well. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice was given.
And any correspondence received?
We did receive correspondence in support of the moratorium from Lori Ray. I apologize, I have a few more and my system is not keeping up. We received 2 letters in support of the moratorium, one from Lori Ray, one from Beth Daly. Additionally, we do have public comment in the audience who would like to speak. I would request that the city attorney reads the resolution first, though.
City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Resolution number 8293, resolution of the Reno City Council implementing a final moratorium under the procedures provided by the Reno Municipal Code, Section 1.07.010, to impose a moratorium on the acceptance of any billboard application requests, the banking of billboards, and the creation of banked receipts until January 31st, 2018.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we will now start with public comment.
Madam Vice Mayor, our first public comment is from Karen Sands, followed by Barry Hall.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Can you
Good
hear
afternoon.
me? My name is Karen Sands. I'm an artist, writer, and also I write performance art. A quote, "The beautiful attracts the beautiful." Lee Hunt said that. I moved to Reno from Santa Cruz 5 years ago after checking into Reno due to my husband's potential job transfer. The first thing I realized about the Reno area was the wide open serenity feel of the beauty of the surroundings and open space. And the people I encountered were open and friendly. Santa Cruz outlawed billboards in the 1960s. I am very opposed to billboards and digital signs that are in this absolute art, music mecca, Reno. I live here. I believe in the Renaissance, and I will be a part of it. And in memory of Bob Ross, who painted landscapes, he was a landscape painter on PBS for years. He taught people how to paint. He would be appalled on 4th Street right now, obstructing the view of this beautiful, most scenic mountain view with snow on it, is this big, huge billboard that just went up, and it's huge. It has to do with addiction and Stacey Mathewson, which I totally, I'm in favor of supporting her cause, definitely. But to obstruct the whole view of the mountainside right there, it's like, I don't think it belongs there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barry Hall, followed by Lori Ray.
Good afternoon, and thank you, members of the council. At the last city council meeting on January 11th, a comment was made by a representative from the Reno Chamber of Commerce that the only people opposed to billboards are a few people who show up at every meeting. For the record, Scenic Nevada is an affiliate of Scenic America, a national organization with 48 state and local affiliates. Scenic America was founded in 1982 and is the only national nonprofit organization that works to preserve and enhance the visual character of America's roadways, countrysides, and communities. Fighting billboard blight and digital sign blight is not a fringe issue anymore. It has become a national concern because people know that nothing destroys the distinctive character of their communities and the natural beauty of their countryside more than billboards and digital signs. I'd like to share with you the December newsletter the December 2016 newsletter from Scenic America, which went out to the 33,000 people on their email list. Does it show on here? Or I'll just show it to you. I'm going to read from it. So, this is just a quick look at the newsletter that went out to 33,000 people. The first article is about celebrating 25 years of the National Scenic Byways Program. The second article honors Senator Lamar. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Lamar Alexander. It says, as governor, he worked to create 10,000 miles of state roads and scenic highways with no billboards because, quote, we know tourists come to Tennessee for the scenery, not the billboards, unquote. And the last article features Reno, Nevada. And it says, Reno City Council moves to enforce voter-approved billboard ban. And I don't have time to read the article to you, but I would just say that thousands of people across America are paying attention to what happens here in Reno today. Scenic Nevada is here representing the 57% of Reno citizens who voted in good faith to ban billboards and digital signs. Please do the right thing by honoring the vote of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Lori Ray, followed by Brandon Seary.
Good afternoon, Lori Ray on behalf of Scenic Nevada. Our attorney is at a hearing in Las Vegas today and he couldn't be here, but you have his points and authorities that show you are on firm legal ground to find the invalid banked receipts null and void. Scenic Nevada is in favor of the proposed billboard moratorium. As you requested, it will give staff time to develop a new billboard ordinance, one that honors the people's vote of 2000. Respectfully, if you don't approve the moratorium today because of the billboard industry's objections, you would be breaking trust with the people who elected you, just like the last city council did on this issue. This chapter of the billboard saga started earlier this year when Councilman Breckus asked you to take a look at the digital billboard ordinance, warning that once the Supreme Court ruled, the current moratorium would expire and digitals would be going up where allowed. Scenic Nevada met with many of you over the past year to explain the people's vote, how the previous council got around that vote, and why digital billboards are so bad for the community. Then the Nevada Supreme Court handed down its ruling on June 30th. It did not void the digital billboard ordinance like we asked, but it voided two other ordinances because those ordinances allowed the new construction of billboards in violation of the people's vote. This was huge for us. For 16 years, we've been telling the city the ballot initiative was a ban on new construction, and as it turns out, we were right. The city's workaround, calling the ballot initiative a cap and allowing new billboards to go up for everyone taken down, was an amendment to the people's vote, an unconstitutional amendment at the time. What you did on December 14th was recognize that fact and shows respect for the Nevada Supreme Court's ruling and the voters. Meanwhile, we circulated an online petition signed by about 400 people saying they wanted the vote enforced and that new billboard construction must be banned. Plus, you've received phone calls, emails, and comment cards over the past few months in favor of enforcing the ban. Thousands of people will agree with your move to dismantle the old billboard policy. Scenic Nevada is not a small vocal minority as the chamber claims. Here's some numbers for you. 9,561 people signed our petition to get question R1 on the ballot in 2000, and 7,381 of those signatures were validated as registered voters by the Reno City Clerk's office. The People's Initiative won 57% of the vote. 32,765 people were in support of a ban on new billboard construction. In 2011, Scenic Nevada commissioned a survey of 600 Reno registered voters. The results were overwhelming. 55% said the city council should not allow digital billboards. 80% believed there were enough or too many billboards, and 80% believed it is important or very important for Reno to strive to protect scenic character. People are tired of the clutter and blight billboards bring to our community, and they oppose the digital ones even more because they are intrusive energy hogs that distract drivers and dim the dark night skies. Please adopt this moratorium, and let's move forward with enforcing the people's vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Brandon Seary, followed by Diane McCormick.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Brandon Seary. I am a lifetime resident, outdoor enthusiast from hiking and camping to skiing and astronomy. And I believe that we need to keep our community beautiful. And I think we also need to recognize that there are some different areas that are beautiful for different reasons. There's beauty that is different from an urban or commercial area as opposed to a scenic highway or a park. I'm also the Director of Marketing for the Club Cal Neva and Ceres Casino. I'm a local businessman who wants to see nothing more than our area's economy thrive. I was appointed by you, the council members, to the Downtown Maintenance Committee to provide you input on how to keep our area well preserved so that our local residents, tourism industry, and economy are all successful. I can tell you that the moratorium resolution on billboards has gotten the attention of the local casinos, and your decision on this matter here today may have greater implications than to just the billboard industry. As a local marketing executive, I regularly use billboards within Reno to advertise to our locals and tourists alike. As a mid-sized casino in our region, my business directly employs 450 employees that rely on the success of our business to do their jobs. Additionally, all local residents are impacted by the success and failures of the casinos. The gaming industry pays steep taxes, which allow for the Nevada lifestyle by allowing our workers to not have a state income tax. Reno has always been attractive to business, which is why we are seeing so many businesses moving here today. I would hate for us to take a step back. Right now, gaming is starting to grow again, which is a great sign for our local job market and economy and the whole region. As a marketer, billboards are one of the tools that I use year-round. They are a traditional form of media and highly effective in promoting events, including the downtown Reno events and other regional activities. I attended the State of the City address a few weeks ago and sat in the fourth row, and I heard our mayor and council deliver strategies and goals, excuse me, to which all your decisions need to be aligned. You stated that you do want Reno to be attractive to business, so with that I encourage you to make choices that help businesses that are succeeding today, do not stifle them, and do not remove the tools for success. As a local businessman, I request that you lift the existing moratorium and allow the billboard companies to continue doing business the way that you've allowed them the last 17 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Diane McCormick, followed by Jay Bushman.
Good afternoon. So nice to see you all again. My name is Diane McCormick. I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak today. I am here to support the moratorium. Abe Lincoln said in his closing words of the Gettysburg Address, "Government is of the people, by the people, and for the people." I am one of the more than 1,000 of residents who have said no to new billboards. They said it in 2000 with a vote. We said it again through a voter survey in 2011. We said it one more time in a petition that went out earlier this year that Lori Ray spoke about. And we say it again to you now, no new billboards. I moved here in 2008 after the previous council partnered with the billboard industry. Their intent was to override the law and invent a system to allow new billboards. I did not know the names of the council members, Griffin, Rigdon, IAZ, amongst others, but I have grown to know all of you, your names and your faces, and I'm sure you've grown to know me and my face. We voted for you to represent us, not the billboard industry. I know you all care about Reno. You love Reno. Otherwise, you wouldn't be living here, raising your families here. And you know what's best for the city. So please do not punish your people with new ugly billboards because of the city's constitutional errors and mistakes. And that's what it would be, our punishment, our punishment. Lamar says they own 3/4 of the banked receipts. Well, I guess that means Lamar represents 3/4 of the problems. I can only offer you one little bit of new advice. Stay strong. Don't listen to them. You are in charge, not the billboard industry. Don't let them win and the people lose. In the end, it's not about money. It's about a legacy of leaving this for your children, a beautiful Reno. Remember Abe's words. It's a government of the people, by the people, for the people. We are the people, not the billboard industry. Thank you.
Jay Bushman, followed by
very much.
Paul Klein.
Thank you.
Council members, thank you, and we really appreciate all of your service. My name is Jay Bushman. I'm the owner of a small business in town called Nothing to It, and I am in opposition of a moratorium on billboard applications, and I like to refer to them as a sign. I found this meeting room by a sign. People find my business by signage too. So, and in support of that, I'm asking you to please oppose a moratorium. The primary thing I'm asking you is to moderate this, to be a moderation of the extremes. On one hand, you have people that don't want any billboards. On the other hand, you would have people that would say, let's put a billboard on every block. And I would just ask you to be the moderate voice in this and to say that there are zoning laws in place that billboards can be considered on a case-by-case basis. I do want to bring up just one thing, and having listened to some of your other presenters. I was reminded during this flood, a person without a home ended up on the porch of our business that morning when we arrived. She was hypothermic. And it just reminded me of the real issues that we have in the city. And going back since I've owned Nothing to It since the mid-90s, I can remember the previous issue that came about with billboards and what happened and how the issue actually created more billboards in this town. And what I would ask you is to be moderate, to be wise, because what I feel will happen with a moratorium is the city's resources will be utilized to spend money against legal things from the billboard industry. I do utilize billboard advertising from time to time, but I have seen it firsthand how vital resources of the city have been used to defend itself legally when those resources could have been utilized a lot better, helping firsthand the citizens of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Paul Klein, followed by Kathy Bohal.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and Council. My name is Paul Klein on behalf of the American Advertising Federation. The Federation has more than 40,000 members nationwide. I'm here to complement the testimony of those that have brought you information about the impact of advertising on small business, the signage companies, billboard companies. I want to talk a little bit about the advertising workforce. These are your advertising agency folks, your marketing managers, your graphic designers, your media placement folks that rely on billboard advertising as a medium. I've created a one sheet that illustrates that impact. Before I hand it out for each of you, there's one key data point that I want you guys to pay attention to, which is advertising agencies generate $10 billion and 45,000 jobs for Northern Nevada. $10 billion and 45,000 jobs. It's roughly 14% of our economic output. It's quite substantial. And billboard and signage advertising is obviously a major component of that we as advertisers like to utilize. So I'll pass this out. I hope that adds value not only to this matter, but future matters that have to do with advertising. Thank you.
Kathy Bohal, followed by John Hara.
Hi, I'm Kathy Bohall, and I am hopeful you will implement a final moratorium on the billboard application process. I just wish it could go beyond January of 2018. We are a more informed electorate. We use the internet. Horse and buggies aren't here anymore, and billboards aren't being watched. They cause accidents. I just think it's a thing of yesterday. Reno is growing. Businesses aren't going to take their wares elsewhere. This is a great market. And I hope you enforce the people's vote of November 2000, banning new billboards, including digitals. Moderation would be what we have now, is we have a lot of billboards. And moderation might be keeping those there because we can't do anything about them. Once they're up, they're there forever. I hope you will fight blight, preserve Reno's scenic heritage, and prove Amy Schumer is wrong. Reno is not a dump.
John Hara, followed by Sev Carlson.
I have a stack of these things. Is that right? Okay. John Hart, thank you very much for letting me speak today. Council Member Durr had mentioned earlier that the citizens of Reno in 2000 had pretty much reimagined Reno. And this is what we have right here. Take a look at this. It's beautiful. And in other places in the state, maybe not so beautiful. Here's the gateway coming into Vegas. Here it is at night. It's all lit up. And something that I just wanted to point out was, maybe Vegas believes, like a lot of people believe, that our economy, our local economy, is totally tied into signs. However, in Clark County, you should know that they are banning new construction of billboards. One of the things I did want to point out is that Mr. Siri had mentioned that gaming has been growing again, and that Mr. Klein had also mentioned a data point, which was $10 billion, 45,000 jobs for the state of Nevada here by the advertising industry, which is all taking place under the existing moratorium, which has been put into place for at least 5 years, while Scenic Nevada's lawsuit went through the courts. There's other places that are concerned about scenic beauty and their economy, and they do a pretty good job of it. They're not driven by billboards. That includes Hawaii and Alaska, among others. There's other issues associated with billboards. Let's just take a look at this, what I call the danger zone, which is trying to run the gauntlet safely at night just around GSR, which is kind of a salad of bright lights and blinding lights. If you drive at 60 miles an hour, you will go within 4 seconds. You will be the length of a football field with your driving impaired, and it takes your eyes a long time to adjust from bright to dark. And you also have the issue of whether or not billboards are good for all businesses. So here's a billboard. Here is Lavender Ridge, a local company trying to make good, small business, and their business is wedding events. How do you think they're impacted? This is where everybody has the little ceremonies right there. So what do we have going on here? We have a lot of billboards in town that exist already that can be used in the region. 30 of them are in unincorporated Washoe County. And this is the type of stuff you see. Look at behind there is an incredible view of Hunter Creek. 200 existing billboards in Reno already. 65 in Sparks. Look at how it impacts the viewscape here. What we're saying is that businesses will not be impacted because of the fact that these billboards already exist, they can already use it, and the moratorium won't impact that. Billboards are not that effective. 4.6% of all advertising is out of the home, and only 2.3% are billboards. 5.3% of that are people consider to be influential, which is billboards, out of everything. So the internet ranks way higher than billboards. So the question you have to ask is, do you want more of this or this? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Seth
Clerk.
Carlson, followed by Isabel Racinos.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Vice Mayor, council members. Sev Carlson on behalf of Lamar Outdoor Advertising. I think we need to back up a little bit. After the 2000 voter initiative passed, prior city councils entered into a lengthy discussion on what that initiative meant and ultimately came to a conclusion that Reno would adopt a cap and trade system. And ultimately that cap and trade system, despite what our opponents have stated, was upheld by the Nevada Supreme Court. I'd urge you to listen to your own counsel, the city attorney's office, on their interpretation of who won and who lost in that litigation. I'm confident in saying that the city won. The city won in defending the 2012 ordinance. And having a moratorium during that time period, lawyers might disagree whether that was appropriate or not, but there's no reason to move forward at this time with a moratorium. The litigation is resolved. Prior city councils have chosen, as a policy standpoint, to move away from what the voters' initiative may have said or not have said. And the industry has relied on representations of the city, has relied on the ordinances that have been passed creating a banking system. The industry has relied on those statements and on those ordinances and has taken down inventory, having been promised a banked receipt that could be used over a period of time to place a new billboard. Continuing to move forward with a moratorium exposes the city to liability, but more importantly, it exposes the city to a culture that isn't good for business. Lamar is a part of an industry, but Lamar is a small business here in northern Nevada. It employs 16 people. Lamar's customers, whether they're small businesses, furniture stores, our local gaming industry, nonprofit charities, they employ people. They make an impact on our community. Some speakers say outdoor advertising is going by the wayside. I disagree, but even if we accepted that contention as true, then let it go by the wayside. It will on its own if customers don't believe outdoor advertising is effective. From the digital standpoint, it makes it more effective for our community businesses who want to have smaller time periods to advertise their business, to entice community members to shop in their stores, or for our out-of-town visitors to see certain attractions and facilities that our town has offered for decades and will offer in the future. We urge you to not move forward with this moratorium. Please vote no on it.
Thank you.
Isabel Racinos, followed by Mark Gording.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time and consideration on this very important matter. My name is Isabel Racinos, and I am Lamar Reno's lease and real estate manager. I will only take a few minutes of your time, as I felt it was very important that I introduce myself, as well as Lamar Advertising to the Reno City Council. You have heard over the last few months about Lamar's inventory in Reno, but I wanted to communicate who Lamar is as a company. Lamar has operated in Nevada since 1999, in Reno since our acquisition of Clear Channel in early 2016. We have been in the outdoor business since 1902 and still consider ourselves a family-run business. Since the time of our acquisition of Clear Channel, we have spent over $1.5 million in total refurbishments of the existing billboards in the market. This includes completely retro-facing each and every poster, allowing for a cleaner and more presentable product. While we operate on a national level, each of our markets are run like a local business, and we pride ourselves on being a local company. Our local customers comprise over 90% of our total customer base, and we work with over 200 local businesses in Greater Reno. Outdoor companies like Lamar not only service local paying customers, but through public service messaging, they provide vital and needed opportunity for nonprofits and charities to communicate their message. The communication of this message and others like it is even more feasible and flexible with digital outdoor. Digital messaging makes these public service opportunities even more available and time sensitive. It is low-cost point option for paying and non-paying customers alike. The industry does not see digital messaging as the future for each and every location currently in existence. It is only a means for select locations to offer the ability to do what all other current media cannot, which is to be relevant to the current technology climate, provide the same positive attributes that make outdoor one of the most successful means of advertising for local businesses, and do each with flexibility that is unmatched by any medium. We thank you again for your time and consideration, and we look forward to continuing to make the outdoor advertising in Reno an effective and important vehicle for your local business growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Mark Cording, followed by Ryan Saunders.
Thank you. Council, Vice Mayor, my name is Mark Cording. I'm a local resident here, and I guess I would be one representative of the billboard industry. Pretty intimidating and scary, I know, but the reason I say that is the industry, the advertisers, the businesses that utilize us, we're all people. We're all residents of the area. We love the area. I love the area. I ski. I love the mountains. I love the beauty of it. It's a wonderful area. We get called, our product is called blight. Our product is called all sorts of things. And in some cases, there are areas that are less than attractive, absolutely. But it's very difficult to combat that type of language in an environment where you're able to really defend yourself and to present the attributes of the industry. But so many people utilize us. So many things have been said by other speakers as far as the business community and how important advertising is. I've also heard a lot about it's covered wagon days. A gentleman here put it very well when he said, well, just let it be and the billboards will go away of their own accord. The interesting thing is that according to surveys, the billboard technology, which I call low tech, obviously, when you couple that with geocaching off of a billboard, or you are utilizing it for a website or even mobile applications, the efficacy of a billboard, a regular static billboard, can increase the marketing outreach 300% when coupled with some of the higher technology. I see on some faces I can see some disagreement with that, but I didn't make that up. Those are true facts. So the consumer will decide whether or not they want to use billboard advertising, and they'll do that through either using it, purchasing it, or not purchasing it. I do have, and you received letters last time from more than a few business owners in the community and concerned citizens. And I wanted to read one part of one letter just because I think it states the business case in a very, very well. Thousands of local businesses, I'm going to preface this. This is from a client who has other clients who utilize the medium. Thousands of local businesses rely on advertising to grow or even get their doors open, but advertising isn't cheap. Outdoor advertising offers one of the most efficient methods to help a business reach and influence their target audience. Taking away this affordable medium for small businesses virtually eliminates opportunities for them to reach their customers. It will most certainly have an impact on economic growth in our community. I don't believe anyone is asking for the cap on outdoor space to be lifted. We're simply asking that you leave the current outdoor landscape alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Ryan
much.
Saunders, followed by Jana Vanderhaar.
Thank you.
Reno Council, Vice Mayor, appreciate this opportunity to talk to you today. My name is Ryan Saunders. I represent Saunders Outdoor Advertising. We are a small family-run billboard operation based out of Utah. We have existed in the Reno area since about 2002. And I want to dispel a couple of the myths that have been put forward today, and also express to you that the fact that when we came into this market, we were under
the understanding that there was a cap on billboards, and we have operated under that assumption and knowledge for several years now. We understood that what we had in the city of Reno, 7 signs, is all we would have. And there seems to be a myth presented out there that all of a sudden, by allowing this current ordinance to go forward that has digital in it, that there will be new additional billboards out there, and that is just absolutely not true. Right now, there are over 80 signs in a banking system that have been taken down since that 2000 initiative. That means there's 80 less billboards. There has not been more billboards, there are less. And what I've heard put forward is very disturbing. I can live with operating at the current level of my business, but when people want to actually chip away at it and take it away by not allowing us to relocate if there's an eminent domain case, or for whatever reason, if we have to remove a billboard and relocate it, that is not a new sign. That is not more. That's keeping the status quo. And it's offensive when people want to take away your business, especially a business that supports other businesses in the city of Reno. We provide jobs. There are real people that have jobs in our business. I have kids at home. I'm not some evil guy. I'm just trying to put shoes on their feet, food on the table. I'm a real person. We employ artists who are very proud of the work that they put up on there, on these displays that promote, every business that you can think of. And in addition to that, we promote all kinds of public services. Just to ask anyone about Amber Alerts. That's one of the benefits of this digital technology. If you had a lost child, wouldn't you want an Amber Alert on every one of those billboards? And my last question to you is, do you want to be the council that takes away my business? Is that what you want to do? And are you going to treat all the other businesses that way? Or is it just my business that's being targeted? And I hope that you'll end this moratorium. It's been going on for 5 years. Just let the ordinance go. Let it operate. See how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jana Vanderhaar, followed by Jack Hawkins.
Good afternoon. My name is Jana Vanderhaar. I'm a local landscape architect and concerned citizen. I'm here to support the moratorium of the billboard. And I would echo all the concerns that other people had for supporting the moratorium. Also wanted to point out that we have plenty of billboards, and this doesn't make them go away. We just don't want any more. In particular, the ones with the digital ones that are distracted, as shown in that picture where you're driving down near GSR, for instance, and it is distracting when driving. Also wanted to point out that the typical billboard sign is made with these vinyl banners, and vinyl is a very toxic material in the making of it. And as it's on the billboards, it degrades and off-gasses, and then there's no life for that material after it has been a billboard. It gets taken down, ends up in our landfills, and it is not degraded back down into our soil. So it is not a very environmentally friendly product. So increasing billboards would not help us as a community to clean up our act. And so I'm in support of the moratorium. Let's keep what we have. And in this day and age with social media and having my own business, I do not need a billboard sign to get clients to contact me. There's so many different ways of advertising that are a lot more ecological friendly and do not interfere with our scenic environment that we have here in the Reno Valley. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jack Hawkins, followed by John Frankovich.
Hello, council members. Jack Hawkins. I'm an architect in Reno. I'm here
Really, this is an important issue. I really don't have the time to come down today, but it's so important that I felt like I needed to come down and just say a few words. To me, and I support the moratorium ban. To me, this is business. This is a business issue. This is business for all of us, not just a few industries. If you have a healthy environment, a healthy visual environment in a city, that creates more business. The cities that are more beautiful and have less billboards and good sign control, they do better economically. And we're in a transformation. I see Reno is growing. It's in a transformative era, and I think we ought to be on the progressive side of that. And we don't want to look backwards. We don't need to be fear-based. We need to move forward. Technology's changing. I got an Amber Alert the other day on my iPhone. That's how things work now. And this is a new era, and we need to look at the city holistically. We can't look at a few. We need to benefit the entire economy of Reno, not just a few industries. And economies change and grow, and I want to see our Reno be progressive and provide economic benefit for all of us. And I just feel like if we have a better visual environment, that's going to be good for business. There's many examples. If you compare Reno and Boise, Boise took a real strong stand on trying to improve their environment, and they've done very well economically. If you look at other places, Santa Barbara, Boulder, Portland would be a good example. Communities that took a strong stance against ugly signage and billboards years ago, they have benefited economically. So to me, it's economics for the entire community as well as the visual quality. They go hand in hand. Thank you very much for your time.
John Frankovich, followed by Mike Helm.
Madam Vice Mayor, can't say it, and members of the council, my name is John Frankovich. I represent Yesco Sign Company. Been doing business in the sign business in Reno since 1960s. I think there's no doubt that billboards are important to business in Reno. And the matter before you is to put a moratorium on all billboards, both the traditional and the digital. And my question is, why? The traditional have been in business and operating under the existing regulations for over 15 to 16 years. There are 82 billboards fewer than there were in 2000. What is the problem we're trying to address? Digital billboards, there's not one in Reno. So we don't have any problem. And if you have a problem, you have an ordinance in place, very restrictive, put together over 5 very painful years that I personally participated in, and it's never had a chance to work. Let it work, see what happens. If there's a problem that arises, you can address it then. There's been a lot of discussion about the 2000 initiative, which I participated in, what it meant. It's not clear, like many initiatives are not clear. Immediately after that, the city of Reno went to work to say, what does it mean? How should we interpret it? And Scenic Nevada was at that table. Reno made a decision. It is a cap on billboards. It is not a ban on billboards, and existing billboards were entitled to be maintained, repaired, replaced, and relocated. So the city of Reno have always been acting in compliance with the 2000 ordinance. Scenic Nevada wants to change that definition 15 years later. It's a lawsuit where Scenic Nevada challenged the 2012 ordinance, which also reaffirmed the interpretation of the 2000 initiative to mean it's a cap and not a ban, but they challenged it. The issue before the Nevada Supreme Court, and the only one, was the validity of the 2012 ordinance. Nevada Supreme Court said it's valid, and they upheld it. Don't have to listen to me. Don't listen to the Scenic Nevada. Ask your own counsel. That's who you're better advised to follow. But the 2012 ordinance, which took place almost 5 years, and I say it was a painful process that went on and on and on, but It regulates almost everything about billboards. It's been in place for 5 years and never been used, but it regulates the location, the size, the brightness, the height, the spacing. Have to take 8 billboards out of the bank to put up 1 digital. Have to take 4 other ones down to put in 1 digital. So it specifically prohibits digital billboards in many locations. You have to look at the map. You have to understand where they can go. Very, very limited locations. And I've even heard that there's problems that there's going to be a digital in every corner of Midtown. Midtown is one of the ones that specifically says you can't have more billboards in it. Whatever the number is now is the number always in Midtown under the current ordinance. So if you were to put a digital in there, you'd have to at least take 1 down, plus 3 or 4 others. The spacing requirements wouldn't allow. You're not going to have a bunch of digital billboards in Midtown. Talk about the bank. If you start playing with the bank, I think you're playing with fire. And I think, again, you ought to listen to the advice of your counsel, because I think you have great exposure if you start taking away these rights that people relied on the city on. Be glad to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Mike Helm, followed by Marlo Cully.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Helm, here for Yesco Outdoor Media. Thank you for your time this afternoon. My comments will echo some of what you've already heard from the industry, so I'll be brief. You guys have an ordinance now. It's been working for 15 years. We haven't increased the number of billboards in the city. We can't do that. The cap has allowed us to place square footage in a bank account if we take something down, in the hopes that maybe we can find a site down the road and put it back up. To do that, we have to abide by the ordinance. We have to find a landowner that wants to work with us. As people have said, there are roughly 82 banked permits. That's 82 less billboards over the 10 to 15 years that the ordinance has been working. If at the time the ordinance was capped, say there were 100 billboards, that's 82 less. The number's never going to go above the cap that was put into the initiative. Therefore, our business is being regulated in a way that we can't grow it, we can only maintain it. We're not here today to ask you to open the ordinance up and allow us to start putting billboards up all over. If you do, that's great. I'd like that. But we're not here asking for that. We're asking that you allow us to maintain our business, allow us to run our business. I'm asking you to not pass the resolution. Let the moratoriums expire. Let us continue to do business the way we always have. If this passes and down the road we lose the ability to bank permits, we lose banked permits, you're essentially trying to push us out of business. And I don't feel that it's a city's job to decide what businesses survive and which businesses don't. I believe it's your job to create a level playing field. I don't like to use the word fair, but level playing field is, to me, a good way to operate. Gives everybody an opportunity to run their business, which is what we're looking to do. Yesco is still a family-owned and run business. They opened in 1920. They got into the billboard industry in roughly the late 50s. They've been in Reno since the 60s. We do on-premise business here. We have employees here. We have businesses that we support here. So again, I would ask you to not pass the resolution. Let the moratoriums expire. Let us to continue doing business the way we have been doing business. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Marlo Cully, followed by Trey Abney.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing the time today. My name is Marlo Cully, and I am the manager and co-founder of Mesa Rim Climbing and Fitness, which is a brand new 24,000 square foot indoor climbing facility that is coming to Reno this summer. And I'm here to support the council's billboard moratorium, which I believe is the right choice for Reno's future. And just to give a little background on myself, my husband and myself moved here to Reno 2 years ago in order to start our business. We researched dozens of cities across the West and determined that Reno was not only the best location for our new business, but was also an amazing place to live. the proximity to the great outdoors, its affordability, its thriving arts and culture scene, and on and on. We're now in the process of investing millions of dollars into a new state-of-the-art facility. And as I've become more familiar with my new home, I continue to be inspired and excited about the future of Reno. Longtime residents and newcomers alike are investing in new business ventures that are adding to the vibrancy and vitality of our community. And the City Council has also been making important investments that will produce dividends for years and years to come. So thank you for that. I believe this billboard moratorium is one of those important investments. It's an investment in preserving the scenic nature of our community, an investment in roadway safety, and more importantly, it's a step toward upholding the will of the people that voted against new billboards in 2000. As a business owner that's looking to open our doors this summer, I'm thinking about advertising a lot and thinking about how to get new people in my doors. And I have countless ways to bring new customers into my business, including more than 200 billboards that already exist in our community. But as a business owner, I think allowing more billboards to clutter our main streets takes us in the wrong direction, a direction that will not result in a more beautiful and more vibrant place for us to live, work, and play. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Madam Vice Mayor, our last public comment is from Trey Abney.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Members of the council, I appreciate the opportunity to get out of Carson City this afternoon, so thank you for that. For the record, Trey Abney, representing the 1,500 member businesses that employ 64,000 people in this community, the vast majority of which are small business owners. I've already written a letter here about 3 or 4 weeks ago, so you've seen that. I've made comments here previously on this issue. But just to be clear, when you hear the billboard industry attacked, what's being attacked here are nonprofits who use billboards. What's being attacked are small business owners who use billboards, and you heard great testimony from Mr. Saunders about the small business owners are just trying to put food on their table and put clothes on their kids' back. What's being attacked are small businesses that just want to advertise to the community and let the community know that they're here and open for business. We've heard a lot about beauty and quality of life. The ultimate quality of life is having a job. What's beautiful is getting a paycheck every 2 weeks and making sure you can feed your family. Now, if billboards didn't work, small businesses would not use them. They're not dummies. They work really hard to employ people and provide goods and services to this community. Now, we can be reasonable here. I mentioned last time, we don't have to have a billboard on every corner. But there was a lawsuit. It was settled. And it's time to move forward and let this industry employ its workers and provide the service that they were set up and created to provide to our small businesses. This city council has claimed to be business friendly. Your actions today will prove whether you actually mean that. We don't need another moratorium. Thank you very much for your time.
Madam Vice Mayor, we have no further public comment at this time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we will bring it back to the table, and I assume council would like a staff presentation.
Thank you, Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager. So before you today is the final billboard moratorium, finishing off the temporary one that you put in place about a month ago. And
Claudia, can you hold for 1 second? Sure. I think the mayor may have just joined us.
Madam Vice Mayor, I believe the mayor is calling in. I'm echoing. Madam Mayor, can you hear us?
Yes.
Loser.
We're going to try to reconnect with her, so I think it's okay if Claudia continues. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So as I was saying, this is the final billboard moratorium, finishing out the temporary one that you put in place about a month ago. This would be a moratorium on the acceptance of any billboard applications, and currently it's written to go through January 31st, 2018, and I'll touch on that in just a minute. Just to clarify, there have been some comments during the public comment time. This does not affect existing static boards. We're not asking anybody to take any down or anything like that. That all static boards can remain as they are and continue advertising. They're about just under 200, 182 right now. In the staff report, there is a discussion that any application would include a demolition permit. The intent of this was to not allow demolitions that could be argued to have the right to a banked receipt sometime in the future following the moratorium. At caucus on Monday, Councilwoman Breckus and Dewar raised concern about this, and staff would support the intent of the moratorium to not include demolitions, with the understanding that any demolished billboard during the time of the moratorium would not be eligible for any banked receipt in the future. So we just wanted that clear. If we do include or exclude demolition permits in the moratorium, or outside of the moratorium, so demolition permits would be allowed during this time, that they would not be eligible at any time in the future for a banked receipt, and we would just want that clearly on the record. We also set the expiration. Yeah.
Apology while you're on that. So
Sure.
if they took it down, they wouldn't get to put it up anywhere else.
That's correct.
Okay.
During the time of the moratorium. Whatever ordinance follows may have something else, but during the time of the moratorium. Staff also set the expiration date for the moratorium as January 31st, 2018, so just under a year out. This was to allow for multiple meetings with the sign industry in scenic Nevada, and to fully vet any future ordinance that might come from this. However, if we receive clear direction from City Council today, exactly what you want, if it's to close the banking system, to not allow any new banked receipts to be formed or issued, and to eliminate the ability for digital boards, that would be a fairly easy ordinance to bring forward, and we could probably get that done in about 6 months. So if we get clear direction from City Council that it's closing the banking system and eliminating digital billboards, we could support the adjustment to the expiration date to August 31st, 2017.
Councilwoman Dewar.
On that, though, if we set it January 31, we could always do it something less, is what
Yes.
you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not committed to doing it that long.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we can
so
expire
I'm-
it with the ordinance
If
whenever
we
that comes
adopt
through.
this, I'm planning to proceed fairly quickly, but I don't want to presume we already made that mistake when we did a previous moratorium
Correct.
where we set a date. It was like 30 days off, and it created a lot of problems. So if we do move forward, I would rather keep the date where you have it and amend it pull it back as needed.
That's fine with us as well. We had heard some discussion, people requesting a shorter time frame
I
than a
see.
year. We anticipate getting this back to you in an ordinance format as soon as possible, hopefully this spring. Let me see if council's comfortable with the direction for, I just said that, sorry. I think that is all that I had to touch on at this time. I'm going to turn over to Chandani Sendal, who has additional information regarding the legal exposure associated to council actions and billboards.
Amber, Shawnee Sendal for the record. Could I get the overhead, please? As council requested during the last meeting, you'd requested some numbers on some idea for potential liability. So I just wanted to walk through this with you guys and give you guys just some general figures. This was provided, some general figures from Lamar, and I found this on their website as well. They have some national, I think they're called rate, it's like a rate sheet is what they call it, and it pretty much goes through all their different jurisdictions throughout the country where they have different types of billboards and kind of the price quota for each of them. You can see we have a couple different types of billboards listed here, along with what's kind of projected for Reno based on a 15-year extrapolation with an 85% occupancy of such a type of billboard: poster, conventional, which is just a static billboard, and then the proposed number 3 digital billboards, which I recognize we don't have any of those in Reno. So that is, again, like I said, these are just estimations based on similar markets and the size of Reno and our market here. I don't know if I need to read through the numbers specifically. The numbers that are applied there that provide for Reno were then extrapolated below. As Claudia mentioned, right now we have 82 banked receipts. And so we kind of just divided those out into some separate different groups as far as potential risk and liability. So the first thing mentioned there is there's a potential approximately 10 banked receipts that were issued after the digital ordinance, billboard ordinance, went through in October 2012. And so at that time, as far as, the argument that was brought up in the Scenic Nevada litigation that occurred and the decision that went through by the Supreme Court, there's a discussion about whether certain banked receipts that occurred between the initial 2002 to 2003 kind of conforming and banking ordinances that were in place up until the decision and the enactment of the digital billboard, that those banked receipts potentially might not have, as much value, or might be void or ab initio void, as some of the language that was presented by Scenic Nevada's representative, Mr. Ray, and that memo was, I think, presented as part of the attachments in the materials you had. So the potential liability there that's extrapolated is just using that $500,000 over a 15-year period for 10 banked receipts, which would be 10 billboards, let's say. And that's just a static billboard. That same kind of figure is used for approximately 5 to 10 bank receipts were also issued for billboards that were required to be removed by the city initially as part of the retrack project. And so you could argue that that kind of holds a different kind of risk liability because the city required those billboards to go down, and so those bank receipts were issued under separate kind of different factual circumstances. And that's just something important to keep in mind as we talk about what holds more liability, what holds potential less liability. And then obviously you have about 62 of the remaining bank receipts, which were issued prior to the enactment of the digital billboard. And that 0 to 31 million is just essentially multiplying $500,000 times 62. So just to give you an idea of where those numbers come from, they're 0 to the top dollar amount because a lot of this depends on who potentially sues the city, what factual scenarios are around those specific bank receipts that they might hold. So if you have any specific questions, I hope I explained that somewhat well for you.
Councilwoman Breckus.
So, I'm frankly bothered by the city attorney's office coming in with a number between 0 and 31 of liability. I just think that, first of all, it's not what's here before us today, right? And 0 to 31, that's like, 10 grains of sand and a whole beach full of sand. Where do we go? It just seems like the office is not really driving us in one way. I think these are issues to maybe come to at another point in time. For example, we're seeing a digital billboard payout. Well, if we've got 82 banked receipts and digitals weren't in the ordinance until 2012, and 80% of those came in prior that day, why are we talking these 3 million digital payouts? So that's question number one to this city attorney. I think really it's kind of a presentation of fear and scare to us. And I'm concerned about the line of maybe we ask some of these questions, but I don't concur with them. I also find weakness in the city attorney's analysis of this reliance of the billboard industry on this bank framework. It's a regulatory framework that once the loss up at the Supreme Court on the People's Initiative came down, the billboards companies were there part and parcel on the creation of the regulatory framework. It's their construction that the city council adopted at that point. And so their reliance was always on, something that they created and have been apprised of the whole time. And I think when Mr. Ray comes in and says, mentions this very specific point of interim invalidity, I don't see the city attorney's office answering to, responding to that. So I just see so many different scenarios of exposure, and I'm concerned that the city attorney's office is coming to us with this exposure scare rather than us being able to look at it from a policy perspective. I mean, we can parse out this history in so many different ways, but at the end of the day, the thing to me that is resonating, that hasn't resonated in the past, is the council in 2012, when they adopted this new regulatory framework promoted by the industry for these new techniques, these digitals, said we want to put it on hold. So they left it on our laps. So we are well within our rights to look retroactively, to take our time, with all the work that we've done in the last couple of years, setting broad policy to figure out how we go. And then afterward, whatever liability litigation comes forward, I think through that process, we can look through that, and maybe we get our city attorney part of those discussions and our risk management side of the house. But really, I think we're here to policy. So I think, the city attorney's office is responding to questions on risk and liability, but it's not bearing on me in this decision we have before us very heavily because it's such a wide open thing. Thank you.
And Shawnee Sendall, for the record, just to, you kind of touched on it at the end, is that, this was just requested by some of the council members at the last pending.
Sure.
So we're
this
trying
was
to,
spe-
this is
this was
something I found
specifically-
online that I confirmed
Yeah.
that is public
For the
knowledge.
record, this was specifically, I asked for it.
Okay,
I asked for
okay,
it. So
so-
that's why our city
okay.
attorney's office brought us these numbers, is because I asked for it.
Sure. So I'll be really interested to see how this 0 to 31 million calculates into my colleagues' consideration of policy development because, motivated by fear, risk, liability. I mean, this has been a complicated, litigious issue to begin with. And so,
Or
anyway,
taxpayer
thank you.
exposure, which we should contemplate.
No, not necessarily. Shawnee Sendall, for the record. And then one last thing I would add is, as far as the interim invalidity that you mentioned, that Mr. Ray touched upon, there's also an attachment in your staff report that Mr. Shipman provided earlier, and I think it was last end of fall, that kind of touches upon that interim invalidity that the court discussed specifically, kind of that issue. And that issue was, I think we've tried to address that, and we've addressed the fact that, there potentially might be some risk there, but that was an issue that was addressed by the court in that lawsuit as well. And they addressed it, that essentially that issue was not on appeal before the court, and they reenacted and reaffirmed those ordinances, the banking ordinances of 2002 and 2003, when the 2012 digital banking or digital ordinance was, litigated before the Supreme Court. And
Yeah, so-
I don't have more to describe, and that's essentially, I think, what Mr. Ray gets at as well. And we don't deny that there is some potential liability there as well. And so just to acknowledge that point as
Or
well.
relief to the city.
Correct.
I mean, I see this, we have some guidance from the court on that, open question. To me, that is more weighing than these numbers of, a $31 million spread.
Thank you very much. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And I hate to ever disagree with you, but I think I was the one that insisted we get an evaluation of this. Because this is very important when we make this decision, because we're looking at the potential with static billboards of $41 million of taxpayer liability here based upon what's in the bank. That is something that is going to be, one way or another, is going to be litigated more than likely if the bank permits, if we make the decision today to take the bank permits and say you can't use these in the future, more than likely those people that have bank permits are going to hope to gain some value out of those. I sat and discussed this at length with the city attorney's office, and I disagreed with them initially on what our liability was, because I believed our liability was only for those billboards that we condemned, which are the retract billboards. But there is credence to the argument that was made in front of us today, and that the city attorney's office made, that if those billboards were tore down and put in the bank under the understanding that they would be able to re-erect those at some time or another and take them back out of the bank, that's a pretty misleading position for the city to put a person in. And that wasn't the choice of this council to make that decision and create that bank system, but we are burdened with the previous decision. And with that, we've got to decide whether we're willing to burden the taxpayers of our community with the potential of $41 million of liability. And I would much rather put 4 firefighters and 2 fire stations that are running right now with 2 firefighters in them. And I would much rather put more police officers on the street, and I'd much rather put improvements in our parks than give up $41 million if we were to lose the litigation. On the other hand, if we decide to let the banks run out, and there's somebody that believes that we shouldn't do that, they're 100% within their rights to challenge our choice on that, on the constitutionality of the ordinance and the fact that we let those banked billboards go out. They would be 100% within their rights. And that then becomes the question, what is the liability on the taxpayer for that? So this is a very important part of the decision, because what we do with taxpayers' money is part of public policy. And we have to consider that whichever way we decide what that potential liability to the taxpayers is if we make the wrong decision. So I think that that's good public policy to have that out there. And I don't consider it a scare tactic. I consider it that's what the potential liability is. But I also makes it very clear to me that the people that ask us to go ahead and let the ordinance that was passed in 2012 go ahead and run makes it very clear to me that I don't want to see a digital billboard up in the city of Reno and try this and see if it works. Because we significantly increase the liability to the taxpayers if we put one of them up and then decide we don't want them around. So this isn't a let's try it and see if it works decision to me. This is how are we going to enact the vote of the people the way that the Supreme Court interpreted it, which it wasn't a cap. The way I understand the Supreme Court decision, that they ruled that it was not a cap, because when we passed an ordinance that said it was a cap, they said that that was a change within the 3 years of what the people voted on. So how we do that while presenting the least liability to the citizens of the city of Reno. So.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Dorr.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for participating in this discussion. And I want to particularly thank those that took the time to meet with me and educate me. And that, of course, includes Scenic Nevada. It also includes Mr. Frankovich, Mr. Helm, Mr. Carlson, Mr. Saunders, and Courting. I feel a lot more knowledgeable about the industry, you know, the issues that they balance every day. And I also feel a lot more knowledgeable to the Scenic Nevada side of what they believe the voters' intent was when they voted for this initial ballot initiative. I'm also informed by the Reimagine Reno process, which I think is a closer snapshot today. We're 17 years past when this ballot initiative initially came. And I think our community has changed somewhat, and we've seen quite a picture of where our community stands, the kind of companies that are moving here, the kind of people that are moving here, what they consider to be. We just heard from a small business owner, future small business owner, about what attracted her to Reno and in terms of our progressive city council and the issues that we find important. You know, and we were elected to make these kind of tough decisions, and I expressed to some that it's probably my least area of comfort because it affects an industry-wide kind of take, that the decisions that we make here have large ramifications. I have been very, as I mentioned, persuaded by the desires of the public 17 years ago, and what I read and what I hear in the mail I get of the public today. I think it's really important to do the moratorium right now. I think we demonstrated just a year ago how expeditiously we can move in enacting the digital ordinance that we did. We took a lot of input, we made a lot of study, and we got it done. And we got it done in less than a year. So I do believe that we should move forward with the moratorium. The point of it is to put a policy and plan together, both to determine hopefully once and for all, or at least for this next decade or generation, the direction for billboards, as well as to set a policy and plan for how to deal with the bank receipts. And I think we have to be very thoughtful of that, very respectful of what people thought when they put those billboards in, what they thought was going to happen to them. We've had a lot of legal analysis and determination, but I really believe that we have to set an ordinance for today and for the future. And I'm not prepared to do that here today or to debate the value of the numbers that we've just been exposed to right this minute. With nothing prior to today that prepared me for these numbers. So I need to take them in, I need to understand them, and I want to move forward in a very proactive way. I also am inspired, I guess, by what we did with the Road Impact Credit Bank. Some people may recall that we had sort of a very difficult situation that we inherited. We had credits in a bank, very similar to receipts in a bank, and we figured out a way within a short amount of time to deal with the bank. And so therefore, I do think we're going to be able to deal with this bank in a way that makes sense. So to that end, I mean, I would support the moratorium at this time to give us the time to make this final decision, as relates to both static and digital billboards, and to deal with the bank in an effective, thoughtful manner. And that summarizes my thoughts and comments today.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. You guys asked a lot of the questions that I was going to ask and my thoughts. But and one of the things that I was enlightened and educated on here, especially from our staff, so thank you to our staff, about the history of the initiative. Early on, we had asked what was the language of the ballot question, and then to hear all the backstory of all the work that the prior council and staff and everybody that's been at the table, Scenic Nevada and the billboard industry, everyone sat at the table for many, many, many years. And what was before us in 2012 was basically the ordinance that's in front of us now that's been fought at the courts, right? So through a lot of that education and understanding that there was lots of also myriad regulation with respect to NDOT and how those digital billboards, if they were to come to fruition, were part of the conversation that I believe Scenic Nevada had with the industry on the highway piece in terms of lights, the lighting and changing of pictures and all those things. So those are things that I was sensitive to. Claudia, if you don't mind, can you touch on the neighborhoods that would be impacted as part of the ordinance if this were to go through? Because I know there were some carved out neighborhoods such as Midtown, Wells, and others that were highlighted as places that people had concerns about.
Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager, once again. Midtown is actually not, I would say, protected from digital. They are allowed, it's just a higher exchange rate.
Okay, so if you could talk to me about what those pieces are, so maybe not in the sense of protected, but where those higher exchange rates are, where, what neighborhoods were being, what were the neighborhoods that were being talked about previously in the ordinance? Because my conversation, even with members in the community, is that they believe that there's going to be a ton of digitals all over the community if this were to go through, and I think there's a map too that you had as to what. And then I don't want to make this a long conversation. This helps me get to the understanding as to what is it that we're passing here, if it's passed or if it doesn't, if the moratorium goes through, if there needs to be more work or if not.
Okay, thank you. So this was back from your staff report in December, and the hatched areas, it's really kind of hard to see, are the areas where there would be the restricted areas. So any boards taken down in those areas lowers the overall cap or the number of billboards in the areas. And these are the, any displays are prohibited within 300 feet of the right-of-way.
So this is along I-80?
This is I-80. This is the western. I have other ones for other parts of the city. So
this is like the scenic
this
corridor
is
by
over-
Verdi and all that area.
This is Boomtown, Gold Ranch. This is Somerset up in here, and then McCarran here. So,
Not allowed, or if they do exist, if they come down, then they can't be put back.
correct.
Okay.
And then there's an area up north, and these are any boards prohibited up in there. So again, and pretty much anywhere north 395 north of McCarran, prohibited along 395.
I
The
see. Oh,
yellow,
okay.
the yellow are areas, parcels that are zoned correctly for billboards. The red, sorry, our city's so large, it's hard to get it to show it all. But there are a few red ones where parcels with existing displays on them right now.
So, okay,
those would all be
hashed
non-conforming up in that area.
is cannot, or if they do exist and they come down, they cannot go back.
That's correct.
The red is currently where they exist right now.
That's correct.
And the orange is where they can possibly go.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And does
then
this
here's
take
the
into account restrictions related to like the 1,000 feet or the 750 feet and all that? I mean, that's a whole
Not from each
craziness right
other.
there.
Doing the mapping on that would be
Yeah.
kind of crazy, showing all the existing boards and the spacing criteria from each one of them. Anytime anybody comes in to construct a board, we do require a survey, accompany that to show where all the existing boards are. The latest one that went up is kind of behind Costco, sort of on 395, back in that little corner on the airport overpass. One just went up in there, and they did provide a survey identifying that it meets the spacing
That
criteria.
was a static billboard?
That's a static one, correct?
Okay.
Yeah. So then this is down south, and so you can see Melrose Highway down here is a prohibited area. And again, the yellow is zoning where it's allowed, and red is our parcels where billboards currently exist.
And these can possibly go without a special use permit, right? They just go through permitting?
Correct. Yeah, there's no special use permits associated with billboards. On the digital billboard ordinance as it is currently written, there are special exceptions, so if they can't meet some of the criteria, they can request a special exception from City Council, which would be a public hearing before this body.
Gotcha. Last question, Madam Vice Mayor. I too, sitting with our city attorney's office, was kind of caught, just kind of taken back by the amount of exposure that we are in, and the kind of the more or less what the council previously had promised, or that the commitments that they had made previously about people that were taking down billboards, that they would have an opportunity to put them back. My understanding too in those conversations that they understood too that there'd be a restriction also from just the regulations that you've highlighted, that it's further restricting kind of where they can go up, where they have in the past, because of the amount, the distances between each other and the banking system. So in Midtown, I think, for example, I'll keep going back to that because I know that's an important one that I hear a lot from businesses and others, is that if they wanted to put a digital there, they would need to trade in 4 existing, but they would all have to be from the same owners, or they would all have to be within a certain feet, and et cetera, et cetera.
None of it reflects to the owners. If somebody brings in a banked receipt, we don't. It's just the square footage. We don't look into the detail of the owner. We do make sure they have legal authority to
Sure, 'cause
control
that's what
that
you assume,
receipt
yeah,
that
that
was
the owners,
purchased
yeah.
or whatever it was. 'Cause, for example, the one that went up by Costco had purchased a receipt from another company, so we did ask for the legal documentation on that. But the spacing criteria would come into play. Digital boards are allowed in Midtown currently, the way the ordinance is written right now, but there is the higher exchange ratio. You're correct on that.
And what is that again?
It's 4-to-1 on existing boards and 8-to-1 on banked receipts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I had a couple of questions, and these are actually directed at our city attorney's office, and they can, for brevity's sake, they can just be yes or no. So, and part of it was, this council has certainly on this issue had a lot of lawyer interpretation, and we wanted to have an opportunity for our city attorney's office to be able to give us their interpretation and give us advice. So my question is this. Does our city attorney's office believe that the Supreme Court upheld the 2012 ordinance was valid?
Shauna D. Sundall, for the record, the 2012 digital ordinance, you're asking whether the Supreme Court validated that. Yes.
Okay. And did the Supreme Court validate the banking?
Yes.
Okay. And is it the city attorney's opinion that the voter initiative, as interpreted by the prior council and actions taken subsequent to the prior council's interpretation, a cap or a ban?
It functioned as a cap.
Thank you very much. It's the only questions I have.
Is it the city attorney's opinion that the 2012 ordinance, when it was upheld by the Supreme Court, that the Supreme Court left open or did not answer the question of the validity of the ordinance during that 3-year period from the enactment of the people's vote to the 3-year period when when no action can take to reverse a people's vote?
Shawnee Sendall, for the record, I think you're referring to, so initially after the voters initiative went in 2000, there was like a 3-year moratorium.
Is that true?
legislative
Is
moratorium.
that
was
required
discussed.
of a city?
That was what was in place, yes, in 2000.
No. I'm not asking if it was in place. Did the court say within a 3-year period that a body like us cannot reverse a vote of the people?
A vote of the people. It said
Pass an ordinance contrary
yes,
to
there
that
was a
vote?
moratorium in place, yes, back in 2000.
Well, not a moratorium. The question is, if the people say, one thing, can us during that 3-year period go contrary to that vote?
Shawnee Sendall, for the record, it said that the voter initiative served as like an ordinance or a statute.
Okay, for
that we
3
did-
years.
Yeah.
Okay. Did the court look into that 3-year period and see if we had adopted anything contrary to that?
Yes.
And what did
Well,
they?
I mean, it acknowledged that we had passed what we called it, the banking.
The banking. So we
conforming and
set
digital
up the
ordinances.
banking during the 3-year period.
Correct.
Okay. So the banking was not set up under a proper mechanism during that
Procedurally,
time.
correct.
Okay. But everyone who's in the bank was a participant to the involvement and creation of that. So, that's where I think this exposure issue comes up. And I'm not an attorney, but it gets into questions of reliance on regulatory schemes that aren't valid. And I think courts have found that when you have an invalid regulatory scheme, there's no reliance. And so the 2012, in my mind, may I ask you again, the 2012 ordinance, which was found valid, was a correction of that 3-year period where the question is open whether or not the banking was consistent with the people's vote, correct?
Shawnee Sendall, for the record, no. So that litigation that came through Scenic Nevada was challenging the 2012 digital ordinance specifically.
And okay.
And
but
so in that order, and there's a quoted piece that was in our earlier city attorney's memo that Mr. Shipman sent out. In the reply brief, Scenic Nevada states as follows: the vested rights of those holders of banked billboard receipts to relocate static billboards shall not be affected by anything decided in this appeal. Scenic Nevada has never asked for those vested rights as to static billboards to be taken away either. This case always has aimed solely at invalidating the 2012 digital billboard ordinance.
Yeah, but I guess my point is that, if we're operating from the suggestion of liability of the bank receipts, there is an open question during that 3-year period when the bank was created. And is there liability on seeing banked receipts during that 3-year period go up behind Costco, or for example?
I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
Well, if I'm taking a receipt and I'm putting a billboard out behind Costco, and that receipt was issued during that 3-year period,
Okay.
is that exposure to the
Madam
city?
Vice Mayor, if I may.
Yes,
Um,
City Attorney.
Yeah, to Councilmember Baracus, let's go back to your first question and just make sure we're all on the same page. The city attorney's opinion is that there is no such thing as interim invalidity of the banked permits.
So
and the
everything during
bank
that 3-year
receipts.
period was legitimate?
Everything within that period, because of the action in 2012 and the reenactment of the digital ordinance, validated those permits. And that's what is essentially in our the opinion that we gave prior to this, that's in your staff report currently. So that's our position. That was the position of council, and so
Okay. Okay.
that is the opinion of the office.
Thank you, Mr. Chipman. I mean, you argued this. The word interim invalidity, whose words are those? Are those Scenic Nevada's, the billboards, or is that a justice?
That's in the opinion.
Okay.
But again, to give that a little bit of context, what our opinion talks about and what our opinion says is that that's the court telling Scenic Nevada politely, look, you didn't raise that argument. Now you're not going to be able to raise that argument because this was the forum in which you should have raised that argument. And so that's kind of where the
Okay.
difference of opinion
Okay.
between the city
Okay.
attorney's
Thank
office
you.
and Mr. Ray is. in
Okay,
that
thank
regard.
you.
Okay. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, and I think that somebody's going to call out a roll on us. We're this dog's about beat to death. I would move to accept the resolution to extend a moratorium. And I would add that our direction to staff would be to work on removing the digital portion of the ordinance and to look at rewording on the static ordinance to allow those permits which are currently in the bank to be utilized under our static ordinance. And under the way that the condition that they were put in, I believe they had a lifespan, and not to accept any more permits into the bank, but to continue issuing permits for the removal of billboards as requested.
I'll second that for discussion.
Thank you. Maybe at this time, the City Attorney's Office could give some clarification as to an affirmative vote and what we can do with regards to this ordinance. In other words, we can down cycle it, I guess is the right term. We cannot upcycle it, but we can't take it in parts either.
Yeah, for the record, John Shipman, City Attorney's Office. So what you have before you is a resolution. The resolution talks about the moratorium on the acceptance of billboard apps, on the banking receipts. So you can essentially do everything within the universe of what's talked about in that resolution. What you can't do is go beyond that. So, what we'd recommend is, as Councilmember McKenzie said, we want to, put the moratorium on the digital piece. We want to close the bank. Was there? Maybe I'm forgetting another thing, but and then look at the static banked piece. The proper motion there would be is we'd want to adopt the resolution with those amendments made to it, and that's within the scope of the item that's before you today.
And to allow demolition.
And to allow demolition, right?
Without banking.
If that's the preference of the body, that's clearly within.
Councilwoman Breckus.
Okay, just to clarify, I mean, I heard two things. I heard Mr. McKenzie talking process, which a moratorium is, a process. And during that process, no digitals, the bank is closed, no receipts going in or out, and the critical point that Ms. Hanson mentioned, that other folks who want to develop their property and just, oh, by the way, there's a billboard there, they can come in for a demo. Or if a billboard is somehow injured in some weather, someone can pull that out and, demo it. So that's kind of what I hear as the framework for the moratorium.
Yeah, the one question that I would have, and I asked Councilman McKenzie on the in and out piece for the duration of the moratorium, was the intent that you couldn't use a bank receipt during the duration of the moratorium for a static billboard, or was the intent of the motion to continue to allow the use of banked receipts?
The intent was that the static billboard portion for withdrawal of receipts could be still utilized. That we need, but we need, when we get the ordinance, when we do the ordinance in place. I believe my motion was to put the moratorium in place in its entirety, but those were the things that we need to look at to bring, when you bring back the ordinance, those are the things I would like addressed in the ordinance.
How I
Yeah.
interpreted it.
I mean, that was my clarification as what's the moratorium, but then I thought he was giving direction for the policy setting to go forward also. So is it your understanding, Mr. McKenzie, that during the moratorium, receipts can be pulled out of the bank and put up by Costco? New billboard could go up?
The moratorium is outlined in the staff report. It covers everything. The conditions were the direction that I would like staff to address as they bring the ordinance forward for our final approval. And we have to condition what we're seeking in our moratorium. When we put a moratorium out, we have to have a goal, an end goal by the new code that we put in. We can't just put a moratorium out that says I've got a blanket moratorium. We've got to have direction. The reason for that moratorium is got to be part of our putting the moratorium on.
I disagree. I think moratoriums are for periods of study, and what comes out of that is anyone's guess. I mean, you can give direction on writing an ordinance, but it really, you know, you could leave it open. And so I'm just trying to understand your intent. So if the bank is closed in and out during the period of moratorium, that I understand that motion to be that way. I understand the demolition. I understand no digitals. Maybe we come back for a subsequent item soon to give direction to staff of what we'd like to see them go out, or do we just want to have them go out and, you know, hear from the public? I don't know.
I would hope that they'll come back in a short time with
6 months with what we would like.
With an ordinance for us to approve with that direction is what my hope was. By doing it now,
Okay.
they had direction to move forward and get us an ordinance.
And your preference, Mr. McKenzie, is that digitals have no place in our environment, and that we would honor the bank for those 62 coming forward that are in the bank, that they could be pulled out and put somewhere.
I think there's 82. but
82. Okay. I could support that, but I also want to get to the geography piece. I think Mr. Delgado brought up some points, and I'm wondering why, you know, parts of my ward, you know, where a lot of my residents live in Midtown are prone to, you know, billboard receipts coming out and moving around, but other wards aren't. So, you know, the council before left the 2012 ordinance with some geography considerations, and I think if we're going to be looking at that, I'd like to look at that with a new set of eyes also.
And we can bring back all those options in the future. Today before you is just the moratorium.
I'm pretty sure that the master plan is going to address a lot of that as well.
Well, here's my question on, you know, we're debating much about the digital billboards. I, for one, find the digital billboards to be a far more efficient and effective way to change your message. We've seen the flood notifications were on some digitals. So some of the arguments against the digitals I don't fully agree with. And if you put a digital up, you take 4 stationary down, so the overall volume is reduced. Am I missing something? Is that not true?
In most cases, yes, you would.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, in all cases, to get a digital up, you would have to take down boards or turn
it
in
was 8?
receipts.
It was 8.
That's in the Midtown area, in the restricted
Just
areas.
Midtown.
Correct.
4 elsewhere.
Yeah, I believe it's 2 to 1
And
elsewhere.
here's my concern with if we do this moratorium, and again, we have debated this, it's been hung up in the courts for 5 years. This ordinance, which has now been affirmed by the Supreme Court, has never been given an opportunity to work. It is a cap. We're not going to go over the volume. If a digital goes up, you're actually taking 4 down, so the number is actually decreasing. But my question is this, my concern about a total moratorium for another year, are we kicking the can? I mean, what exactly are we doing here today with this moratorium? And if Midtown is the concern, maybe we put the moratorium on digitals in Midtown. But my concern with the folks in Midtown, what if they'd rather have a digital and have 4 of the stationary signs come down? I'm conflicted on the reasons why we're not allowing this ordinance that was worked on for 5 years and then was hung up in the courts for another 5, why we're not allowing it to function the way it's supposed to. I can't support the motion.
I yield my time on the floor.
Okay. Next up.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah. I just want to say one of the things I think Mr. McKenzie said was very important, which is, and I had it in my notes originally, was it's very important now to close the bank so that we don't increase our liability. I think we could all agree on that we're already facing a large number potentially. We don't know what it is. We haven't defined it. We've put a range. But I really think it's important to kind of stop the bleeding or stop the exposure. So to me, that's a very important part of what you've proposed. I also think what Mr. McKenzie proposed, on one hand, he's saying adopt a resolution on the moratorium, which I can get behind, especially with the allocation for allowing demo. But I think you're also giving us a direction, a preferred direction from Councilman McKenzie of where he'd like to see us land. And I think this entire process that we're going to go through is going to reveal that maybe you don't agree with the no digital, and maybe Councilwoman Breckus has another take on the ratios or areas that she would like to add in, and Mr. Delgado and myself will all have opinions about it. but you're just kind of getting a starting path. That's how I'm looking at it. I'm just being clear. If I vote for this, that I'm looking at it that it's like everything we do, it's a negotiation. We've got to build a consensus to get to a comfortable path. So I haven't, while I appreciate the direction and I probably could support a lot of it, maybe most of it, you know, I haven't like given over my final decision on what this new decision would look like at this point. But I'm concurring with basically the motion with the understanding that it might end up, the end result might be a little bit different, to your point.
Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And the one point that I'll reiterate on digitals is keep hearing this. We haven't given this ordinance an opportunity to work, and that schematic that we saw on liabilities for signs is, to me, the best reason we could have to not give it a chance to work, because we just turned our liability from $500,000 to $3.1 million per sign. And if we move forward with the idea that we don't want people to relocate signs, what happens when the condition comes up that we have to condemn one of those digital boards? That's $3.1 million of liability to the citizens of Reno over a sign that we had to condemn for whatever reason. So to me, that's the best reason not to even let that get started, because the liability per sign is so much more than what the static billboards are. And that is a federal mandated, if we take a billboard through condemnation, we have to pay for the life of that billboard. And we open the citizens of Reno up to a huge liability by letting them start putting those digital billboards up. So that's why I don't think that we should even be considering moving forward to discussing digitals in the billboard industry, and that this discussion should stay around what's existing and what's in the bank.
So I'd look to our city attorney's office for a little bit of guidance on this. Can we break this into, I know there's a motion and a second on the table, but can we break this into pieces? In other words, if we wanted to vote on
The moratorium up or down.
banking going forward or not, can we parcel these things out?
Yes, you could. Carl, City Attorney's Office, yes, you could. So you have the acceptance of any billboard application requests, the banking of billboards, and the creation of banked receipts. So the ordinance as it stands right now seeks to temporarily halt those three items. So you could take any one of those three and take it out of the moratorium.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, if everyone's ready, there's a motion on the table. I'm prepared for the vote. If staff is understanding of, the motions and the direction, I think we need to move forward with this meeting. We have a lot on our agenda.
And I agree with that. I don't, is Madam Mayor still on the phone? I mean, yeah, on the phone.
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Okay. Hope you're hanging in there. I know you weren't feeling well. Thank you for.
Yeah, fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor say aye.
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 No.
I wanted that discussion. I pushed the button maybe too late.
Oh, Councilmember Delgado.
Yeah, I'm holding everybody up like a movie, right? So what I get hung up, what I like is talking about the cap of the bank, stopping the bank receiving bank, Councilman McKenzie, and also the allowing for demolition if people need to for any type of reason, for safety or other things, or if there's businesses that need to go in that may need to take down the sign in order to get their business going, and the sign's right in the middle of that parcel or something else. And kind of in a worry regarding digital signage possibly that may inhibit, the quality of a neighborhood, if it's a neighborhood. And so, for example, the density of the Midtown is 4-to-1. And Claudia, you had said that in other places it's 2-to-1.
I believe it is outside of the restricted area.
Okay. So I'm thinking about the wells, I'm thinking about forestry, I'm thinking about these other areas that are starting to get more residential and how that would kind of play into that. And I don't know if I'm fully informed quite yet to kind of say, what are the trades for those? But outside of that, I'd see that the moratorium can be lifted for all other things. And I don't know if that's a piecemeal approach or if that's even applicable in the sense of capping banks and allowing for demo. And then then putting a moratorium in the neighborhood functions or the neighborhood pieces that may have already been carved out, if we can look at what those ratios may be, if that makes sense. So
I'm not following. So you want to allow digitals in the neighborhood
no,
areas?
I'm saying if we can put a moratorium on those to further look at what those restrictions are and the lighting, the flipping, how many can go or cannot go, or if there's caps in there, or more reductions in those areas, or if there's a higher trade option.
It would be very. Do you have? I don't know specifically what neighborhoods you would. It's hard to pick apart parts of the
I
city.
think Councilwoman Breck, as
Yeah.
we had stated earlier, it's open to that. So we want to kind of go in and say, well, Councilwoman McKenzie's area, when we saw that huge orange area up north, there's a lot of growth taking place there. Not sure if digital can go into some of those now that are being changed from different land uses to residential, if that's an opportunity to get ahead of that, right? So I don't want to throw too much of a wrench into it, but I'm kind of worried about what the digital aspect may be in reference to residential, but I don't want to hold up the moratorium more than it needs to, if that makes sense at all. Just concerns regarding the neighborhoods, concerns regarding the cap and stopping the liability of the banking system, and then allowing for demolition to take place.
So allow for demo not allow any more to go into the bank. Allow
Demo.
static boards to go up with the existing banked receipts.
Sure.
No.
And a moratorium on digital is what I got from
Yeah.
that. So if you have a banked
That
receipt, you
sounds
could
good.
still
That
use
sounds
it.
good. So we could do a moratorium on digital to further study that and determine where those impacts may be. Cap the bank and then allow for all those that have bank receipts to go ahead and put them up if need be.
For static. And
Yeah,
so
for
keep static the way it is right now.
Sure.
Moratorium on digital and closing the issuance of any more banked receipts.
Wait a second. I'm rather procedurally confused at this point because I'm hearing a discussion and direction that does not confirm with what I thought the vote we just took on. So
It's not. I'm now just adding for discussion because
okay.
I'm not quite there with what the motion
Okay,
was made.
okay.
And if
So-
there's appetite from the person that made that, that's where I would
Yeah.
go. If not, then
I don't even know where the vote went. I mean, I know I voted. So I think we need to rescind a vote if we.
Councilmember Delgado had some questions, I think, before it was an official
So,
vote.
Madam Vice Mayor, just for clarification, the moratorium on stuff addresses all the things that you're talking about. How we address the ordinance that comes out of that moratorium is the specifics you're talking about. So we're talking about putting a moratorium on it and then directing staff on where we want to go with the ordinance.
Okay.
So we're putting a moratorium on it on everything, but we want to get the ordinance started and through quickly, so we're not sitting here. We don't want to extend the moratorium any longer than it has to be. We want to get a clear path, and just so everybody remembers, we got here because we wanted clarification that if we're going to vote on an ordinance that overturns the vote of the people in 2000, we need to clearly define that that's what we're willing to do. Because if we clarify that and that is public before we make that vote, I'll bet there's a lot more people in this room objecting to us overturning their vote than there is when we're talking about a sign ordinance. It's disguised as just general business. So we're asking, the motion is to do the moratorium across the board like we'd said, come back with us with an ordinance that addresses the issues that we have concern about. And I left digitals completely out of it because I don't see how you can call putting a digital up anything but a new billboard. because there were 0 billboards when when the vote of the people was taken. So if there's one goes up, that's a new billboard. So that, there's no way that you can say that putting a digital billboard up is not a violation of the vote or a change of the vote of the people. And if that's where we want to go, that's how we need to agendize it, that we're going to change the vote of the people and we're going to override what you voted in 2000. And that was why I wanted to be, why we're here today. And I mean, if that's, but we need to move, I think we need to move forward on the moratorium so that gives staff an opportunity to address those issues. And if there's a majority of the council wants to bring back the digital ordinance and clarify what it is that we're doing, then I'm more than happy to sit through that meeting. But we're not talking about implementing the digital ordinance today. We're talking about extending a moratorium to try to get the issues fixed so that we can implement the vote of the people.
Madam Mayor, just for clarity of the record,
City Attorney's Office.
can we ask to rescind the vote and revote? And then, the motion, as I understand it, is just whether to adopt the resolution or not to adopt the resolution as it stands. So if we could rescind the motion, vote again, so that we have clarity on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion maker wish to rescind the motion?
The vote, you got to redo the vote. The motion's to accept the resolution.
Yeah.
Okay, but I thought he was just
Under
saying he
our
had to
rules,
rescind it.
someone who voted in the majority, and I'm not even sure what the majority was, can vote to rescind the vote. So I presume that Mr. Delgado voted affirmative. So, I
didn't vote.
You didn't
I don't
vote?
have a
Okay.
record of a full council vote.
Okay, so then we didn't have a vote.
Right.
So,
So do we need to rescind
Motion
anything?
by Paul, seconded by you, and it was not.
Councilmember
If the
Delgado
clerk could just
requested.
just clarify on the record that there was no formal vote and there is no record of a formal vote.
Yes,
That
to clarify for the record, there is no formal vote. Councilmember Delgado requested to speak prior to all council members stating their vote on the record.
And a clarifying for you, when the voter initiative, did it specify between digital and stationary?
No, digital was not in discussion at that time. It was not
Okay, so
available technology.
They're distinguishing between digital and stationary wasn't debated at that time.
It was not a technology
you.
that was available.
Okay, let's try this again.
Well, I just want to comment on that, if I may.
Councilmember Durr.
We have a memo here from staff, and on page 2, it says, "The proposed billboard moratorium will allow staff and city council to review and address the intent of question R1. The language of the billboard ballot question states, the construction of new off-premises advertising displays / billboards," is how it was worded. So I think it, in my opinion, it incorporated a wide variety of advertising displays that are also known, AKA, as billboards, but I don't know that it intended static, not static, I don't know, but it just says advertising displays.
Correct. I'm just saying electronic billboards was not a technology that was in use at that time in this city.
In our city.
Correct.
Okay.
City Manager Thomas.
Obviously, this is quite complex. We had a long conversation here. My suggestion, which is a little bit of variant of what the city attorney said, is let's address the motion that was on the floor to have a vote to see if Councilmember McKenzie's motion passes. If it doesn't, then we can revisit a new motion rather than trying to meld all these together. That would be my suggestion to you.
And to add to that, maybe he could restate his motion.
To accept the resolution.
Okay. Did you want a second again?
So we have a motion.
you seconded it,
I'll
that's
second it.
fine.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
No.
No. Madam Mayor?
No. No.
No moratorium.
Motion fails.
Okay, so,
When it's a 3-3, it fails.
Right.
no, we had, 3-3, okay.
Okay, so anything done in the affirmative, we have to have 4.
Right.
Staff, I'd like to ask a clarification of staff. So, if we take no action today, just move on in the agenda, what could happen?
Somebody could apply for an electronic billboard today.
We could see an electronic billboard in Midtown
Correct.
next week. Okay.
Correct. With the appropriate organization of permits. Yes.
Permits, okay.
But we're not restricted from coming back next meeting and discussing that either.
Moratorium will expire.
And we
before your
could,
next meeting.
potentially say, we want a moratorium on digitals in Midtown, right? We have that opportunity before us if we wanted to.
You can amend the resolution today to have it less restrictive than it is now. So you could, something where Councilman Delgado was discussing, where you could have no more banked receipts being issued, no electronic billboards, but if you have an existing banked receipt, you could use it to construct a board in a conforming location.
Yeah, I'd like to see someone who voted, you know, against this, which is actually a vote of affirmative that we could see digital billboards next week in Midtown, wordsmith the resolution and put a motion on the table. That's my request.
So the only one that can rescind this is one that, so anyone can.
Well, actually, no, because
No,
it didn't pass, so
didn't pass.
anybody can make any motion.
Okay. So I'll toss out the, make a motion to put a moratorium on the digital signs, allow for, put a cap on the current receiving of bank receipts, allow for demolition, and allow for those that are in the bank system now to go ahead and allow for those to take place.
I'll second that for discussion. I'd just like to ask for clarification from the motion maker. So this would mean that the moratorium encompasses digital conversion of existing boards, either through a conversion
There's no
of,
digital. The
yeah.
moratorium would be on
No, if
digital.
you look at the, if I may, if you look at the title for the resolution, it says, "Resolution of the Reno City Council implementing a final moratorium under the procedures provided by RMC Section 107010 to impose a moratorium on the acceptance of any digital/electronic billboard application requests, the banking of billboards, and the creation of banked receipts until January 31st, 2018. So I think if we just insert digital before the word billboard in the resolution wording, I think you would be there.
well, I think it's always about the now therefores. And so how do the now therefores read? Because what I'm hearing is that someone could dip into their receipts on the bank and put a new billboard up,
A static board
a static board up
in a conforming location.
in a conforming location. But that's not how that,
No, yeah, we
The-
would have to change the
the
rest.
now
but
therefores.
the title itself, I believe that would be where it was, and we
Okay.
would carry that through the body of the resolution.
Okay, so here's a question I have. So let's say there is a moratorium for a year on just the digitals, and we've kind of vet out what that kind of looks like. What happens for, let's say RTC comes in and they want to put a new road in, and they have to take a digital sign down for that?
We don't have
We
any
don't
digital
have any
boards in the
digital
city of Reno.
Okay, so any sign.
So if they were to take down a static board, it would just be removed, and we would not issue a demolition permit.
So typically they would have to pay the,
No, we would issue a demolition permit.
yeah,
We
they
would-
issue
I'm
a
sorry, we
demolition,
would
but
issue a
it's-
banking receipt, sorry.
So we would issue a banking receipt.
We would not,
would
we would
not.
issue the
Okay, you just
demo
said would.
permit, we would not issue the banking receipt. Sorry. I
thinking
said
RTC would just have to buy that sign for the value of what
Right.
it is from that property owner.
Okay. Okay, I just was trying to figure out if it's of no doing of their own, what, they have a sign in a location that they love and someone comes in and wants to take it, what happens with that? So, okay.
Well, we do have a couple parcels out there that have potential construction coming on that have billboards on them, static boards on them. They would, under this ordinance, or under this resolution, they would be able to remove those signs. They would not get a banked receipt, but they would be able to use an existing banked receipt. And we have 82 of those out there. And they could use one of those to construct a static board elsewhere.
Okay, so
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, the
So
bank
I was just
receipts
saying
would
if there
still
was
be
some
useful.
provision, if it was, not of their own voluntary means of taking it down, could there be some provision in there that under those circumstances, they get to relocate it without affecting the bank, maybe? I don't know, I'm trying to play out a
Sure,
worst
And
case
that's something we
scenario.
could look
Something
at
of-
in the, sorry.
If it was, the sign was needed major repair or something, is that kind of maybe what you're referring to?
Yeah, I'm saying, let's say that there's a sign along, I don't know, along a major street that of no doing of any billboard owner's own decision that a road is going to go in, something's going to happen, and that sign has to come down. Could there be some exception under those circumstances that they could relocate that sign? It goes into the bank so they could relocate it at some future date. I don't know if that's a possibility, or does an entity just have to cash them out for it, and then they're...
I have to say, we work with RTC pretty early in advance of that happening. Like when Moana was widened, we were talking to them at least a year out before that happened. So I think we would have an ordinance adopted before we even get to that situation.
Okay.
And Madam Vice Mayor, if I might suggest, and I know there's a lot of scenarios like that, I would, for the city's benefit, I would think that would be a compensation that's best handled between the parties involved. For example, you could have a private piece of property where there's a billboard, where the billboard owner comes to us and says, you know, it wasn't for my decision that it was removed, but the property owner made the decision. And then the city's in a position to compensate the billboard owner when normally it would have been the landowner who's getting the benefit of this new development that's causing the removal of the billboard.
Okay.
If you're following what I'm saying. In other words, we're stepping in then to relieve the compensation that might otherwise happen between the private land development and the person who's losing their billboard. So I would be a little nervous of us, you know, getting into that, because it will be at the end of the day a decision between the person who has a billboard on a property and the property owner, whether or not they want to keep the billboard or they want to do the new development that would otherwise remove it.
I was thinking simply from like an eminent domain action.
And that kind of thing would be
Okay.
compensated because
okay.
it'll be a public process.
But let's say we, as the city of Reno, wanted to allow them to move that board versus us paying them for it. That's what I'm trying to protect against, is if we are the entity taking the action that makes the sign come down, would it be better for us and the taxpayers to say, you can move it versus us cashing you out for it? That's what I'm trying to,
Probably
not
yes,
that, not
but it might
development.
be complex to write that
Okay.
in a way. that-
Sorry, I'm making this more complicated than maybe necessary. Thank you. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, and I'll, Councilman Delgado, I'll support your motion because I actually think because of the liability to the city that I believe that's where we're going to finally be anyway. I'm hoping that we don't move forward and revamp a digital and come forward with it, because there's no way I'll be able to support that. But the other portion of your motion, I believe, is where we're ultimately going to be when we come up with an ordinance.
And
Councilmember Breckus.
I too will support the motion, which I understand to be that during this period of moratorium and study, there are no digital billboards. Receipts can come out of the bank, but they can't go into the bank.
Correct.
Right.
And demolition is allowed. That's how I understand the motion to read. I would like to vote in the majority, but before that end of the day, I'd like to see the resolution wordsmithed and back on my desk so I can ask for reconsideration if the motion is it's going to be submitted, the resolution is it's going to be submitted to the mayor does not reflect what I'm understanding the motion about to vote affirmatively.
That's fine. Following the vote, we
okay.
can go and rewrite the resolution.
Okay, I guess, I'll just throw out there a caveat that I think this is a more risky and exposure action than the first motion that failed, because if someone reaches in the bank tomorrow and pulls out 7 receipts or 4 receipts, whatever, and 3 of those receipts came in during the 2003 period when a justice has used a term of an interim invalidity, then, resident next door who sees that come out can, find themselves with a course of action, I would think. But anyway, nonetheless, I'm ready to support the motion and ready for the vote.
And I'm not in favor of a complete moratorium for another year on digitals on the whole. I think if we picked out some specific areas where we applied the moratorium, I'd be more comfortable. I'm not comfortable with a complete moratorium on all
I'm there
digitals.
with you as well, Vice Mayor. I think that's the time frame that's given, and I expect our staff will be coming back to us with where those, here in the near term, in terms of where they may or can't go, and kind of workshops about how that may look like. So.
Will do.
To that point, how quickly do you think that clarification could be brought back to us?
We could get you back some clarification in March, at one of the March meetings. that would not have gone to planning commission yet, but we can bring forward some concepts and get some guidance before we bring it to planning commission.
So we would be able to give some further neighborhood discussions with regards to digital in potentially by April.
Direction to staff, yes. And then we would get it to planning commission as soon as we can after that.
Okay. City Manager Thomas.
Just to clarify on what Claudia's saying, I think realistically, we might be able to bring something just back to you in March. If we're going to have a public process, it may take longer,
Right.
including probably going beyond April, just because there's so many players and groups involved that we wouldn't necessarily want to leave somebody out. So my suggestion would be, given the sensitivity of this issue, that we would come back in March with something for the council to consider, because what would have happened if this passes is between February 11th, and correct me if I'm wrong, because this does not rescind the current moratorium?
The current moratorium expires on the 11th. This one takes place today. So
Does this one,
overlap a
does this
little bit.
rescind the February 11th one?
The February 11th is going to expire anyway. So they're both in place until the 11th.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get to is between February 11th and that meeting in March, there's a window in there where people won't be able to build digital billboards. If you come back in March and you choose, the council choose to allow digital in certain areas, then the only loss will have been for digitals that there's an additional extended period of time whereby they couldn't build them.
Well, then why can't we just have no moratorium or a moratorium in the restricted areas on digital?
There's no restricted areas.
The restricted area part is, we're
Unknown.
not really defined yet, and we need some time to define that. So what you're doing by the moratorium
but
today.
Midtown is defined, Wells is defined,
So maybe a better way to think of this, instead of it ending in February 11th with this hanging issue of the digital, is it's extended to March.
No,
De
the,
facto.
the resolution shows it extended to the end of 2018. So
Right,
that-
because the resolution as it's written now would not allow
yeah,
digital.
yeah. And then the
And I'll-
question for the council when an ordinance comes forward is, is digital have a role in the city? There's no right to digital, okay?
No. In March, there would be a revisit of the digital piece. Where I'm trying to get on this is that right now you can't do a digital. If the motion goes forward the way it's written today, you will not be able to do a digital going forward until this moratorium expires.
Correct.
However, anytime between today and that January date, you could come back and
Right.
revisit the digital
I
issue.
think we know.
See what I'm saying is you're technically, if you want to come back in March, you're extending the moratorium that we have in place now from February 11th to some date in March. Because nobody will be able to come in for a digital billboard until you did something different in March.
Well, but the thing we're voting on goes to January 31st.
My scenario presupposes that you'd revisit the areas where
Okay.
you could do digital, but that may not pass either. Maybe I'm making it more confusing.
Yeah,
but-
I think so.
Because like, Vice Mayor, I think I hear what you're saying is let's allow for to work, except for, and put a moratorium only in the restricted areas that are currently defined in the ordinance, right?
That's
I-
what I'm saying. Let
But my little snippet is that new areas may have occurred. And we see the tremendous build out in the north. We see there's some other things that are going on. So is there other opportunities for other restricted areas that are not been called out yet? And that's just I don't want to see this go until January by any means, but I think for us, just for more clarity in terms of where they lie in our current wards, have a quick little information on, hopefully this can get back to us before in the spring of this year that we can make some defined actions as to whether we want them or not. Just because I know, again, the largest areas of growth in both south and the north, I want to be sensitive to if there are new restricted areas and if things have changed. Because I would go with you right now about where you're thinking, but I was just thinking about where are these other opportunities that are not, and if they're really.
But would we not have an opportunity as we go forward to, okay, so currently we have some defined restricted areas, loosely, but they're somewhat defined. Could we not during the next year, identify the other neighborhoods that we would like to put some potential restrictions on to prevent the digitals from going in? What I'm saying is there a way to move forward with the ordinance with that and still discuss neighborhoods that haven't developed yet, that we haven't talked about a restricted area or not?
My only concern maybe is that someone that goes for it, then it's too hard to ask them to take it back, right? And so, I don't know, I'm with you though, and that's my struggle here. Honestly, that's my struggle. But I think right now, if we're going to be willing to put in some work here, and staff, I think, has a lot of this information, we can get it done sooner than later than we may expect. But
Councilmember Dewar, did you have a?
I'm going to pass.
Okay, so let's get some clarification on what is the motion.
And Claudia, I think you had a word at the beginning of something, and then we'll allow for caps on.
Yes, let me get
Are
back
you
to
clear
that.
on where I was coming from?
Sorry. So the resolution title that you have before you, we would be adding, in the middle of that title is impose a moratorium on the acceptance of any digital billboard application requests. And the rest would read the same. And we would carry that wording throughout the body of the resolution.
Okay, and it's going to allow for, there's a cap on the bank piece.
Yeah, we would allow, and that continues with the moratorium on the banking. But you would be able to use, if you have a banked receipt, you would be able to put up a static board in a conforming location.
Yeah.
Correct.
Of course.
Yes. Well, the ratios are digital, so those would.
There's no ratio. It's just 1 for 1.
In most cases. Yeah.
You know, that may be something that we want to address when we get to the banking analysis.
I will bring forward a menu for you.
Thank you.
Consider.
So the question's been called, I think. I think we have to vote.
We do. We had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
What is the vote then?
4-1.
What about, is the
The
mayor on?
mayor's
Madam
not
Mayor?
a party to this vote.
She's not on?
No.
You're
4-2.
4-2.
she vote. Okay.
So
she's
motion
on.
carries.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We are going to take, do we have?
A little break?
We
Yes.
need to take a
25.
break, and we will be back at 5. We have legal? We have legal. Okay, 5 o'clock. No, we're going to do that one first, by the way. Yeah, we're not going to.
You want me to go find some of your
Yes.
friends and colleagues?
We would like to. We're going to try to get the rest before the 6 o'clock hearing, hopefully. Huh? She's going to go move them. They are beautiful. I know. Come on, kids. Oh, she's got more. That's your teen kids. You obviously have teen kids. Yeah. Okay, Madam Clerk, we are going to call this meeting back to order. Thank you, everybody, for allowing us a little break before we get back underway here. I think we need to start, though, by wishing Councilmember Breckus happy birthday. Happy birthday. Yeah, Paul was going to sing. No? No? Okay, we won't sing. Okay, we're going to try to get through this agenda before the 6 o'clock hearing, hopefully. We'll start with F2. Madam Clerk, we're going to reopen the public hearing on this. Have all proper notice been given?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, opening this item, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on the item.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
This,
Councilmember Breckus.
it is my ward. Who's the applicant?
I'll let the applicant's representative address that. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers, representing Park Lane Associates and Reno Land.
Okay, so you own property on either side, your client owns property on either side here?
Correct.
Okay, and so you're seeking to abandon it and then you could close that off. Do you own, at the terminus of this, do you own the theater? Does your client own the theater property?
No. So if you look at the exhibit that's shown on the overhead, all of the properties which make up the Park Lane site, are owned by Reno Land.
Mhm.
The theater, basically the footprint of the theater is its own parcel. So if you look at
Okay.
where the Kerman Avenue right-of-way ends, it is disconnected from that parcel.
And who owns the theater property?
I forget the name of the entity,
Sayufi?
but yeah, exactly.
Sayufi. So Sayufi was noticed.
They would have been, yes.
Uh-huh. We're sure about that?
Yes, we've had other conversations with them. This is not their only access. They have rights to access through the entire
Okay, so
property,
Sayufi is
basically.
aware of this?
Yes.
Okay. You know, one thing I've been wondering about this, and it just occurred to me, is we have a special use permit on the theater, and I wonder what the special use permit conditions to the theater pertain to access and so on. So I've never seen this before, but when you have a special use permit and you have conditions, you know, are you nulling and voiding the special use permit when you, eliminate something that may be relative to that? So I'm asking staff, did staff review this application request in context with the special use permit on the theater?
Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner. No, we did not evaluate past special use permits that may be associated with the theater. as
I'd
part of
like
this.
to hold this for 2 weeks and review the special use permit conditions, because I am concerned about the motoring public to this public place, and like to understand when we approve the special use permits for this theater, what we were thinking at that time. I mean, I guess our police and fire and everyone else is saying they're okay from these provisions, but access is making me a little concerned, and I don't see a big hurry on this.
Just to maybe shed a little light, Councilwoman Breckus. So, as I mentioned, Kerman Avenue does not attach to the theater. Therefore, it's not the only legal access that provides access to the theater. There are covenants and restrictions that encumber all of this property that require Reno Land or Parkland Associates in this matter to maintain access to the theater. Their parking is described in that document to be to the northeast and a little bit to the south there. Their access is primarily then from Apple and Rondell, which are on the north and east.
But I know
we have
that-
to maintain
yeah,
access from
yeah.
Virginia Street, but not from Kerman.
I get that, but I know the public is accustomed to using this as an entrance into that facility, and so I'd like to see. I have concerns about this because we've formerly there was allowance for this facility to be parking out in the parking bay that's associated with Park Lane, and it seems like bit by bit this facility is getting more squeezed and squeezed off, and so I don't know. It's a tough one for me looking at this and knowing that staff didn't look at the special use permit. I don't want to be in a position of voiding someone else's special use permit through our public action. They're not here, that's their problem, they were noticed, but I don't want this to be a de facto voiding of the special use permit for the theater. So I'd like a 2-week hold on this.
Councilmember Dewar? Yeah, I'm sorry I wasn't here when you began. Gonna ask Andy when he's done.
Yeah, Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager, we will look at that. And I don't recall the special use permit on that. I don't remember every case, but I don't recall, because the mall was there at that time. And so we'll review it, and 2 weeks, I think, is fine with
I mean, it was
applicant as
always
well.
residential adjacency, right?
It's commercial to the north. It's MU now. It's hard to tell what it was.
But I see commercial.
Most of it, I think, was CC in the area. But we can look it up. That's fine. We'll do the research on it.
Okay.
So while you're researching, so just if you can identify, so the parcel to the east of the road. No.
Oh, east
No.
of the road.
Yes.
Okay, yep.
So who owns that?
That's Park Lane.
Park Lane.
Mhm.
And then is there a divider? Do you own the next little piece over? I mean,
Yes, so we.
With the blue line.
or
could you
my
just
cl-
point with your?
Yeah, my
something?
client owns up to,
That?
kinda hard to
Mhm.
see, but yeah, there's a.
Okay.
apartment
And then to the
building.
north of that parcel, that all is owned by the theater?
Nope.
No.
No.
Could you identify?
Let's see if I have a
You
better-
need a pen? What?
something bigger.
Well, that,
So this is a little more detailed here. So this right-of-way is adjacent to APNs 015-220-4649.
could you just point, I'm sorry, we can't read all these numbers and stuff.
Oh, that's an even better one.
Yeah.
Thanks, Heather. So here are the parcel boundaries. So the 3 properties that abut this are all owned by Parkland Associates. 1, 2, 3 parcels.
Okay.
The theater parcel, as I mentioned earlier, is basically just the footprint of the building.
They don't have, is it just an easement to park them behind? So can they park, you said a little bit to the south. What did you mean?
So the majority of their parking is in the back,
Yeah.
on the east side. There's a small lot on the north side.
Right.
And then they have, I think
Couple,
it's like
10 spaces, yeah.
12 spaces, yeah, so
Yeah.
a little bit on the south side.
I'm going to just speak for myself. So I live really close to here. I go to this theater a fair amount when I go to the theater. And I use that road a lot. To your point, Councilman Breckus, that is the way I go. Because if you're coming from the west and you're going here, you wouldn't normally drive all the way around to get back to the parking. You would go there. So I think it would be good just to get these
Yeah,
questions
yeah.
answered. I mean, just acknowledging that this is a commonly used access to the theater.
And what I would be comfortable to that point is if you want to brief what your easement relationship is with them, that would be helpful and comforting to us then also.
Sure.
They're noticed, they're not here, but regardless, it's a very frequented public facility, and I don't think a 2-week hold is going to be the end of the world here.
Sure. Yeah, and because the theater was built when the mall was still there, so the agreements that are in place allow them to access basically through all the old parking lots that were associated with the mall. So they still have rights to access to Virginia Street, to Rondell, to Apple,
Oh, okay.
all around it, not necessarily just this. So
Yeah,
we
yeah.
have to maintain access
Yeah.
for them, particularly to Virginia Street throughout construction and things like that.
Yeah.
So how do they would they go north and then on Plum? I mean,
Go back to that guy. So you can access the theater from Apple Street here. There are several driveways on Rondell. You can also, the fencing basically is fenced around in this area.
Right.
So you can access it from Virginia Street here and I believe here.
But my concern is, those roads, those parking bays are not getting maintenance. You can let them crumble apart. And so there is inconvenience with folks having to go down through to our other street, and just want to make sure, this area is so underserved right now, and a lot of public amenities and gathering places. Just maybe this is premature even, because I know, the Park Lane development will be coming through at some point with probably some dedications.
Yeah, so maybe it would help to kind of talk about what we're up to. I think you're all aware we submitted a demolition permit for the entire site to start demolition on all the asphalt and things like that. Shortly on that, on the heels will be the public improvements for the storm and sewer. And then shortly after that will be the backbone roadways to connect Plum to Virginia Street. And then shortly after that will be the first phase of residential development, which is what we're calling the garden apartments in that area. So this is necessary. We definitely need to get this ball rolling in order to have that apartment development be feasible and be able to get through the building permit process.
Okay, well, let's just, look into those issues in the meantime. And then you also came through for a special use permit for the animal clinic.
We did, which is on the corner over here.
or will be?
Yes.
I mean, will be.
And that'll take access from Grove and
Grove
Virginia.
and a new driveway off of Virginia Street.
Okay. I mean, it's a complex project, and I don't mind serial. I don't see any problem with an abandonment here, special use permit here. Just on this one, because it is going to a frequented public space, just like to make sure.
But just
Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And just for clarification, the one map you had, it looked like you own all the property around the
Correct.
theater? So the parking that is currently being used by theater goers in front is going to go away? Are you going to improve the access from the rear so that they can access the theater, or are we going to let that theater die because you're going to make people park in the backyard?
The theater was always intended to park in the rear.
But it doesn't.
Because of the mall when it was built, the mall had parking in front and in the back. The intention was always that the theater would park in the rear. The majority of their parking would be in the rear.
And
That's in the
and that
agreements
may
with
have
the
been
theater
the
owner.
intention, but it doesn't. And the improvements around that building do not make it something that people are comfortable with, because there's lighting issues in that back lot. There's not walkways in the back lot. You've got to walk in the driveways. So are you going to improve that parking lot and light that parking lot and put walkways in it where traffic isn't driving, so it's safe for people to park in the back and access the front? Or are we going to just let that theater die because you're making people park in the backyard?
No, we're working very closely with the theater owner right now to work in facade improvements and different other improvements that would incorporate it into the overall scheme for Park Lane. If you remember, there was kind of a common green, town square type element right in front of the theater. So it's not being shoved in the corner. It's being incorporated. And that's kind of, your comments as far as access and pedestrian access, lighting, things like that are all part and parcel to that.
And that's why I do think there's a special use permit on it related to that sod area, and I'd like to look at those. So I'll move to continue this to 2 weeks.
We have a motion to move it to 2 weeks?
And I formally request a time certain and a date on that, so we don't need to renotice.
So continue to the 1 p.m. hearings on February 22nd? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item G1, ordinances. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on these items?
We do not, Madam Vice Mayor.
Do we have any discussions or questions from council? Turn it to the city attorney.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6426, case number LDC 17-00003, Mount Bismarck Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendments, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 8.1 acre site located between Mount Babcock Street and Mount Bismarck Street, the north side of Mount Anderson Street, from industrial business to neighborhood commercial, together with other matters properly related thereto.
Councilmember Dewar, do you have a question?
No.
Okay. Councilmember
Oh,
McKenzie?
no, I don't.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. G2.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6427, case number LDC 16-00057, McCarran Sutro Partners LLC, zoning map amendment, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning of a plus or minus 1.65 acre site located on the southeast corner of the Sutro Street Selmy Drive intersection from industrial to multifamily, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have none, Madam Vice Mayor.
Discussion or questions from council? Seeing none, may I get a motion? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. H1.
Resolution number 8294, resolution authorizing filing of a grant application with the State of Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources for 2016-2017 federal land and water conservation funds for the Miguel Rivera State Park project in the amount not to exceed $250,000.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have none, Madam Vice Mayor.
Discussions or questions from council? Councilmember Bobzien.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Obviously supporting this, but might want to flag this for staff that as we're getting ready to update our federal platform, this is a fantastic example of the value of the Land and Water Conservation Fund. And we'll look forward to hopefully being successful. Right, Councilman Delgado?
Absolutely.
I know you've been working hard on this. This is
I've been
going to be
working on my balance.
It's going to be a great project. We're going to be out there doing 50-50 board slides at the opening, right?
Well,
We got
whatever,
this?
whatever that means, yes.
All right.
I like
He
it.
can play basketball. I can skateboard.
All right, sounds good. Any other council members have questions or comments? May I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. H2.
Resolution number 8295, resolution authorizing the Director of Public Works to execute agreements and contracts less than $50,000 which are required for the extension of utilities for approved city projects.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
None at this time.
Any discussion or questions from council?
I do.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yes, thank you. And I brought this up at caucus as well. It became clear at caucus that right now this is a duty or the power to do these things is vested with the council. And that's what they said. Would you confirm that?
For the record, Charlotte Honey, the intention behind this is to allow the Public Works Director to sign agreements in essence. The $50,000 limit is authorized currently through the city manager's office for purchases and things of that nature. So it's not really a change in dollar amount. It's actually more of an intention to be able to enter into the agreements with these line extensions for projects that are already approved.
Right, but at the caucus meeting, you did not say, or maybe you meant to say, that this power is vested with the manager. I didn't think it was for these kind of projects.
Well, I wouldn't say that it's vested with the manager. I would say that it is the purview of the council to enter into agreements currently, and that was kind of the reason for coming forward with this. If this was a purchase for $40,000, it would just be able to be approved by the city manager. But because we're looking to get some of these smaller dollar items processed faster, and again,
But related to an agreement.
Correct. It is the agreement that
So
is.
my thought was that we have a new manager coming on pretty soon. Right now, they don't, even Bill does not have this authority today to do agreements, correct?
This type of agreement.
Right.
It's not necessarily that they don't have the right to do any agreement. Legal just didn't feel that they had the right to do this kind of agreement.
Okay, but so again, right now, this authority rests with the council. We're being asked to delegate it not to the manager, but to the Public Works Director. And what I brought up at caucus is I have great confidence in Mr. Flansburgh, but I also know that we're undergoing a change with a new manager. And what I would prefer to see, and the rest of the council may not agree, but what I would prefer to see is that if we are interested in doing a delegation, that we start with a delegation to the manager. When the new manager comes in, if they want to recommend a further delegation, they could certainly come back and say, I want to further delegate this to Mr. Flansburgh. But I just thought for starting out, it would be a good way to start so that they know what they're doing and the things that they're covering. So those were my thoughts.
Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, and along those lines, I guess, there's two components too. Is one, I've had a discussion, I think in the last couple meetings about, the way we do capital improvement programming, and more or less we write a $15 million bucket out of the sewer fund, and how that $15 million bucket gets spent in the course of the year is not lined out to us. It is only lined out to us when bid award comes.
Right.
So I'm looking to improve our capital programming so that when we, in May, if we set aside 15 million, maybe by July or August, there's a whole suite of where, these bid awards will be coming out. So I'm comfortable. I know that Ward 1 and our older neighborhoods are getting their fair share of the sewer collection system, and it's just not going all to new growth or so on. And I think staff's doing a great job on that and understanding the needs, but it's all up here, and it's just not that clear to me where that $15 million bucket is going to go in the course of the year. So I think once we put that mechanism in place, then I'll feel more comfortable delegating other authorities. And then it is going down a kind of an area of delegated powers that we haven't talked about too much. And if I could spend more time, I would remember there was something that our former city manager signed that was an agreement. It wasn't tripping a procurement threshold, but it was an agreement. And I was uncomfortable that he had executed some agreements that were maybe we weren't aware of. And so it's also gets into agreement, the threshold of agreement authority. So I'd like to put a little hold on this also for a little bit, and maybe it'd be something that'd be cleared up very quickly when our new manager comes on, but also during budget setting.
Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And while I agree that when we hire a new city manager, he's going to have procedures he's going to want to follow, and this may not fall within those lines. I also hate to see a project that's moving get slowed down because we've got to enter an agreement for utilities or something small, and we slow that project down because we're concerned about what our next procedure is going to be. The size of this is small. The requirement is something usually that's not easily identified in the planning phases of the project. Your digging a ditch and you realize that all of a sudden that we didn't scout out where the end of this utility is, and we need to get that fixed. So these are very minor. I'd almost call them change orders rather than new contracts, other than the fact that we have to utilize an outside agency to perform this. The examples up here with NV Energy. I mean, if we cross a power line or find a power line during a project that we didn't realize was there when we started the project, we have to be able to continue to let that guy do his work. So allowing Public Works to enter into these small contracts like this helps to make sure that our projects are proceed efficiently. So we've got a number of projects in the works right now that this may be needed for, and I'd hate to have one of them held up while we're waiting for a new city manager. If he doesn't like this policy when he comes on, he can bring it back and have it changed.
Councilmember Delgado.
I'll be short. I agree with everything Councilmember McKenzie said. It took the words out of my mouth, and full confidence and know that there's expenses related to Public Works that are more than other departments. So he needs to have the flexibility to get things moving. As of course, these potholes and everything else need to get moving, and there's some expenses of labor and everything else. So let's make things efficient as possible, and the new manager come in, and like anything else, we'll probably make changes anyways.
Councilmember Dewar.
Just as a counterpoint to both of you, I guess, I would like to see this done stepwise. And I think if we delegate it to the manager or acting manager, they can certainly have a conversation very quickly, Public Works and the manager. And that would just be my preference, is just to take it a step at a time. And these are agreements. Again, these are not parts or auto body parts. And somehow the city of Reno has gotten to this point where they've done tons of projects for many years. Maybe you once had this authority. Is that true?
For the record, Charlotte Honey, no, I wouldn't say so. I would just say that as projects pick up and we get busy again, this is just a list of the projects that we've had in the last couple of years. It just becomes more and more frequent, and it becomes a bit of an administrative burden to have a time
I totally
delay
get it,
every
and I
time.
do, and I'm just thinking of the authority right now for me, and people may not agree with me, that's okay, is best rests with our manager or acting manager.
Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, and I'm not comfortable with either, but I appreciate seeing the list of illustrated agreements. But for example, design initiation agreement, what if in May I agree, to support a $15 million commitment to the collection system, and then next thing you know, the design initiation agreement has been executed with NV Energy by our staff, and then 3 months later we get a bid award. We don't know that this and capital projects, in my mind, once the ball gets rolling, the ball is going to hit the end of the slope. And so that's my concern. If we had this mechanism, I'd say again, where we know what's going to be done out the chute during the year, I'd feel much more comfortable. So I'm not going to support this.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think many things will change when we get our new manager in place, and he or she will want to modify many procedures. But at this point, I'm not in favor of holding up a process and getting a move on. So can I get a motion from someone, and we'll see where this goes?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
Oh, you didn't say all.
Yeah.
For
Those opposed?
I apologize.
Aye.
Yeah.
5-1.
No, it's yeah.
4-2, I think.
Okay, you said aye.
I'm sorry. Let me say nay.
Yeah.
Motion carries 4-2.
And I want John to not take this personal, because I think the world of him.
Okay, item J, you know what, can we pop out of order just because I know the next item's gonna take some discussion, and I think we can get a few things off our plate here. Item J2, my understanding is that we're gonna get a legislative update on Friday, so no need for this right now. Okay. That is possible action. We don't need to take action, correct? Okay. Item J3. Presentation, discussion, and potential direction to staff to intervene in potential litigation regarding Washoe County's bill draft. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have none, Madam Vice Mayor.
I don't think we need a staff presentation on this. I would move to approve.
And we do not have any public comment?
We have none.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Item J4, discussion and acceptance of the following list of city manager candidates. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have none, Madam Vice Mayor.
Council wish a presentation?
I don't,
I know, I feel like he needs to come up and say something.
Something?
just maybe what's the next step?
Okay,
That'd be good.
come on up. You have waited all day.
For the record, Greg Nelson with Ralph Anderson and Associates, and just wanted to get this midway point in the recruitment underway where the council has the opportunity to approve the slate of candidates moving forward through the interview process. We have had a very successful recruitment. We have 5 very qualified candidates for the council to consider. And after today, I'll begin to work with you as council members much more closely as we move away from interacting with staff and work with council on developing the format and structure and questions of the interviews that are going to take place on the 21st of February for the first round of interviews. I would expect that after that day of interviews, the council will be able to shortlist and reduce the field of candidates to a smaller number that's scheduled to come back for a public open house on March the 7th in the evening and a round of finalist interviews on March the 8th.
Very good. Any council members have any questions or comments? Okay,
I
looking
don't
at
have
my
any question,
schedule.
Madam Vice Mayor, but I'd like to thank Greg for the work you've done on this. You're going out of your way to work with us to meet our schedules on moving forward with this. So thank you for all this hard work you put into it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's great. We got a great group of candidates, and you were a big part of that. So was our HR director. So thank you very much for all your work on that. May I get a motion? We don't need a motion. Never mind, that's
We
not an
don't?
action item. Doesn't say it's,
A quick question, are they all going to be are they all going to be present, or is someone to be online, or?
No, they will all be here in person.
Okay.
Absolutely.
we do, it does say for possible action. It was in a different place on the agenda, and it threw me off.
You do have
Correct.
to accept the list.
May I get a motion?
Second.
Have a motion, and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Vice Mayor,
Yes,
I too
Councilmember
wanted to just give a shout out. They know how much I appreciate their work, but both Kelly and Greg, I mean, I really think that you guys moved smartly through this process to get us where we needed to be at the time we needed to be, and you've really informed us along the way, and I was very grateful. Thank you.
Okay. Item K1, staff report and discussion for potential reappointment of Stan Dowdy to the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have none.
I am the liaison to the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, and I would recommend that we reappoint Stanley and Dowdy.
Second.
I have a motion, and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Yep, let's jump to J1, and we may have to do the remainder of the items after the 6 o'clock hearing. J1. Madam Clerk, do we have public comment on this item?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, Bob might be Texera, I'm not quite sure. Would like to speak, followed by Tillo Olsis.
Good evening. On this matter, I thank you guys for listening to us. Pretty much what I'm up here for is I got hired a couple years ago from Tilio Assessees to help grow the business. And we've been here as far as the waste management have been here to follow your rules and regulations and stay out of Reno because it's waste management's contract with you guys. And so I'm here to say that we've had a few, I'll be honest, we've had a few bans out here, but the customers that we do have got threatening calls from waste management stating that they need to get out. And so finally we pulled it out because we're thinking that's what the city council is going to go with. So we pulled them out. And also, I think in 2014, I had somebody from the city of Reno call me and said, did we had a waste management, our bin sitting out and we needed to pick it up. So we did. So it kind of follows in your policy here. But unfortunately, there's other companies out there that aren't following your policy, which is not allowing us to grow. And We feel that hopefully the council is going to make a decision tonight, yea or nay, as whether it's all waste management or they're letting us, the smaller companies come in and also do recycle waste and solid waste. So that's pretty much all that I could
Sir,
say.
what company were you with? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Alcessi's Waste Services, we're located out of Mound House.
Oh, a Mound House.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we're a small business.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Hilo Al-Sisi.
Good evening, Tilio Alcessi, Company President, Alcessi Waste Services, AKA Nevada's New Trashman. You've seen my blue bins all over Reno on the construction and demolition side. The reason why I'm here tonight is we have, as a company, have been sitting on the sidelines for several years now, waiting for something to happen with this franchise. Either the city needs to give the franchise to Waste Management as written, as an exclusive franchise, or Waste Management, or excuse me, City of Reno needs to open it up so we can compete along with Green Solutions for these customers. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Madam Vice Mayor, at this time, I do have another public commenter. However, I believe she's going to wait.
Sure, absolutely. All right, staff, let's have a presentation.
Madam Vice Mayor and Council, thank you. Lynn Barker for the record. I do have just a brief presentation, which is really just to walk you through the issues in the staff report. What I was directed to do from the last council meeting that we discussed this issue was to help frame the conversation that council will have as to whether or not you are interested in hiring an outside consultant to do a performance review of the franchise agreement. And so I did contact a number of consulting firms that do this type of work for municipalities and took a look at a couple of RFPs that other municipalities had put in place to hire consultant firms to do the same thing. I did in the staff report outline, based on the franchise agreement, what the city can and can't do in terms of a performance review. And the performance review, the way it's spelled out in the franchise agreement, is to take a look at whether or not there are opportunities for operational efficiencies. And then if there are opportunities to improve the operational efficiencies, to negotiate with the franchisee to figure out if we can make some amendments to the contract that would then improve the services. However, there are also services that have to do with compliance issues. And so based on the conversations and the comments that were made at the last discussion by council, I identified the few items, types of things that you might consider when drafting a scope of work for a consultant. The first would be the issue around contract management. So that's really looking at the compliance with the franchise agreement by the contractor, which is Waste Management and Reno Disposal, but also by the other designated parties in the franchise agreement. So that would include the exempted haulers as well as the other designated facilities. If we might want to take a look at, if we're having an expert come into our area, whether or not there are opportunities to increase diversion or recycling. And then I did present some performance metrics, whether or not there are opportunities to actually refine and improve the performance metrics that we have in place with our franchisee. Whether or not the public education and outreach strategies are adequate for what's happening in our marketplace, and then to gather stakeholder input. Around the performance review, what you might consider is taking a look at the contractor typically might take a look at all of the facilities and haulers, how they're permitted, and whether or not the permits are reflective of both the needs of the community as well as whether or not the organizations are operating within the purview of the permit. We, in our franchise agreement, when we originally went out for a franchisee, one of the issues that the city had identified as a primary goal was to provide safe and environmentally sound practices. So that might be something you're interested in reviewing. I know that Councilmember McKenzie is interested in reviewing how the recycled materials are being handled, how they're being reported, and then some issues related to the contamination rate. Let's see, collection system productivity. There are issues around collection services themselves in terms of the efficiency of those, procedures for maintenance and safety, as well as employee training, employee representation, which would include wages and benefits, and then some management and administrative functions. These consultant firms also take a look at solid waste planning. So if we wanted to take advantage of having somebody come into our community, they might help us with taking a look at our policies and ordinances to make sure that they adequately reflect the intent of the franchise agreement, but also they might take a look at recommending best practice policies around diversion. So how can we as a city use public policy to increase recycling in our marketplace? And again, in terms of planning, what we could do as a partner with our franchisee and the other haulers in our community in public outreach and education so that we can change the culture within our community so that we can also increase the diversion rate. The consultant services also might include something around data gathering and analysis, and I know that there was an interest in customer surveys for both the residential customers as well as commercial customers. So developing customer surveys and then analyzing that data would be something that we could work with consultant on, as well as something to compare our rates to the other jurisdictions and in our locality, but also maybe jurisdictions outside of our locality that are cities that are similar to Reno in terms of the types of rates that they have, so that we can see whether or not our rates are standard in comparison to other communities. I did get an idea of what the fees might look like, and it really depends upon the scope of work. There's a pretty large range in terms of the issues that the council might want to take a look at. But what I did hear back from the consultants that I did speak with was if the council decided to take a look at the collection services review, the range might be 30 to 60,000. And if we wanted to take a look at contract compliance review, it might be 25 to 50,000. So if we wanted to take a look at both, we're looking really at $50,000 to $100,000. And
All right. Council members have any questions? Well, Lynn, do you have that on? Looks like you have a PowerPoint there. Do you have this like summarize what the activities could be on one of your
yes,
pages?
and it's in your staff report as well as I do have the PowerPoint available.
No, I mean, could you just put up the page that
Sure.
right there on the overhead, right there?
So why don't you go to the next page, and then, so this is go down one. So this is contract management, the items that I just reviewed per, in that category of services, which would look at compliance and opportunities for operation improvements. And all of this is taken directly from your staff report.
Were you wanting them out? No, I thought you had summarized the bullets for each of the fields that they might look at.
I did. Do you want to go to the next one? So these are the bullet items I just reviewed that are review of collection services.
Do you have a recommendation?
I think it really depends upon what the council would like to do in terms of reviewing the franchise agreement.
City Manager Thomas, I think, has some
Yeah.
input on this.
Yeah.
This, to me, is mostly about process. I think all the council knows that we've been dealing with this for a long time. There are third parties outside the city who have made accusations against a lot of the staff members, myself including. I don't take it personal, but that's kind of been the world we've been working in here. And so the thought amongst staff is to bring in a third party so that whatever comes from this set of questions, that need to be asked is really vetted with a third party and the council. And then the analysis and the conclusions will be done by this third party. So stepping back, letting the council choose amongst, we're not even saying today who to pick. We're just asking you to give us the authorization to go find at least 3 firms to bring back to you. When we bring those firms back, we would anticipate a conversation with them to go specifically over these.
Fine.
So both you and they are comfortable about the questions and whether they can answer them. Because we
That'd be
don't want to do is kind of have them sent off and then we come back later and find out, it really wasn't the issue. But I think at
that
this
would be
point,
great.
this is really, from the staff standpoint, about bringing in a third party to get off center and.
And let me give you an
away.
example, if I may. Madam Chair. Okay, so there are some things on, for example, this list that's up here. There are probably 5 things on this list that I think kind of rise to the top for me, and then the others are not as important. For example, their safety protocol, they have to follow OSHA. I mean, I'm not particularly interested in auditing them if they're following OSHA. So I'm just giving you an example of something that I would probably strike off the list as, why do I have to pay for that right now? They're under a responsibility to OSHA. They have to get training. They have to get their certificate, blah, blah, blah. So, and on the previous page, there were things that would rise to the top for me, things like, and I think this was a long time ago, but I think, the one who identified the reject rate. It had gone from 9% to over 20%. And I think that Waste Management was very interested in hearing from a third party as well. I talked to them. They said they're very interested in having a third party assess that and learning about the techniques that they do to assess that. So rather than take the time here tonight, given the hour and what's coming up next, I would love for you to do what you said, is to basically go out for an RFQ, and then we could kind of tool through this list and highlight the things that are most important to us and put that package together as we're negotiating the contract. That would be my thought.
Councilmember Delgado. Councilmember
I'll speak
McKenzie.
after him.
I know we're both tall, but his hair's shorter than mine is.
I see.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Barker, for, I think you did a thorough job of analyzing things that you've had
Talked
a
about.
lot of scatterings of information, and you did a very good job of compiling the concerns that we've been throwing around. But as I go through this list, and I'm not sure if the time's right to hire somebody, especially given, have we got the financial wherewithal to do it? But it does identify issues that we'd like to talk about. So the question I'd have for our legal team is there a way that we could sit down and frame these and go to the parties involved and frame these questions to them and work to some kind of an analysis of the position we're at with these issues with the parties of the, and we've got the excluded haulers, we've got Waste Management, we've got the other facility. Maybe we could get those together and these issues and see what we can do to resolve these issues under the franchise agreement. You think there's a way that we could get to that point without going to an outside body to do a review?
Yes, I definitely believe that we can reach out to those exempted haulers, NRS, Green Solutions, and see if we can get information from them to find out exactly what they're doing, how they're conducting their business, make sure that we're getting, their host fees, what have you, and also work with Waste Management. I noticed Mr. Martinelli's here today. They've always been willing to sit down at the table with us and discuss those issues, so we're more than happy to embark on that endeavor.
Yeah. And I don't know about the rest of the council, but I'd like to see if there isn't a way that we can sit down and make this not a every 2 or 3 meeting issue that we're discussing again. And I think that Ms. Barker did a real good job of framing issues here that we need to try to get addressed to resolve all of the issues that are out there. And if we can work towards that end with the parties, I think that we can maybe do that.
Gonna give that an amen.
Yeah, I think that
Oscar.
would be productive.
Councilmember Delgado.
Yeah, thank you. And with that, Councilman McKenzie, I'll volunteer if need be to sit down with the city attorneys and the parties that are at that to sit around the table to see if we can find a resolution here sooner than later. I've had the opportunity to sit with Waste Management and with some of the haulers, and I understand some of their issues. And what's important to them, I hope, is that I can help bridge some of those. If the council is okay with me doing so, I'd volunteer some time and effort.
Yeah, I'm good with that. All right. We need a
So-
motion on this item?
So the motion be to direct the city attorney's office to approach the parties about the possibilities of coming to a conclusion to the issues that are at hand and be a party of that.
I guess I'll second that, but, I'm a little concerned about the city attorney, doing administrative tasks. I'd rather, are we talking about enforcement, or are we talking about,
Two quick points.
who's staffed with
Madam Mayor.
administering the contract?
What would be
Just,
best
I
language?
don't think you need a motion. I think we heard what you want done. I think this item goes more towards the hiring an auditor, so we don't want to mix.
Don't
the
need to
two.
hire an
Yeah,
auditor.
we don't need to
Okay,
mix the two
so we're
up.
not, no motion, no action?
But, as City Attorney Hall indicated, I think we understand maybe the intent of what the council wants, and that's to open up a dialogue with some of these parties and find out if we can get to some common ground, so.
And Madam Vice Mayor, just, our franchise agreement doesn't actually open for negotiations, it opens for discussion. And I think that's what we really need to get serious about doing, is discussing. And one of the things that Ms. Barker's done a real good job here is she's put into writing a lot of the issues that we've been hitting on that we want to may have discussion about. And I think that I've met with Waste Management, I've met with GSR, and I think that there is an urge amongst the parties to see an end to this feud that comes in front of the council more than periodically, to see an end to that and move forward. And I think that if, as long as we have a discussion framed, we have parties that are willing to sit down and try to get to that end, that there's no reason to invest more money in another study that really would do no more than lead us to the point that we want to discuss these issues amongst the parties anyway. So, and again, I want to thank Ms. Barker for the work she put into this and actually bringing it down to a level where there's talking points to talk to here, so.
City Manager Thomas.
Selfishly, from the manager's standpoint, what I would like to see out of this is, much like you do with litigation settlements, where you authorize a member of the board, of the group, to sit down representing the rest of you. Obviously, any final decision is subject to all of you voting for it, but what hasn't been working in the past is the staff being the person. And so, yes, so I'm asking to elevate it a bit to say, okay, if there's going to be people claiming that there's ulterior motives here, then they're going to make those claims against the city council and the staff no longer. So that's what I would ask selfishly for the staff, is to have one of you.
But I'd also like to make sure that we don't lose concept of, what the bigger picture is. We have a sustainability officer. We made an effort to maintain that position when we didn't have to refill that position. And I think the idea is sustainability in the solid waste area, because I hear from Ward 1 residents who, I've got a lot of leaves. I'd always envision with the uptick in franchise fees, we might have some technical assistance to show people how to do on-site composting. So I'd love a technical assistance program of 10,000, 40 houses could somehow, maybe through a contract or something, be shown how to, compost on site and take care of their leaves. Or another one that people bring up is, well, why does the health department have regulations that, you can't bring in your own jar and fill it up at a store for takeout? Well, if that's, a reduced waste thing, it's a solid waste related. why isn't staff bringing that sustainability concept toward us? So I think that, that has nothing to do with the franchise agreement. Those constituents I hear from don't care about the franchise agreement, other than the fact that, they know they're going to pay and, the whatever, if they're construction, they know, how to go that route. But I feel like it was such a big thing to bring the agreement on, and those of us who've been on for 4 years now, came on right after it was signed, and there was this whole other world and discussion and thought about solid waste management in our community that we've wasted 4 years not touching, and I really do want to tackle it with, the commitments we made to staff. So anyway, if we can just keep working on that too, that would be good for me.
Councilmember Bobbsey.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Not to spend too much more time on this, but just agreeing with Councilwoman Breckus. I mean, it's painting the picture of where we want to go next once we get past this conversation. And certainly, if Councilman Delgado can keep this in mind as he's having his conversations, thinking bigger. And I think similarly to Councilwoman Breckus's desires for what more can we do with the franchise fee money, but it's about, let's have a conversation about recycling where we're talking about actually recycling from an economic development perspective, using those materials as a way to foster new businesses in the community. So that's just over the next hill once we get past this, just painting that picture.
Councilmember Dewar.
And similarly, I was just approached 2 days ago by a person who wants to collect green waste and be able to compost it, not necessarily the 40 neighbors, but in maybe more like what Councilman Bobsey was talking about in a new business endeavor. And I just plain old didn't think that they could under this franchise, especially with all this controversy amongst the other haulers. They said, well, you might be able to collect it. I don't know if you could haul it anywhere, to the place that you wanted to compost it at once you had the can. I mean, that's how confused I was about where we are and those kind of pushing the envelope issues. I don't want to stifle competition. I don't want to stifle innovation, through this, to both of your points. I'm in full agreement. So, Councilman Delgado, if you could sort of tack that onto the list somehow.
It's tacked.
Tacked, good. Thank
Madam
you.
Clerk, I believe we had some public comment that wanted to wish to wait until after we spoke or after the presentation.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor Stephanie Rice would like to speak on this item.
Thank you. Excuse me, members of the council, and I appreciate you allowing me to make comment after the presentation. I'm a little bit confused because I feel like the agenda item was to define a scope of work for a performance evaluation. That being said, I absolutely support some sort of meeting, workshop, committee, whatever it needs to be called, to come to a resolution. However, I do feel like we had this conversation a month and a half ago. Last time I was standing up here, we were going to see if we could get everyone together and work some things out. So I would just respectfully ask this council to, if we are going to put into place some sort of subcommittee workshop, some way where we can have resident representatives, stakeholders, all of the haulers, all of the recyclers, the franchisee, obviously waste, the exempted haulers, the designated, everybody at the table. Small business owners who want to come have some sort of workshop where everybody can come. I would just ask that the council maybe put some timeframes, deadlines on it, because now here we are in 2017, back before this council. In November, the 5-year look back period to review will be open. And that is only for a very specific amount of time. And as we know, 2 years comes and goes very quickly. So I would just ask that if a subcommittee is going to be formed or some kind of workshop is going to be set up, that we make sure that there's parameters in place that gets done in 30 days, 60 days, some tangible time frame. And if it doesn't, I would hope that we're going to go back and revisit this performance evaluation that obviously staff took a whole lot of time to go back and pull every single request that council's made through the years to make sure that their list is comprehensive, which is what the council asked for. So they have done that work. Maybe we can table that to see if
everyone can play nice together first and see if we can make it work. But I would just ask that maybe some time frames and deadlines be put into place so that we can kind of stop the bleeding of this mess as quickly as possible.
City Manager Thomas.
Just from the staff standpoint, and I think it's important for the council to be clear on what we're looking at here. We did not envision in what Lynn put together that we were going to go backwards in terms of some of the meetings. And I'm thinking, because I sat through a lot of those meetings where we go out to everybody who might be a hauler or potential hauler and revisit the whole concept. I saw this more as we're pretty far down the road. We have some issues we need to work on. And that's really what Councilmember Delgado was offering, is to fine tune, not start over. Because they're very different processes that are going to be much longer and much lengthier. I think I had contemplated this was going to be fairly narrow in terms of what Councilmember Delgado was doing, but I think it'd be important for the council to get clarity on that before we start.
Councilmember McKenzie.
Madam, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And I would agree, and I don't think that we're looking, I don't think the idea that I had, and I'm sure that Councilman Delgado would agree, that we're going to have a bunch of workshops or anything else. This list gives us some specific issues that are concerns that we have with the way the franchise agreement's working. The idea of this, based upon this list, is we get with the parties to see if whatever part of these issues they own, we can work with them to resolve them. And if after we've completed working those issues out with the parties, if we can't blend that all together and make the whole thing work without any more, and there's going to be rumbles and ripples, but it's maybe without any more explosions. And I think one of the big things that we can get out of that is we can make sure that everybody understands specifically where the other side's coming from on stuff, on these issues, and that in that format, it can be clearly defined how we are going to proceed. And the question that was brought up by one of the people in public comment is recycled waste. There is no such thing as recycled waste. If it's waste, it's waste. If it's recycled, it's a marketable recyclable, and it goes to the market. That's clear in the franchise agreement. It's waste, it's handled one way under the franchise agreement. If it's a recyclable, it's handled another way. And that's been some of the mud that we've been trying to swim through on this franchise agreement. So those are the type of issues that I believe that with legal counsel and a council member sitting in with the parties, that we can probably resolve those issues and move forward.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. I think I understand the scope more narrow than maybe was suggested by a public commenter. And it does say this is for possible action. So is staff clear on what the direction in which we're giving? Okay. City attorneys, is that good? All right. All right, that was item J1. We are now going to move to our public hearing.
L1, knock out the L's.
Pardon?
Want to knock out the L's?
Let's do it quickly. My understanding is that some of the folks coming in may have some disabilities and can't stay for long periods of time, so we'd have to do it quick.
Do it.
All right, L1, City Council, City Manager, Communications Updates, Items of Business for Possible Action. Councilmember Breckus.
Okay, I have a few. I'd like direction, possible discussion to staff to look at Title 1816, I think it is, related to signage for emergency response and public safety convenience. I think there's some amendments that I might like to see proposed to the Planning Commission. And then I have a few others. I'd like to know and understand what are the parameters for the neighborhood grants under the Blight Fund. I think we got a memo yesterday that showed that of that $275,000 in the blight fund for neighborhood grants, none of it had been spent. And if we have money earmarked, we should be spending it. So I'd like to understand our parameters, or if not, get that on the 3 months so we can adopt some parameters so we can start spending that money in our neighborhood where it's needed. Looking for on the 3-month calendar a update, discussion, possible direction by the city council on the Truckee River flood management and our role in that. Not looking for a presentation from flood staff about where they are at in modeling, just understanding possibly where we are at and our staff feels we're at and our representatives say we're at. I'd also like to ask our RTC representatives to tell us what RTC's involvement is going to be in Reno Bike Week coming up in May. Also, we got a memo a while ago. It was a response of the acting city manager to the GOED about a tax break that was being given to a business new to Reno. I think they were called Zazzle. And I asked for some information, and they told me what Zazzle was, but I was asking for follow-up information to understand if there's any implications to the city of Reno on the tax abatement that was granted to this company. I'd like to know, if the city is not going to get their property tax related to this one project, and then, understand if it's other ones also. I'd also like to know 3 years in the past history, and these can be L items or memos. Staff can use their discretion how to do this, but I'd like to know what law enforcement grants we've received at the city of Reno for the last 3 years, and what purpose those are for, and what we received those from the federal government I'm talking about. And well, I want to start there. I want to start at the law enforcement level, and then follow that inquiry later on. But that's really is where I would like to understand, because I see them all come, the JAGs and so on. And then I'd also like an update on our annexation program, and I can sit with staff to understand the table I'd like to understand what APNs are on our annexation program, whether or not they're contiguous, and a little update on how old our annexation program is. The properties, the APNs list in that.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Bobzien. Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I have 2 items. One, to see if we can have a traffic study done on Echo Valley. There seems to be a lot of people driving really fast. It's off of South Meadows out in the south of town near South Meadows and Veterans. It's a lot of kids get dropped off, a lot of school buses and everything else, but people seem to be driving down there. So if we can get a traffic study there. Another one is maybe an update from RTC if there are going to be any improvements on South Meadows once the Southeast Connector is built. There's tons of traffic that's being built, starting to collect now, to see if there are any other improvements that are going to be taking place on South Meadows. Maybe, and to Councilwoman Breckus, we have a meeting scheduled with staff regarding the neighborhood renewal grant. So it'll be something senior or something, probably the first meeting of March, in terms of where those funds will be going for the blight fund. That's
I'll
it.
be looking
Thank you.
for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any items. Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. For an L item, I would like to, this is for, I don't see Claudia here. Oh, here she is. This has to do with noticing. So I think everybody knows that I have a lot in the south end of town. We have a lot of development where city meets county, city meets county, city meets county. And I've been getting requests or comments that the people don't feel that they've gotten enough notice. So our noticing requirements are 750 feet or minimum of 30 residences or buildings or commercial. And it doesn't, because the county properties are often much larger, it doesn't seem to be adequately noticing. For example, I have a project coming in. It's called Steamboat Meadows. It's at a city-county boundary. It's in the county. It's in the city sphere. Only 3 people along one road got noticed, and I'm sure the rest of the noticing was at the south end of the property. And so what I want to do is, just as an L item, we can discuss how this would read on the agenda item, is to increase the noticing distance at the perimeters of the city. So I'm going to recommend for starting point to think about 1,500 feet and a minimum of 60 properties, one of those 2 triggers. The second item is I've gotten a lot of projects, both infill and at the edges again, where they say there's no traffic study required. No traffic study, no traffic study. And yet one of the preeminent issues of concern with these projects is traffic. And whether it's, and I don't know whether one was actually required on, let's say, Doral Academy, but I know one wasn't required officially, it sounded like, on the skilled nursing. They say traffic study's not needed on the steamboat. I'm not sure. So I'd like to get just first maybe a memo on when traffic studies are required and when they're not, under what conditions. And then I'd like to get a better understanding of what goes into those traffic studies. Okay, so one might be first a memo, and then secondly, a presentation and a discussion on, do we want to amend it in any way? And this would be a change to Title 18 as well. And these two things I'd like to do as soon as possible. They're pretty small. In other words, the noticing is just pretty easy chart to fix. But I have so many projects coming in, I'd like to get them done now instead of waiting for the full Title 18. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember McKenzie.
I'm going to leave my elephants on the back track.
I like it. Okay, item L2. Approval of the reallocation of council donation funds to the City of Reno Arts, Culture, and Special Events Department to offset costs for the sesquicentennial activities. That's a hard word to say.
Always.
Sesquicentennial. Let's all practice
Sesquicentennial.
it together because we're going to be saying it a lot again here pretty soon.
Sesquicentennial, okay.
Yep.
All right, is that a motion?
It is, and a challenge. This is something that I think is very important for the city in the next year, and I hope we will all embrace and get involved because it's going to be a good time, it's going to be a fun time, and it's going to be an important time.
Fantastic. City Attorney, do you need to read this? Okay.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. L3 and L4 have been moved. L5.
Yes, this is related to like Southeast Connector development and the flood and the mercury. It's kind of self-explanatory, seeing if there's other reasons why we do not do tests for mercury to projects adjacent to the Steamboat Creek area, more south of the Southeast Connector. Just maybe a memo or thoughts behind the community development or others, and if that's something we may need to jump on.
Okay, so
And I
we have a
want to
motion
second that one
and
with a
second
comment.
for discussion.
My comment is I am really glad to see this because, again, I just mentioned one project that's going to come before Steamboat Meadows, and it's right on Steamboat Creek as well. And there's a second one I have coming that's right on Steamboat Creek, which is a affordable housing project. And in both cases, I think that we should figure out whether we're going to require mercury testing or not and kind of do it across the board or not, so. And I think that's where you're going, is that, yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. L6 is my item. Discussion and potential direction to city manager utilize 2 or more hours with regards to housing, affordable housing options that can be done in the short term. We've had lots of discussion on housing issues, both with the forum that was held with the Downtown Action Team, but also with the trip we took to Sacramento. What items might we be able to expedite while those bigger picture things are being pursued and vetted? And which entity is the best to pursue those short-term housing, particularly single-room occupancy opportunities? Which entity is the best one to funnel those through to get action? A motion, I'll second it. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. L7, we're getting a memo on. We will now move on to the public hearing. Apologize for being a little bit late. We wanted to complete our earlier agenda so we could fully focus on the item before us here tonight. Let's go for it. We're not going to take a break. These folks have been waiting already. Okay, at this time, we will open the public hearing. Madam Clerk.
I was confused
Do,
by our speaker at the podium. We should proceed with opening our public hearing first, and then we will hear from public comment and the appellant.
Okay. At this time, we will open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, have all notices been given?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice was given, and we received correspondence from 7 individuals in opposition of this project, from David Diaz, Mark Perdue, Karen Damon, Debbie Dondero, Don Loudon, Jack Damon, as well as Amanda Shackleton. All of these letters have been given to council aside from the last one, which was received 2 hours ago, and I have hard copies for you today.
And you said those were in support or
They are in opposition of to the project.
okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we will open public comment. Madam Clerk, first public commenter.
Madam Vice Mayor, our first public comment is from Jack Damon, followed by Chris McCune.
Members of the council, thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my concerns. My concerns are about the environmental impact of the proposed project that, as far as I can tell, have never really seriously been considered or addressed. If I may quote, the project does not create adverse environmental impacts such as dust, fumes, pollution, or odor, which would be detrimental to or constitute a nuisance to area properties. The neighbors have identified multiple environmental potential impacts at the public hearing in early January. All of those have simply been dismissed in a simple single sentence without addressing any one of them. So, first of all, as far as I'm concerned, it should be the responsibility of the Planning Department, the Planning Commission, to protect the environment of the city and of the neighborhood. It should not be up to the neighbors to identify potential environmental problems. Secondly, if the neighbors do identify environmental issues, then at least they should be seriously considered and seriously addressed. So my proposal is, my request is that before you take any other action on this issue, that you ask for a serious environmental impact study and that the neighbors be provided with that the neighbors be given adequate time to address it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Did she indicate who the next speaker was? Come on up. I'm sorry, our clerk stepped away.
My name's Chris McCune. I've lived on Pioneer Drive for 25 years. While CAR may serve a beneficial purpose, the proposed relocation of it from Washoe Valley to Pioneer Drive is not an acceptable location. It should be relocated in an area where horses are allowed in common place, such as south of town or in the North Valleys or in Washoe Valley where it was, not in a nice, quiet residential southwest Reno neighborhood. Horseman's Park is already a non-conforming use. It's a legal non-conforming use, but none the same, it's non-conforming use. They're proposing a 10-year lease on the property from the city. They're proposing building a 650-foot caretaker quarters and an 18,000 square foot structural addition to the property. If CAR is approved, it's very likely that after having invested substantial monies for these improvements, they'll later come back and want to expand their operations, which would be even more detrimental to our neighborhood. Excuse me. In that event, it would be even harder for the city council to not grant them expansion approval, as indeed they'd have a reasonable argument that due to their investment in the property, expansion should be approved. Consequently, it does not make much sense to approve an expansion of a non-conforming use at this time. Under ideal conditions, approval at this time would increase traffic flow on Pioneer and Skyline and increase congestion, noise, dust, insect problems, and the number of people in the area. The field south of Horseman's Park is already used as a soccer field with a lot of children and adults in and about the area, causing a lot of traffic on Skyline and Pioneer. And even for that activity, they recently put up a chain link fence along Skyline for the safety of the kids and the parents. So for the above reason, I urge you to repeal your prior approval of this activity and further deny this type of use in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Vice Mayor, next public comment is from Ron Boozer, followed by Jennifer Shane. Excuse me.
Council, my name is Ron Buser. I'm here tonight with my wife, Patty.
We've lived at 2640 Pioneer Drive for 25 years. I spoke at the Planning Commission in opposition to the SUP, and I'm speak tonight again in opposition. And I want to make it crystal clear here, as I did before the Planning Commission, that I support this program, though I do not support the planned expansion. And this morning I went looking for horses. I just wanted to see how close there were any horses to my house. I thought I knew where they were. And so I drove down to Greenfield and Swanson Drive area, which used to be a county pocket and may still be a county pocket right there off of Plumas. It's a lovely area. I tried to buy in there 25 years ago, but I couldn't afford it. My daughters wanted to be around horses or have horse property, so I've always loved the area, and there are horses there, and I was looking to see if there was a commercial stable operating in that neighborhood, and there isn't. So then I tried to count how many horses on each piece of property, and the most I could see at any one time was 2. There might be 3 or 4 because some of those estates are 1 acre, some are 2. I think there's some 5 acres in there. It's gorgeous pieces of property. But they're, and they've been working there fine for 60 years. But now where I live, it was never zoned for horses, and Horseman's Park was never zoned for horses. In fact, I know one of the men that was involved in the creation of the Horseman Parks. He's been dead for years now, Buck Metcalf, and it was never intended for horses to be stabled there, ever. But what's being proposed again, that's been taken to you, that was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission, much to my disappointment, is a commercial stable, which at one time was 12 horses, and it was reduced to 6 only because of, let's say, the ardent argument of Commissioner Hawkins. And by the way, I knew none of the commissioners, and I took copious notes when I was at the meeting because he spoke about the tens of thousands of gallons of urine and the tens of thousands of pounds of excrement that would be released annually by the horses, and he had it down by horse. I was flabbergasted. He seemed to have more personal knowledge about this reality than I ever want to know. But so I was both impressed and I was also depressed because I live due east of the area where these beautiful animals would be housed 24/7, 365. The wind generally comes from the west, so I'm sure that I and others, some of my neighbors, will be the most poignantly affected. And I wonder just how many, if any, of the residents who gave glowing support to this SUP on the advisory board, I wonder how many of the good folks who supported this before the Planning Commission, and I wonder how many of the enthusiastic supporters that are going to be here tonight and are here tonight live within 1,000 feet of Horseman. I don't know, but I believe it is the most relevant question because I believe that proximity trumps everything else. And I have a lot more. I actually went from a 10-minute speech down to the 3. So thank you for your time.
Thank you
and I do pray that you deny it.
Thank you very much. And yes, public comment is restricted to just 3 minutes. Madam Clerk.
Jennifer Shane, I believe, followed by Sheila Freed.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Shane, and I am a nearby resident of Horseman's Park for the last 18 years. On January 8th, 2017, runoff from Horseman's Park flooded my home. I contacted Miss Heather Manzo to express my concern that this could potentially be horse urine in my home in the future if the runoff issue is not addressed. She kindly put me in touch with Mr. Sergio Gutierrez, a City of Reno engineer, to evaluate the problem. Mr. Gutierrez stated that it is definitely a problem and was not able to give me a date that this will be resolved. In my research about horses, I quote, "A 1,000-pound horse will defecate approximately 4 to 13 times each day, produce approximately 9 tons of manure per year. The 1,000-pound horse will produce on average 37 pounds of feces and 2.4 gallons of urine daily, which totals about 50 pounds of raw waste per day. A horse kept in a stall may require 15 to 20 pounds of bedding per day. This will surely result in odor and pests that will affect the neighbors. There is a sign posted on Pioneer before the entrance of Horseman's Park that states no trucks over 5 tons on Pioneer Drive. 5 tons is 10,000 pounds. My SUV weighs approximately 6,000 pounds, which is 3 tons. How many trucks exceeding this limit are we to expect? According to the City of Reno Ordinance for Parks, Section 8.23.065, parks and recreational facilities shall generally be open to the public from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. April 1st through September 30th, and from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. October 1st through March 31st. Horseman's Park was intended to be used as such, a park to have events with horses. It is a park that was intended for daytime use. I am all for the group using the park during daytime hours. This, however, is a commercial stable. The website for CAR even indicates that they give riding lessons to and run camps for the general public and charge fees as such. This is a commercial enterprise. I previously brought up issues with dust and traffic that will generate in this less traveled, soon-to-be busy neighborhood. I believe this is a wonderful program in a venue zoned for such. The site is designated as mixed residential, not horse property. This permit is for non-conforming use, and we ask you to reconsider establishing the permit until you can see what the effects are. I would not have purchased this residence being next to a commercial equestrian facility, and I believe it will affect the home values in the neighborhood. Since when do we allow parks in this city 24-hour access and a commercial enterprise to operate on it? I would ask you all, would you want to live next door? Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Sheila Freed, followed by Clayton Van Imwegen.
Good evening. My name is Sheila Freed, and a few days ago I emailed my objections to all of you council persons. If you don't have it, I brought some extra copies, but I won't bother to take up time reading what you've already seen. But I would just like to summarize my opposition by saying that the Center for Adaptive Riding is running a business. You can look at their website and see that they charge for lessons, and they make it really clear that if you don't pay or somebody doesn't pay, the lessons will stop. I don't have any problem at all with what they're doing, but they are acting as if they have a right to carry on this enterprise in a public park without regard to the legitimate concerns of the public. If this council represents all of the people, you will reject this use permit. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you all for your time. I'll be brief. 1964, when Horseman's Park was deeded from Washoe County to the city, that area was the proverbial middle of nowhere. It's now a rather desirable place to live. It's zoned SPF 15. Reno Municipal Code Title 18, Section 500 states essentially that while these legal non-conforming uses be accepted, they are not encouraged. There's a further section that goes on to state that capital improvements are not in keeping with that idea. I don't see how that this comes out of the planning committee stating that it has met those requirements. I am absolutely in opposition to the planned expansion at Horseman's Park. I think CR does a wonderful job. I don't think it's the appropriate location. Thanks for your time.
Amanda Shackleton.
Good evening. I also submitted my comments, though I know they were a bit late and came just a couple hours ago, so I hope you all have the printout and I won't repeat everything in there. I live at 2385 Manzanita Lane, which is right across from Horseman's Park, across the Dantwash Ravine there. And, you know, I have a number of concerns about the project. I think I second all of the environmental concerns and the concerns about the changing nature of the neighborhood that are in opposition to the project in general. But I also am concerned about some of the conditions that are in place if this project does go through. And I understand there's been a lot of work to get it to the point where it could go through. If it goes through, I think that the conditions that were imposed in January absolutely need to be upheld. There should not be more than 6 horses there. 6 horses is enough. The more horses there are, the more noise pollution there is, the more dust there is. Also, the longer number of hours that the horses are operating, in the capacity of giving riding lessons and, equestrian activities, the bigger the concern, all of those, noise, dust, all of the traffic, everything that will affect the local community become. I'm also concerned about the start time of 7 a.m. in the morning. I understand in January the equestrian activities were limited to 7 p.m. instead of 8 p.m. at night, but 7 a.m. I think is very early. I know my neighbors across the ravine can definitely hear noise across the way. We hear kids being cheered on the soccer field in the summertime, et cetera. And I'm concerned about the noise and pollution and extra traffic so early in the morning, especially on the weekends at 7 a.m. That seems very early to me. I really think it should be limited to 8 a.m., maybe 9 a.m. on the weekends. I'm also especially concerned, having looked through the pictures in the portfolio online, about the proposed indoor arena. I understand that project may not go through, may not happen until a later date, but it's very large and very imposing. And I know that in order to meet this non-conforming use requirements, the structures are supposed to not, they're supposed to be appropriate for the neighborhood, to not be, some gigantic eyesore that really messes up the look of the neighborhood. And I feel like that indoor arena is really not in keeping with that provision. I would request that if that indoor arena is authorized, that at least there be some sort of limitation on the height other than the 35 limit. That there's a 35-foot limit in the area, but at least should be 25 feet or something, so that there's not some huge construction right there on the side of the ravine that really affects the appearance of the area. And I would also request that there be restrictions related to the construction of the project, so that's not so noisy during the process. I understand that with any new project, there's some noise during the construction, but at a minimum, again, it shouldn't start before 8 a.m., 9 a.m. on the weekends, so that it's not such a big inconvenience to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any further public comment?
Madam Vice Mayor, we have no further public comment in the audience. We did receive an online public comment form from John Davies, who is in opposition of the project.
Thank you very much. Do any council members have any disclosures? Okay, seeing none.
Oh, I'll disclose that I visited the site today.
Thank you very much. I would turn to our city attorneys now with regards to standing. Are there any issues with regards to standing to bring the appeal?
No, there's no issue. The appellant has standing.
Okay. May I get a motion to the issue of standing?
Moved.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, staff. Will staff give a brief overview of the appeal?
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. Before you this evening is an appeal of 3 conditions of approval as approved by the Planning Commission in January for the establishment, for the expansion of an existing non-conforming use. The Horseman's Park facility does have a deed restriction in place and is intended to be utilized as an equestrian facility for the foreseeable future. The Center for Adaptive Riding made a request by a special use permit to both provide for on-site boarding of their program horses, as well as some approximately 18,000 square feet of structural additions to the site, which prompted a special use permit for the expansion of the non-conforming use. The applicant have filed an appeal to 3 conditions of approval related to the number of horses that would be allowed to be boarded on site, the hours of operation, and the improvements that were conditioned to be installed, a gravel surface within this horse trailer staging area. I would be happy to elaborate further, or I can provide a more thorough presentation at a later time.
Thank you very much. We probably just want to hear from the appellant first, or do you have questions?
I just have one question that came up for
Councilmember Breckus.
It was more with Ms. Hanson. If this had not been appealed, by the applicant, would it still have gone to city council to establish a nonconforming use?
It would not. The code identifies only one instance that where the nonconforming use would come forward to city council as a standard procedure. That would be for the reestablishment of a previously discontinued nonconforming use.
Okay.
So such as the Maverick that came before you about a year ago.
Okay, so, but this is an expansion of a nonconforming use.
That's correct.
But, so it's, when the application came in, your staff never thought that the equestrian use had ever been abandoned.
That's correct. The city of Reno has a 99-year lease on the equestrian facilities. And because of that, the use is in place with the continuation of the city of Reno lease agreement with Washoe County.
Even though there hasn't been anything on the record of activity of this use or a business license for this use, you all determined that the existence of the city's lease with Washoe County for the property meant that the use was still in place.
Yes, the facility has been available to the public up until the time that the Center for Adaptive Riding entered into a lease agreement contract in September of 2015 with the city of Reno. Up until that time, the facility was available for equestrian facility operations, events, things of that nature. We are aware that it was not used much, if at all, for equestrian events over the past decade or so.
Okay.
So the Center for Adaptive Riding has been operating there during the day under normal daytime operations since September of 2015 at this site.
Okay, as a park user.
Correct. Well, as a lessee.
Oh, as a lessee.
Yes.
Okay, but before that, park users used it sporadically. Okay, I gotcha.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we will have the appellant come up and give their presentation. And you have 15 minutes exclusive of any council questions.
Good evening to the members of the City Council and to city staff. My name is Terry Thomas, and I'm representing the Center for Adaptive Riding as a board member tonight. It is true that this facility has not been used for decades in the manner in which it was intended to be used. The center has kept, maintained, and modified this facility to the beneficial aspect of the neighborhood for over 2 years now. I don't know of any better use that could be put to this beautiful facility than to help with therapeutic riding. I would like to introduce Cindy Salyer to give a very brief presentation to show you the beauty of horses and therapy.
Thank you, Terry. I'm sitting there kind of deciding to ditch my presentation. Thank you, council members, Madam Vice Mayor. I would like to thank the neighbors who have come to speak on behalf of their neighborhood because it is a very special spot. And I would just like to first say that I think this process is backwards. I think it would be really great in this instance if when our signs are posted and our phone numbers are put up, that people would come to us with questions because we would love to work together collaboratively to enhance this neighborhood and to protect this neighborhood. And if there are issues and concerns that that people have about the 5 acres that we lease and the area around it, we want to be as much a part of protecting that as we can. So my presentation really just echoes what Heather spoke to you about, the 3 items that we're appealing out of the 16 that were added to our special use permit, which is something that we were pursuing from the beginning when we first got even our temporary use permit and then our 10-year lease with the city. All along, the city has been aware that we would be expanding, particularly with the covered arena, so that we can program
more hours in, cold weather or warm weather. Our clients are very weather sensitive, and so there's very few hours a day that we can actually program. Um, So I would like to work together. Oh, I'm sorry. I would like to work together with the city, with the community to create this. We have followed all of our steps that we've been given and gotten to this point of this appeal, and are only asking for the 3 modifications. One is for 8 horses rather than 6. And I have 6 horses at my house right now, so I am extremely familiar with how much manure is produced and how much urine is produced and how to keep it clean and dispose of things properly and manage pests and all of that to keep 6 animals within 25 feet of my house and not have an issue with smell or contamination or things like that. So I understand the concerns very clearly. We have been operating there for 2 years with 6 horses. And yes, we have to trailer them back and forth, which is very hard on the horses. It's hard on staff. It's also, that creates much more dust and noise and commotion than if we had the horses there. When we're running lessons, even at max capacity, we are not teaching more than 3 lessons at a time. And, I may flip through here a little bit just to show you a couple of pictures of active pictures from active lessons so that you can see that, there's only one student with one instructor and some volunteers to help them. There's never more than 3 lessons happening at one time. So it's not a high impact facility. It's not, to us, it's not a commercial stable. We are not having people come in and doing lessons with 6 little 6-year-olds at the same time, all riding 6 horses around. And it's very, very low impact therapeutic riding is in the fashion that we have it set up. In fact, I will just, you can see from some of these pictures, the little guy in the front is having a tactile experience with his horse and trying to form some words. He's a nonverbal young man, and that would be the typical view. And that's part of the property down there. We're not filled with horses, not filled with students on that level. Yes, we are a business, we're a nonprofit organization, and yes, we do have to take in money in order to provide services. But we are not a commercial barn, and again, you can't see behind the other little guy, but this was the park before we came. All of what you see in the arena are goat heads, and it was filled with broken glass where juveniles had taken their alcohol bottles, put them in the back of a truck, gone in the arena, and did donuts. And so shattered glass was everywhere that wasn't usable for dog shows, for horse shows, for anything. So we came in and we cleaned that all up and made it usable. Since we've been there, this is the arena now. Since we've been there, this grandstand was a very popular place for delinquents, drug dealers, all kinds of problems. There was a lot of illicit activity going on, a lot of garbage on this property before we came and cleaned it all up. And so now this is what the property looks like. So again, we're just asking for the additional 2 horses. We do have restrictions on how we can use them because we are a premier accredited center through the Professional Association of Therapeutic Horsemanship, which is an international accrediting organization. We take our jobs very seriously. We are not a backyard, come on over, we're doing pony rides. There's a specific purpose to what we do, and we take it very seriously. And as I said, we love that property. We love that neighborhood, and we want to make it better. This is an example of the type of shelter that would be constructed, and it would be a very quick and simple construction. It is not a full building. This is just a sample of what a storage shed might look like that we would like to put a 10 by 12, or excuse me, I believe it's a 12 by 20 storage shed on the property. This is an example of the caretaker's cottage. This is not something that we initiated. This is something that came from the city, that we would have to have a caretaker's cottage, a separate residence, and someone living on property with the horses. We would have preferred to have staff stay overnight in the clubhouse as security. You know, it would be an actual job, it would be an actual position, not somebody living in the clubhouse. But we were denied that. That's where the caretaker's cottage came from. So we want to keep it all together and in the fashion that the property was initially designed for. This is the covered arena, and Amanda, I hear your concerns about the height, and that is why we have chosen a design that is the lowest it could possibly be and still be safe. It is a very small arena. It is only approximately 75 feet, 50 feet by 75 feet, or 75 by 100. Either way, it is not a large arena by any means. And the coloring would be done to match the existing clubhouse, which frankly is not as attractive as the covered arena, in my opinion. So that's already there. It is not our intention to, block anyone's views, and we have checked this and, made sure this wasn't going to be in obstructing anyone's view of any of the natural area. We've already discussed this. Okay, so the number of horses, we propose a compromise of 8 program horses. We believe we can run our program 5 days a week and serve a good deal more than we are able to serve right now. We were told when we started the special use permit process, to think 10 years down the road, make sure you ask for everything you think you might need for 10 years. This is what we need right now. I believe this would get us through 5 years of programming, and that's if we are able to have 8 fully qualified horses on site. Excuse me. We talked about this. We're not a commercial barn. Here are some more pictures so you can get an idea of what our lessons look like, what the property looks like now. You can see the trailers down there in the staging area. This is near our mounting ramp inside the big arena. These are all pictures that were taken during active lessons. These are not posed pictures. The hours of operation, all we ask is that we be able to maintain the same hours that were already approved in our existing 10-year lease. And that would be that we would be from 7 a.m. till 8 p.m. In the summer, you cannot program in the middle of the day. There are, sometimes 6 hours of the day you can't have a horse out there, you can't have a child out there that has a disability. A lot of the kids with autism have a lot of sensory issues. These are the same hours we've been programming till, and no one has complained. We're not a noisy program. But we do need to be able to maybe have a lesson at 7 o'clock at night. That was our latest lessons that we've had in the summer, 7 o'clock, so 7 to 8, and then we take care of the horses after that.
Longer hours, maybe.
And then the graveling of the staging, the east staging area, this is interesting to me because prior to our being there and prior to the gate being put up at the driveway of that area, there was a lot of, again, young kids and drug dealers and folks coming in and doing donuts and drag racing the length of it and lighting off firecrackers. And these are all things I've witnessed. Now there's none of that. So it is less dusty than it was before we came. So telling us that we're going to, giving us the burden of graveling that to reduce dust when we have reduced the dust already, and something that would cost us, $10,000 to $15,000 to do is, I believe, an onerous burden. Here is a picture of the staging area in Hidden Valley at their arena, and Bartley Ranch, of course, I'm sure everyone's familiar with that. It's typical for staging areas to be dirt, and actually the one at Horseman's Park is packed DG, so it's less dusty than most places. I think that's about all I've got. We would love to stay there. We would love to grow our program there. We've heard nothing but positive from the people in the neighborhood. And unfortunately, I hadn't heard from any of these folks, or I would have gladly sat down with them, taken them around the property, and also want to do whatever I can to help mitigate their concerns. That's all I have for tonight. I really thank you for your time. And again, I thank all of the folks who came, because we need people who care about their neighborhoods.
And I would just like to add that we appreciate the Planning Commission's approval of our special use permit. Again, there are some of the conditions that we feel are onerous and would really cramp our ability to continue our program, but we appreciate your hearing our case tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had a couple of questions. First off, I thought the suggestion of, and I don't know if staff, if we can do that on development projects, can you put the developers, I mean, they're suggesting that maybe some of these questions could have been answered and some of the issues may be resolved in a less formal setting. And can you put that on the notification if a developer agrees to, or an appellant, or what, can they put their contact information on the notice? I thought that was a great suggestion, by the way. We'll review that. I thought that was a great suggestion. My question is, do you have a waiting list for your current group? You're wanting to expand from 6 to 8 horses. Is that because you have?
Yes, we do. We always have a waiting list.
Okay. Thank you.
We have veterans and children that are on the waiting list.
Thank you very much. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And so we approved this lease September 23rd of 2015 for the park. And the conditions then were that they would haul the horses in and for the use and then haul them out. If you've got the horses on the site permanently, is there any reason to use the staging area for your horse trailers?
Councilman McKenzie, what would happen would be there would be less activity in the area because the horses would already be housed in the area. We might bring in a horse or two that is not housed on the facility because of the restrictions that have been imposed, because we would need to have additional horses for the program. But our goal is to have the horses that we use in the program housed on the facility so that they can be utilized at all times.
Okay. Now, I was reading in the conditions, where the stalls are supposed to be cleaned daily. They're stored in a closed, what you clean up is stored in a closed bin. It's not in a pile alongside the stalls. It's in a closed bin. That closed bin's hauled off weekly. Those are all conditions of you're having the horses on the property permanent.
And we have met all of those conditions in all of the conditions of our lease since we've held the lease, and even before when we were using the facility. We do have a dedicated dumpster. Our volunteers are extremely good at picking up the manure and depositing it into the dumpster, and it is picked up weekly.
Okay. I've got a question for, I guess, you get it, Bill, because the lot, the parking lot.
Yes.
I read in the minutes of the planning commission meeting that it was reported there haven't been any complaints about dust or anything from that.
Yeah, we've received no complaints of dust or any issues with the existing east lot over there. Parks didn't have any issues with it. Again, when we looked at it, we looked at them housing the horses on the site would actually reduce the number of trips that would be used on that lot, and we didn't anticipate, we didn't feel that it would be necessary to provide any sort of surfacing.
And one of the people in public comment brought up the drainage issue, and have we looked at that and seen if there's a remediation for that or a fix for that?
Yes, actually, they, as she mentioned, they contacted Heather, getting in touch with Public Works. Sergio Gutierrez and Teresa Jones from our Public Works Drainage Division had been out there and taken a look at the site, analyzed the existing drainage patterns. It's all on-site drainage that tends to drain to the east edge, and it does run off. There was a small ditch along the east edge of that lot it's just too small. They've recommended a mitigation of increasing that size, a larger riprap ditch with a berm on the east edge of it to train that water down and into the drainage system. It's something that's that they're looking at. It's a mitigation they feel is acceptable and necessary, and they're prioritizing that with the other flood and drainage issues that they're dealing with now. So, but they will prioritize that and anticipate that being part of whether it's a maintenance project or a public works drainage improvements project.
But that's something we'll do as a city.
But that's something they're looking at right now, and they will address, absolutely.
Which they? The city or the applicant?
No, the city.
The city. It's the city's facility. It's existing condition.
Okay. And I'm not a very good person to talk to about having horses close to your house because I spent most of my life with them close to my house and I kind of miss them. But I do understand the concern about a drainage issue where we're draining across an area where we've got the offfall of the horses that can become part of the runoff and run into your yard or your house, because that's not the best thing either. But and if we've got a mitigation for that, I think that's one concern. And then I was reading in the minutes, and I couldn't see where they came with the basis or why they decided they wanted to reduce the horse numbers as far as they did. We had Mr. Hawkins went into a big, long explanation of how much offall there is. But again, that offall is hauled off on a weekly basis. So to me, it's just a bigger dumpster. But my biggest concern with this is we're actually, in my mind, we're actually improving the conditions for the neighborhood. We're reducing traffic because we're not hauling the horses in. We're reducing the impact on the parking lot. We're reducing the noise by housing them on the facility instead of off. So a lot of the issues that I heard in comment today of why people were opposed to this, actually housing the horses on the property are going to mitigate those more than continuing to have them haul them onto the property. So, and then I think that we signed a lease for 8 o'clock. I think we're kind of bound to that lease. I don't know how we condition them out of something we agreed to in their lease. So that's kind of where I'm at with my review of it and from what I've heard in public comment.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Dorr.
Yeah, thanks. I just had a couple questions. When we did the lease, was there notice to the neighbors about this, or?
For the record, Andy Bass, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. The Parks and Recreation Commission had gone over kind of a months of planning and kind of thinking about this site. They were actually and made a motion to look towards turning the site into a dog park. And at that time, we were approached by the Center for Adaptive Riding, and so the public process was really through the Parks Commission, which they did approve, and then it obviously came to council for your approval as well.
So we
but,
don't
but we
have-
did not send out specific notices to the residents.
Well, it just, I mean, in terms of a going forward issue, I think that if you have a site that's been vacant, and then you're going to add a use, whatever it is, whether it's a tennis court or badminton court or bocce ball or horse, whatever, and it's embedded in a neighborhood, it's a neighborhood park more than a regional park, I guess, then it seems to me that, you know, that kind of thing would be what you do. Just like when you're having a planning change, we do a notice, you know, so the residents right around know. So I just think that, you know, apparently didn't happen. It's not part of our process now, but I do think going forward, it should be part of our process. So that's item 1. I don't know if anybody agrees, but it would be something to talk to with the park commission so that, you know, we're bringing a county type rural use into a pretty built up neighborhood.
Yeah, and from our perspective, it was, you know, the park was built to do horse activities.
Right, but I think the
And
point was
this
made before, you know, it really developed fully. I mean, that was back in 64, I think they said.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so in 64, I mean, these houses weren't here. You know, City of Reno approved the growing up of the houses around this park, and yeah. So maybe a dog park would have been good because that's what the neighbors could use, right? So another question I have is, was about the park commission process. So it sounds like it went through the park commission process, even though probably the neighbors didn't know it was happening, but it went through.
Certainly, absolutely.
Okay. And then another question I had is, I'm sure that the applicant must have considered at some point Bartley Ranch versus this location. Did that ever happen, or is there an issue there? Because that's already an equestrian facility surrounded by county with lots of elbow room.
Thank you. That is Cindy Salyer, Business Director, Center for Adaptive Riding. Bartley Ranch is an open to the public,
right? Which
horse park, which is why Horseman's Park was sort of abandoned and became, you know, the hangout for the troublemakers. So there would be no way for us to have used Bartley Ranch to be able to lease it and use it on an exclusive basis, which would be necessary for confidentiality and other purposes for our type of programming.
So even like a subset of Bartley, they wouldn't have been open to, since it's all about horses too.
Right, and that facility is used quite a bit.
Right.
Once that was built, people kind of gravitated there.
Okay. Just a few more questions. The pond next to the site, what is that? I'm sure somebody must know.
It's a reservoir,
right,
and it's for the golf course, I believe, the county golf course.
Does our staff know?
Right, Andy? Okay.
It's a reservoir.
Yeah, so it is a reservoir that is used in irrigation. So
for what?
It was originally used for Washoe County Golf Course, and that's what the
But I mean, it's far from Washoe County Golf Course.
Right. That.
Oh.
I can't tell you the details of why that was chosen, but
now it's not.
Was the use.
Not now.
I believe it still is. Yes.
So they pipe the water from here over to Washoe County Golf Course. Okay. So is it reclaimed water or is it like potable? I mean, it's right there, open.
I do not believe it's reclaimed. No.
Okay. And one compliment, I did like, you know, if you go forward, it sounds like the Planning Commission approved this facility, which is one thing I did like was that it was back away. It was at the furthest point from public, and it was to the open space, and it was on the reservoirs on one side, the canyons on the other side. It seemed like that was a good positioning. I just compliments on that issue.
May I address that?
Yeah.
Councilmember Dewar, we endeavored to put the facilities that we proposed as far away from the residential properties as we could. And luckily, the property is uniquely situated to do that.
Okay.
And again, that was our intention, and that is our goal.
Yeah. So one last question while you're up there. This parking lot, so what is that? That's like, I don't know, 8 acres or 7 acres or something?
Our entire leased property is 5 acres. That parking lot is probably about 1.5 acres, but it's not a parking lot. It is a staging area. No equestrian park has a parking lot.
Well, it can't be an acre because the whole property is 18 acres.
Well, we only lease 5.
I know you only use 5, but I was just trying to understand this parking area. Do you know, staff?
May I have the overhead, please? Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner. So the lease space is outlined in red
Oh,
on
in
this
this-
display.
yeah.
And that's a total of 5 acres. And so the parking lot is probably about 2 acres in size by just looking at the area
2
there.
acres. And they're leasing the 5.
They're leasing 5. So the parcel boundary actually encompasses 2 different parcels. One is owned by Washoe County, and the other one is City of Reno, and it's 18 acres. It actually stretches out beyond, here we go. It stretches out beyond and into the Dant Wash and just
Oh,
to the
okay.
east of, so the property line is actually, it runs along here. And
Down
then
into the
goes
wash.
across, yes.
Okay, that explains that. Okay, I guess I don't think, given the location and all, one idea I'd had was a little more screening, but I don't think it's necessary. And the other thing was on the parking lot, so it's DG now, and you were recommending keeping it DG, and what did our staff, do you agree with that or not agree with that?
Since it's not a parking lot and it's a horse trailer unloading and loading staging area, DG it would be appropriate in staff's opinion.
So even though you required gravel before, you're changing your recommendation?
No, staff moved forward with
Sorry,
without that recommended
not staff, the
condition.
planning commission
The
required
planning
the gravel.
commission added it at the tail end.
But
of-
you
of
would
the
modify that to
discussion.
stay with DG?
Staff would support that
All right, thank you.
modification, yes.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Reckes.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I'm really working through this hearing to divorce the role that I know that we have as landlord from our land use entitlement role, because that's the role we're sitting in. I think when the lease came forward, I had some comments, questions about it. I expressed those to staff. I have a different account of how it came about through the Parks Commission as the Parks liaison, you know, but I'm going to leave those over there. You know, I have concerns about the expansion of this use. I really do. I think that we're seeing time and time again that neighbors are, you know, even if they don't have access to a park facility, which, you know, because we have a lessee situation, they should at least not be inconvenienced by it. And when I look at the special use permit conditions and my site visit today, and it is my ward, I will say, you know, I think this expansion is a little bit intense. I think the questions of dust and odor are realistic ones, and I'm and the big one is use compatibility. I know I've had conversations with them once the lease was brought to us and all, but you never know until you hear, you know, go through you never understand when you're in the land use entitlement process until you hear from the experts in the area, you know, and those are that's why we notice out. And I am hearing concerns, you know, and I've expressed to this board before, sometimes park uses are impacting to neighborhoods. I know I've brought that up fairly recently with another lessee of a park. I was trying to change a time start, you know, a Saturday morning time start. So I think that it is, you know, I'm looking at very broadly as an expansion of a use. And I'm just having a hard time with the whole expansion of the use in many ways. But, you know, at the end of the day, we have to go narrow to the findings, and the land use compatibility of the expansion is of concern to me. The 12 horses, you know, rooming and boarding. I don't oppose the idea of a caretaker on park property. I think that can be a compatible use, but it's someone who could be out there, you know, working 24 hours a day because, you know, there's a 24-hour need there. So that's a level of activity. The special use permit talks about a level of activity. And so the land use compatibility of this, you know, semi-rural activity in this suburban location is the dust is of concern to me. And the other finding that we need to, sit with today is, well, F is the environmental impacts of noise, dust, vibrations, fumes, pollution, or odor. And then I think and D, traffic, it's an irregularity to have a traffic impact of this type coming up, a suburban neighborhood street. So I'm having a hard time with that. And then also under special use permits for non-conforming, the expansion or change will not damage the character or quality of the neighborhood in which it is located or hinder the future development of the surrounding properties. I'm having a hard time with that. I think that we've heard from a broad assortment of long tenured neighbors that, and I don't think.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And I think my question to staff is going to be a little more narrow, just more trying to figure out where the Planning Commission's head was on some of these things, because I mean this is a pretty unique situation in that we have, the applicant getting a overall positive decision from the Planning Commission and then feeling the need to appeal that to us and then sort of reopening the can of worms. And, I'm always very sensitive to the fact that, we need to empower our Planning Commission to go through these technical reviews and make good decisions. And so when I see a decision coming out unanimously from the Planning Commission, I'm instantly reluctant to tinker with it. And yet I can look and see, just by reading the minutes and just sort of reviewing the record, some things I have questions about in terms of the thinking, and not to cast aspersions on the good work that the Planning Commission does, but it does sort of strike me that they were trying to put some things on this to help squeeze this into where it was needing to go. Going from 12 down to 6 because of someone's back of the math calculation on byproducts from horses, where Councilmember McKenzie rightly pointed out, well, that there's containment measures for that, and there's ways to deal with that. And then the other piece that I wanted to hear from staff just a little bit more as to what the Planning Commission's thinking was on the gravel piece. As was reported by staff, there's no current dust issue. If anything, just from a layperson's perspective, if there's less horse trailer traffic in and out of there because you got horses that are being boarded there, there's almost less exposure to dust. And I mean, we see this all the time where an appellant says, hey, I want to contest this condition because this just upped the cost of my project significantly, and rightfully so. The appellant says, yes, this is a price tag, but then they also call into question whether or not we could actually make this work for loading horses off on the gravel. And so I don't know if there was that exchange, not just, okay, this is a additional financial burden you're placing on us, but also practically speaking, this doesn't work for us. I don't know on that particular piece of what the discussion was at the Planning Commission.
Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. The Planning Commission modified several of the conditions of approval and added 2 that were related to the gravel piece and outside noise, and with specific discussion that was surrounding the existing DG horse parking area. The discussion came up during the Planning Commission discussion, and staff didn't really have an opportunity at that time to chime in. The Commission's perspective on that was that they interpreted that this was a parking lot to be used for general parking, and since the code does require an impermeable surface and permanent surface for parking, that's where that condition came from. Since it's not a parking lot and it's more of a staging area for horse unloading and loading, staff is under the opinion that it would not really be appropriate in this instance.
Okay, so it's a matter of what we're labeling it in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, I guess just comments for now. I'm not going to approach the findings just yet at this point, but to respond, I think, to Councilmember McKenzie, the feeling that we're bound by whatever conditions were laid out in the previous lease, yes, I think that's an input for us, but at the same time, as Councilwoman Breckus pointed out, now we're contemplating an expansion over here. We're in our land use hat. So we're sort of out of that contract piece, and now we're into, what our land use decision is in terms of our, quasi judicial role right now, reviewing what the planning commission did. So I'm not feeling bound by that on the hours of operation. And I will say, I mean, I know the neighborhood well. I confess to being a contributor to the traffic, since I've got 2 sons that are playing soccer up there, and I do Frogger every Saturday up there, and always feel for the residents when I'm making use of the park facilities up there, because I know it's a busy road, and I understand that the concern about the overall traffic impacts and activity impacts to this area.
Thank
Quick
you
question.
very much. I had a quick question
Yeah.
as well. So you have said that the horses will remain on site. How often would you be loading or unloading horses under those conditions?
If we had 8 horses on site, it would be very rare. Maybe, we have a little mini that would live elsewhere, and maybe once in a while the little mini would come up for the day or something like that. But as opposed to it happening, twice a day, every day that we have to have horses there, it would maybe be, I could see maybe once or twice a month.
Okay, so the actual usage. Okay, I was trying
As
to
far as,
understand
having
need
to
for the
come
gravel.
in and out of that staging area.
Okay.
We would need somewhere to park our trailers, and they would probably stay parked in that staging area, but they wouldn't be moved back and forth. And I would just like to point out, as Councilman Bobzian was talking about using the area, if you're in that area at 6 o'clock in the morning on Saturday or Sunday, you are not alone up there. There are lots of activities going on. And as, if I can borrow your map, Heather, here along the ditch is the Steamboat Ditch Trail. That's very heavily used. Lots of bicyclists, hikers, lots and lots of dogs. So there's activity up there even when I would arrive there at 6:30 in the morning to the park facility. There would already be a lot of activity, and also the remnants of the activity of the night before, which would not be going out quietly and taking care of a horse. It is, the breaking and shattering of alcohol bottles and things I won't mention that we've had to clean up after. And I would think that the neighbors would prefer to have a legal and quiet activity versus it being a party location.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, just where do the clients park? Could you point on this map?
Yes, I will. Let me see if I can be multi-talented here.
You
so
could just point.
This part of the parking lot, this is our lease area,
Right.
the red area, and across the parking lot here where the trail access is. So when we have program running, we use this portion of the parking lot right here. There are 2 handicap parking spots and, probably maybe 6 parking places that we use for staff and then for families when they bring their
Okay.
riders in.
Number 2, so when we're talking 6, 8, all this, and you're talking about trailering in horses, I mean, is the limitation, I guess for staff, the limitation is on how many horses can live in the barn, or is the limitation on how many horses can be on the property?
I believe it is live on the premises.
Yeah.
Again, Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner. So the condition is specific to horses that are being boarded at the facility, so overnight stays.
So, I mean, they could bring in 4 more in trailers? I mean, is there a limitation to how many horses they can have at the facility?
No, there's not.
Okay, so that's helpful to know. And the barn, and we talked about the parking. Okay, I think I understand that better, but I didn't understand that before. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other council members have any questions or comments? Ooh, Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And just real quick, if I understand the discussion that, from the appeal stuff we got and from what the presentation of the appellant is that if they had the 8 horses, there would be much less likelihood that they would have to trailer horses in. With the 6 horses, it'll be more frequently that they have to bring horses in. And because there's a certain limitation of how long they can use these horses for the activities they're doing. And I've been involved in this type of activity before, and a horse's attention span for this is about an hour. And then they start getting a little frustrated, and then you do get dust, and you get kids laying on the ground. So that's the number of horses is how many clients they can take care of during a day with the horses that they have. And if they've got 6 on property, to get the clients through there that they need to, they're going to need to add horses every day to make that work, is kind of what I understand from their discussion and from my experience, is that and an 8-hour day on a cool day, 8 horses is not really enough for probably the client load you have. But in the summer months, 8 would work pretty good, getting your morning and your afternoon rides in.
So I guess I have a question for Councilwoman Breckus, really. I mean, is an option here, just throwing this out here, there haven't been horses here, right? You've had, in the last 2 years, what have you had there? The 6, the 8, the 0, trailering them all in with the
About
6?
3 times a week, 5 to 6 horses, 3 times a week.
Okay. So one question was, could we, this may be something where, I don't know if this is correct, you tell me, where you try, let's just get 6 and see how this is working and the use. They could come back in and apply later once they've established a process use experience. But I don't know, if that works for others. But it's just a way to, to start with what the Planning Commission approved and to consider something later, just like you got the lease and 2 years later you came back to ask to stable the horses. You see what I'm saying? So it's just a different kind of an idea.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I guess, our process is we defer to the ward representative to make the motion. I guess, I don't like to guess the Planning Commission either.
Okay.
But this is a unique situation because the Planning Commission and staff was reacting to most likely our commitment to a lease that shows our intent, our will to use this property. And does contemplate expansion. But I won't go, I've talked a little bit about how that came to us as a lease, but, I'm having a hard time with it, and I'm going to make a motion to deny the special use permit based upon inability to make A. I do not believe that the land use is compatible with existing surrounding areas because it introduces a semi-rural livestock use to a mature, stable, suburban neighborhood setting. Finding D. The proposal adequately mitigates traffic impacts. I do not believe that the proposal adequately mitigates traffic impacts. I think mature, stable, suburban neighborhood setting because horse trailers are not a typical traffic use in this area. F. The project does not create adverse impacts such as smoke, noise, glass, dust, vibration, fumes, pollution, or odor, which would be detrimental to or constitute a nuisance to area properties. I think the virtue of livestock boarding in a mature, suburban, residential, stable neighborhood would introduce impacts of waste, odor, dust, incompatible with the setting. Finally, special use permit A requires that the expansion will not damage the character quality of the neighborhood in which it is located or hinder the future development of surrounding properties. I believe that there is evidence that the expansion, by its increased intensity and character, could pose or hinder neighborhood quality of life because it's introducing a level of intensity activity that is back to the character, out of the character with the setting. So that's my motion to deny the special use permit.
I'll second for discussion, and I do have a question.
Okay, we have a second discussion?
So I want to make sure I understand. So the planning commission approved for 6 the special use permit, and you're saying not that you don't want to modify it, you're saying to not even.
That's my motion, yes.
Okay,
They would
so
work
you're-
then in the
They would
terms
be
of their
allowed to
lease.
continue trailering in the horses,
Yeah.
but not have the horses
Yeah,
live
there's
there.
not an expansion of the use that has been there under the terms. So it's not expanding, it's a status quo. They've been there, whatever,
2 years.
3 days a week for 6 hours. I just think moving over to 24/7 and all the additional intensity and construction is, upon examination, too intense for the area.
Okay, so we have
Barn
a
caretaker.
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I guess I'll
All those opposed say
go
no.
with aye.
No.
Okay.
Motion
Okay,
fails.
then I'd like the courtesy, usually we refer to the at-large to make the motion when the ward person makes the motion, but I'd like to move to uphold the planning commission recommendation. And I'll say, I know that the condition that they have problems with is the parking lot improvements, but I entered that lease based upon an understanding or representation that that parking lot would be improved. So not only would the use be able to use it, but staff discussed that others could use that, because sometimes that parking lot is filled, and I would like to see that parking lot available to other folks too. So, I'm strongly endorsing that provision, that condition that got added by the planning commission.
Okay, so do you want to make that motion?
Okay, and I have a question.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
I have a
Councilmember
question.
Dewar.
So I thought I read in the staff report that the gravel would actually be bad for the horses. Could I get confirmation on this? Is there an alternative between DG and gravel where, I was very concerned what you said about, any kind of open field with the waters that we've had, obviously is going to be impassable. We've seen that a lot. But so I don't know if there's a different approach.
Councilman Dewar, as a horse owner, I can tell you that gravel and horses do not get along.
Okay.
And I can also speak to the flooding area. Come to my house
Yeah.
and look at my parking lot.
So you wouldn't go there when it was wet,
No,
basically.
you don't put horses in gravel.
Yeah, but you would be walking the horses on this staging area.
Yes, I just took mine up to Hidden Valley.
And you had to walk
so
it
that
out
they,
of-
So that they could, enjoy something other than 4 feet of water, which is what I've got at my house.
So I am concerned about the gravel thing.
Okay, well, I think the planning commission was letting them off easy on the parking lot development standards. And sometimes I feel like the city doesn't follow the rules that are in place. I've seen the city require so many people to improve parking lots to parking lot standards. And so I would amend my motion to uphold the planning commission with the provision that the parking lot is improved to city development standards for parking lots.
So you mean paved?
That's what that is. And that's how, as an aside, that's how I entered into that lease agreement.
No, 1 second. Yes.
Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. Just to provide a bit of clarification, if I could please have the overhead. There is an existing improved parking lot located on the northwest side of the area that is fully improved and is utilized for public parking. There is a portion of the parking lot that has been included as a part of the Center for Adaptive Riding lease agreement. As a part of the lease agreement as well, Parks Department had agreed to gate off this access, and that was installed post approval and signature of the lease agreement. So this area over here is not utilized as a part of meeting any sort of required parking. The parking area is located to the northwest of the site.
And I feel that should be improved. And when the lease was brought forward, I asked a lot of questions about that. And I'll disclose my daughter runs for Worcester High School, and you cannot run cross-country training around Worcester High School. So they bus up here once a week with a large school bus into that lot. And I asked extensive questions about would there be other overflow parking provided? And Mr. Bass said, yes, there would be, and it would be improved. So, that's my recollection. And I was very concerned that the upper parking lot would lock out other users. And
Mr. Bass,
so
I'm sorry.
I'm looking to see the other area improved by.
Yeah, from a parks perspective, for the record, Andy Bass, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services, we did install a gate so that it was controlled access, so that it would not be an active parking lot. From our perspective, we would actually prefer the DG remain instead of installing the gravel in that parking lot, just from a parks perspective. So at this time, I mean, really, we keep it locked unless, we get a request to open it, or the Center for Adaptive Riding has the ability to use it as well.
So there's no buses turning around now.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So I go back to the expansion. The expansion, I think, then relies upon the upper area, and it is too intensive because other park users are locked out.
Thank you very much. Councilmember McKenzie.
I think that Mr. Bass addressed the point I was trying to bring up, or was going to bring up, is that that's not a parking lot. And to require that area to be improved to parking lot standards when it's not a parking lot, to me is, I mean, if it was an open parking area, I would agree, but that area is a restricted access, and it's limited access, and it's got special uses that it's accessed for, and I can't understand investing a bunch of money in improving it for uses that it's not going to have. And I mean, it's not a parking lot. It's a staging area. It's like a trailhead. We've got trailheads all over the community that don't have improvements on them.
Well, I'll rescind my motion and let another make that, but I'd like to say, when the lease came forward, I understood that they would have an enhanced parking area for this use, because that is a very tight little parking area, and you get all the afternoon trail walkers, whether or not the Worcester or other, park users are there in larger facilities, you get the trailers there, it's just too tight. So I think that really gets to the point of traffic impacts, because, parking is part of traffic impact.
Thank you very much. So for clarity, do we have a motion on the floor at this time?
She's rescinded.
She's rescinded. Okay. So I'd look to my at-large council member if he'd like to make a
Getting
motion.
close to that, and of course, I seconded the last motion to move us along. I do have two questions, though. There was, and I believe, Madam Vice Mayor, you were working toward this on your line of questioning earlier, and Councilmember McKenzie also asked this as well. I see an application for 12. The Planning Commission cuts it to 6. I don't really know what basis they use to get it down to 6. The appellant comes back and says, well, we could do 8. What I'm hearing is that with 8, you're getting less traffic on into that lot. The lot, which, as we've heard from the Parks Director, is now gated, so it's sort of a non-issue as to people coming in and out of it. And I do like the idea that we're activating a place that was previously not activated. I mean, having seen the impacts that having someone on site 24/7 up at, say, Rancho San Rafael, I mean, I can only think of good things that happen to try to keep the bad activities away from this lot. I wonder if there is a condition that we can do that provides the neighbor some assurance that, okay, well, we allowed you to go to 8 under the assumption that it would mean a significant decrease in the regular trailer traffic in and out of there. Because I got to tell you, I mean, if I was a neighbor and I'm seeing, the big, semi-horse trailer coming in and out, rattling in at 7 a.m. every Saturday, I'd be a little annoyed too. But if I can hear that, oh, okay, I believe I heard twice a month for additional, and I realize it's speculative, but I'm just wondering, and maybe staff could speak to this, if there's some way to provide the additional condition to give assurance that, okay, if there is the allowance up to 8, we are going to be able to have a cap on how much traffic is coming in and out of there from the trailers. I mean, there is some gate control right now, and I don't know if this is a better mechanism for the lease agreement as a future amendment, or this is conditioned on the special use permit. But, we would hate to be back here midsummer hearing that, oh no, there's still trailers 7 a.m. every Saturday morning. I mean, And I got head nods, and I trust you, but again, it's trust but verify. So I don't know, staff, if you could maybe help us out with the brainstorm here.
Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. I'm not sure I can help too much with the regular activities of the Center for Adaptive Riding as far as daytime activities. We would, if you approve the request tonight with a number of horses in mind, that is going to be the maximum number of horses that can be living on the site. I did want to say that if there is a future equestrian event or something like that held at this location, I know the Center for Adaptive Riding is hosting a PATH conference sometime in the early summer. Special events still would fall under a special activities permit, and so that might help cover those events where you might have a lot of trailer traffic coming onto the site. Those would fall under the special activities permits.
City Manager Thomas.
Perhaps a effective way to get to where Councilmember Bob Zine is going is not so much the number, because that's very difficult to enforce, but maybe the hours at which the trailers can come in. So the trade-off is if you have more horses there, you don't get to bring the trailers in at certain hours.
A good idea.
That is enforceable. That's something that the staff and the code enforcement can make sure that.
Okay, I'd like to hear from the appellant because, there's expansion of hours. Is that when do you?
think
I mean,
that sounds
and
like
again,
a
I realize you were speculating as to okay, we foresee much less traffic of the trailers. When do you foresee that traffic occurring typically during the day?
Well, if there is this consideration of trailering in and out for certain hours, if there is a concern about that the neighbors have, we're open to hearing that. Perhaps we don't bring in any extra trailers or horses, before 8 a.m. through that gate, or unless it's an emergency veterinary situation or something, then we might need to get somebody out. But in other words, we're very open to discussing this as a possibility because we want to make it work for everybody.
So, Councilmember Bob Zine, maybe a suggestion because some of the neighbors were concerned about the early morning activities. So maybe that is a restriction that you don't, as a regular operational activity, you're not trailering in your horses before, 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. 7 days a week. I mean, is that too tough to pull off?
6 p.m. in the summer might be a little tough.
Okay.
Because we do have to program a little in the evening. I don't see why we couldn't do 9 a.m. I probably would ask for 8, but we could do 9 if that is what would make the neighbors more comfortable.
Okay. Councilmember Bob Zine.
Excuse me, but the whole issue of having the horses on site is to make the trailering activity go away for the most part. So that would be a non-issue. The horses would be there, they would be quiet, they would be fed, and no trailers would be coming in and out of the facility.
Okay, and one other question to staff. I mean, I do want to make sure we got T's crossed, I's dotted. The issue raised earlier about runoff. You mentioned it again, but I think it'd be good. You mentioned it before, but I think it'd be good to just give us the thumbnail on how that's being dealt with. Obviously, that is on everybody's minds right now, and that's a very real concern. Stalls, waste management, how we're Bill, you would acknowledge it was an issue. We need to hear that this is not left undone after tonight.
For the record, Bill Gall, Senior Engineer. Yeah, as far as the runoff and there's some damage and some potential flooding to the house that's on the east edge right now. That's existing condition. It's coming from Pioneer Drive and the northern portion of the site as it runs west to east through the parking area in that area. Our Public Works is looking at that as for a mitigation and to prevent that and provide, protection for future events. And they'll be programming that into their improvement projects. And then
So that's on
as-
us,
That's on
is what
us.
you're
Yeah,
saying.
it's
So
it's an
it's-
existing condition.
okay.
It's on us right now.
Right,
So
right.
that's on us. As far as, runoff of like horse excrement or anything like that, as you can see from the developer where the horse shelter is and the covered area is, it's to the south end of the property, and it kind of drains, towards the damp wash area. So what they do have, minimally, it will drain into the damp wash area. So, okay.
But, okay, sorry.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Councilman Bobzien, because that's exactly what I was going to ask did we need to construct some kind of wall to protect this home from this drainage? And is that the kind of thing that we're anticipating?
Public Works staff, they identified probably a small riprap V ditch and a small berm
Right.
along the edge of the parking area,
Okay.
directing that down in damp
That
wash.
makes sense to me. Number two is I'm not that keen about having horse waste run off into the damp wash, which then gets picked up. The whole damp wash was filled in the last flood.
And I'll let them address that. but
Well, there
they're
has
much
to
more than
be a waste management system where it is contained on site.
So
So running off into the canyon isn't dumb work for
I'll let
me.
the applicant address that more.
Okay. Do you want to address that? Applicant,
Don't they pick it up everything?
Heather?
Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner. I can briefly address that. So the applicant is required to take off all, manure waste at least once a day. Typically, the applicant has shared with staff and with the Planning Commission that they typically pick up waste as the horses are making it when they have lessons and things like that going on. So the primary area of concern may be the horse shelter. So they're conditioned to pick up at least once a day. In addition, when you have an environment where you have a horse living in a 12 by 12 stall, say, you typically have a bedding material in place where that can be removed, and it does pick up a lot of the urine and things like that.
Because what a lot of these kind of places do is they put some kind of intercept ditch so that, if it does run off, it's not running off into a water body, because this damp wash ultimately drains to Virginia Lake. And we have already done sampling at Virginia Lake, and we've already identified that there's general horse runoff, cow runoff that is, increasing or worsening the water quality problem at Virginia Lake. And we're already talking about things that are even closer, dealing with those. So I don't know how to condition this, but I do think there should not be runoff off the site. That's something important to me. And lastly, if you're putting 8 horses, do you have to increase the size of this barn? I mean, what's it sized for? It's 8. Okay, thank you. So can you think about a condition from our staff that would be an interceptor ditch so that there's a containment area? I don't want to see.
For the record, Bill, yeah, actually, we could include some sort of condition that would say, the site design for the horse shelter will be such that to prevent any runoff into the dam
That's a
drainage.
best practice, and that's
yeah,
what they need to do.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other council members have any questions or comments at this time?
I was just going to make a comment. I built quite a few horse shelters, and that's one of the first things you do when you build it is make sure that you protect them from flooding,
Right.
which is going to cause the runoff, because you don't want the water in the horse shelter,
Exactly.
which that is what would cause the runoff into the.
That's where I was going as well. Thank you.
Okay,
Councilmember Bodzey.
so as conditions, then we've got site design review for horse shelter to prevent runoff. Bill, that's what I heard you say. Okay. Okay, so with that, let's take a crack at this. In regard to the appeal, based on council's review of the staff report, the record on appeal, and the information presented at the public hearing, I move to modify the decision of the Planning Commission as follows, and as modified, I move to make all the special use permit findings as required, as listed in the staff report. City Clerk is instructed to prepare and file an order approving the special use permit as modified. The modifications are number 1, condition 6, modified to state 8 horses. Let's see. Which one was condition 11 again? Condition 11 is further modified, sticking with the hours, but a further modification that the trailer activity would not commence prior to 9 a.m. and would conclude by 7 p.m. The condition 15 is repealed. That's the gravel lot in recognition of it not really being a parking lot, and it will not be used as such. And then the additional condition that there be a site design review by staff for the horse shelter to prevent runoff.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, do we have any further public comment on this item?
No, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor
I'm
say
going
aye.
to ask for discussion.
Councilmember Breckus.
I'm not going to support the motion. I hope I'm wrong. I hope all the neighbors who are here and concerned about the impacts are wrong. I hope people in the neighborhood end up going by and seeing the horses boarded and take their grandkids up there and pet them. And, you know, it's kind of an exciting little attraction to have this presence. But I'm just not so sure that we're not going in the wrong direction by intensifying this use that it's kind of a leftover use from the 60s that phased out for a reason as the neighborhood matured around it. So I'm not going to support the motion. And again, I feel like this council is, again, prioritizing out of neighborhood interests over in neighborhood interests and in neighborhood protection.
Order. Thank you very much. I disagree that this council doesn't care deeply about the neighborhoods on this issue, but we have a motion and a second.
Before you go.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, I appreciate the improvement to the project. I think that the council's done the best that they can do. I also am not going to support the motion, and my ward borders this right on the edge of Horseman's Park, and a number of the people that spoke are on Pioneer, and that is in my ward, and so the impacts are basically shared amongst Ward 2 and Ward 1 here, and while I think we've done an improvement to what the Planning Commission came up with, I think I'm not there to basically for the non-conforming, so I just wanted to let the team know.
Councilmember Bobzien.
So, Councilwoman Dora, I want to take a little bit of issue with that. I mean,
Okay.
as the at-large member, I'm often in this position of if there's a situation where the ward member is not able to move the process forward.
Yeah.
You know, the at-large member then finds himself in the position of trying to collect the different interests and concerns of colleagues to try to make the situation better. You know, it's not going to make it perfect, but try to make it better. And I do believe that I added one of the conditions based on concerns that I was hearing from you. So I'm a little taken aback that you're not going to then support the motion despite the contribution to the process.
I appreciate that, and I just thanked you for improving the project. I'm still back. I think at 6 is about where I could go. I do understand. I think you've made a very good point about reducing the traffic. And my initial idea was to try it with 6 and see how it was working with the neighborhood and come back with a modification just like they came back from 2 years ago. That's what I was thinking. And but I'm being very respectful here. I'm just, and I appreciate the effort that we've gone through, and I participated in it to make it better. But
So if it were reduced to 6, would you support the motion?
I think I could, and you know, if that's, but I think that you've made a very good point. I mean, if you recall that I actually voted to not even approve the special use permit at all. But I think that the team has done a good job. I do. So there's nothing taking away from what you have done, and you are in a difficult position. I totally acknowledge that. So I have dealt with this before over in my ward as well, where there was a 5-acre use that was very troubling to the neighbors with a structure that looked a lot like this barn and traffic impacts, and I was not able to make the findings there. And so that's my challenge, is I'm trying to be consistent throughout in all my thought process. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate that. I think Councilman McKenzie may want to weigh in on this before.
Yeah, and I think it's clearly defined in our staff report that while the option of saying 6 today and having them come back in 2 years and ask for more if it's working would be a possibility, it's also an expense. And we're dealing with a nonprofit here that struggles to provide a very important service. And I challenge any of you that don't believe it's an important service to go see the impact it has on people that participate in it. It's a very, very positive process for some very troubled people in our community. And to tell them that today you can have 6, but if it works out, we'll let you come back and spend some more money to come back and get 2 more. If they're, that, to me, that's kind of short-sighted.
Okay, so my colleagues have made some really good points, if I could just address.
Yes, quickly, please.
You really brought up a good point, Councilman Bobzian. And so one of the ideas, I mean, what I don't know is how to work these things back if they're not working. And that's why I said start small and go bigger. If there was if there was a process for the neighbors to participate, to weigh in on their issues after something's approved. I mean, I don't know the time frame of this. Is it coincident? I'm looking for our staff. Is it coincident with the lease? The 10 years and there's 8 years left on the lease?
Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner. So the lease was in place for 10 years. If the use as a whole is not really working out for the city, we can always, revisit the lease agreement. With this special use permit, if they fall out of any of the conditions of approval that have been placed on the project, if they're not complying with those, there are measures in place to move forward with the revocation of the special use permit.
Okay, well, that does provide me some comfort. I mean, that is very important to me, is making sure that the citizens are heard, and if things aren't working, there is a process. It's super important to me. And I did not realize that, so that's a new piece of information for me. So.
Councilmember Bodzin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to my colleague for that clarification. And I do feel compelled to respond to Councilman McKenzie, even though I think we're heading to the same position on the vote. And in part, this is a response to Councilwoman Breckus. We are sitting here in a land use capacity.
Exactly.
And I think we all do a very good job, case after case after case, particularly these more recent high-profile ones.
Exactly.
Where, yes, we hear there's a compelling need for the applicant to do something. And I certainly agree that this is a valuable program. I'm not passing judgment on the value of the program tonight. I'm trying to understand what the impact is going to be to the neighborhood. And I, on balance, think that a lot of the tools are going to be in place to deal with the issues. And yes, there's the backstop that at the end of the day, we're the landlord. And if this is not working out and this is nothing but headaches this time next year, we're going to have a serious issue on our hands as the landlord.
So we have 2 options, is what you're saying. We're as the landlord, we have the lease, and as the permittee or permitter, we have the special use permit, and both, it sounds like, can be amended or revoked based on how it's working.
Correct.
And I have to tell you, that gives me a great deal of comfort, and I'm very glad, I have to say, I'm very glad that you said this to Councilwoman McKenzie, because we have been often proposed that this is a great development, a great use,
right.
a great school.
And that's not what's
and
at
that's not
stake.
what we do
It's
here.
Not, yeah, I'm sure the school is great. I'm sure the program is needed. That's not in question
Right.
before us when we're sitting in this land use capacity.
And to answer your question, Councilman Bobzian, it's not the great, whether it's a great program or not, that influenced my decision to believe that we should move forward with it. But it does impress me with the fact that we don't need to go through this process and put additional financial burden on them, because we want to check to see if it's going to work. Now, if we wanted to condition this so that if they started with 6, and if there weren't any issues, they could move to 8 in 6 months or move to 7 in 6 months, that's where they don't have to come back and spend additional money. That might be something that's acceptable. Other than the fact that they have to put the expense into building facilities for 8 at this time, and then if we decide never to let them have 8, that's additional expense that is taken away from their ability to do their work. So if I didn't believe it was going to reduce the traffic on the streets, if I didn't believe it was going to meet the other findings, the fact that it's a good program or not a good program, it would not influence my decision. What really influences my decision is change improves the conditions for the neighborhood, it doesn't make the conditions worse. Because if they move forward under the existing lease, we've got all the traffic impacts, we've got the dust,
Every
we've
day.
got the
It's true.
noise, we've got all the things
I agree.
that are in place under the lease. This makes improvements on all those conditions on the lease.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Delgado.
Yeah, and I've been pretty silent throughout the process, being thoughtful to my colleagues, and they were asking great questions. So you guys are taking the words out of my mouth. And just to, again, I think Councilman Bobsey, and I think you did a great job maneuvering us to get to where we need to. It sounds like the 8 horses is a tipping point, whether to launch it off or not, right? That was the goal here. And I think with the conditions that you added with respect to, and the questions that were answered with, were there code violations previously? Are there improvements overall to the facility? Are there, you guys did a wonderful job cleaning up. You guys have been there for 2 years. You guys have been proven that you're doing a good job. We haven't had any complaints through code enforcement or anything else. So it's been an improvement track record. And for now to go to 8 and to have a 24/7 oversight could possibly enhance even that much more. And now we're talking about how we're dealing with the runoff. Councilwoman Dewar,
Yeah.
thank you for adding those pieces. And now to deal with the neighbor to make sure that your guys are going to have that. We're working with you guys with that. Gets me there. And so I think we've covered a lot of those bases, and that's why I've kind of been silent. I think we've done a good job. And Councilman Bowsy, I think you did a good job getting us there. So.
Thank you very much. Yes.
So I am influenced by my colleagues. I just wanted to let people know that I think I can support this, especially getting everything on the record about the revocation process and the lease process. That helps me a lot.
Okay.
So thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
5-1.
5-1. I don't know how to count. I know I'm counting heads as we're going down. All right, thank you very much. Now we will go to closing public comment. Does anybody wish to have any public comment at this time? This is general public comment at the end of the meeting.
Yes.
You're welcome to
on
speak,
what you just
say
asked.
anything. You can say anything you want. Well, within reason.
With all due respect, I think Councilwoman Breckus was the only one on point on this. You've got an old piece of property when it was out in the county. It's not in the county now. You've got 15 to 20 people living on Pioneer that are here objecting to it. And you have the option now to revoke the special use permit
And the lease.
to avoid all of these issues in the future, and you didn't do that. So for the 15 or so homeowners here, this is not public representation. You're not looking out for us.
Order, order. Thank you. Has those that wish to speak, you filled out a blue form?
The idea that this is an improvement is so silly on the face of it. I really don't understand how we can say it without bursting out in laughing.
Thank you very much. Any further public comment at this time if you've filled out a blue form?
I'm Kathy Bodine, and I own 2 properties, one on either side of this project. And my family has owned one of the properties since 1965, so I've seen a little bit in the area. And I really regret the construction. This is a walking area, it used to be. I walked nearly every day for the last 8 years, and I never saw these drug people. I don't know what happened there. It's a nice, undeveloped, beautiful desert area, or was, and I'm really sorry to see. I like her program. I like the program. I just want to see it somewhere rural that's appropriate to it. I'll contribute to your program. I think it's wonderful. But not, please, this is, this was a nice, she has the words. It's old, it's established, it's calm, it used to be, and changing very quickly. Makes me want to move. But, having the property since 1965, it's kind of weird. Don't appreciate this at all.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any further public comment?
Amanda Shackleton would like to speak. I respectfully request that everyone who has spoken in general public comment tonight, please come up and fill out a form for the record. Thank you.
I just wanted to add one further comment or a follow-up. I think most of us in the room were not aware that there was continued option for public comment after the initial period where people spoke in the beginning. And I just wanted to respond to Councilwoman Dewar's comments that
the buildings were positioned so nicely, not near the
When?
residential areas. For those of us who live across the Dant Wash, that's really the exact opposite. And what you can't see from the map that's been shown during this presentation is just outside the map is a whole row of houses right across that Dant Wash. I mean, I feel like this park is practically in my backyard, and all of my neighbors are in the same position. So things like that big covered arena right there really do impact the character of the neighborhood. That area on the side of the ravine is incredibly visible for a huge area of houses that line that ravine. And I believe that it really will change the appearance of the neighborhood and the cohesion of the neighborhood to have it there.
So if I may, and this is advisory and this is not required. And I was going to put this into the conditions when we were doing it, but I didn't realize this. I was going to ask for these buildings to be screened by trees. And I think it's something that you should work with the park department and achieve, and probably evergreens. So that, fast-growing evergreens, so that they're not sticking out there. That was originally, I was thinking of the screening on the other side, but when I saw it was set back so far, I didn't realize that you guys were on the other side. So we've already taken our motion, and I guess I'm just going to ask our parks staff, wherever they have gone to work with you on this, because I really think this is what we need to do. We need to screen these buildings from the residents.
Thank you very much. City Manager Thomas.
Yeah, just so everybody understands, because I know this is a process that most of you don't experience on a regular basis. The way the state law is written is that the city council is required at the beginning of each meeting to have a public comment period for people who want to talk about things that aren't on the agenda. And then when the whole meeting is over, they also are required by law to have a public comment period on things that weren't covered on the agenda. So I know every one of the council members is always open to listening to the public, but there's not really a public comment process, make a decision, then another public comment process. So, and I'm only saying that so you're not frustrated to think that this is kind of this never-ending loop that goes around and around. This public comment is designed by law to be for people who, and we will listen to you. I'm sure every one of the council members will sit here and listen to you, but it's not designed as a public comment process to discuss things that decisions were made on. So I just want everybody to understand that so you're not frustrated when you walk away from here that these additional comments shouldn't have led to some other process. That's the only point, the only reason for making that point.
And Madam Mayor, Madam
Councilwoman
Vice
Dorr.
Mayor. And great point, but I do want to also say that I think there was a site plan review by our staff. Is that correct? For the buildings, a site plan review. You said that it was going through a site plan review for the buildings. You're going to put in the waste management system. Yes.
Yes, Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager.
So I'm just saying, consider this as well, just these ancillary comments.
Sure, yeah, of
Okay,
course.
as you're going through your site management review.
Definitely.
Thank you very much.
And Madam Vice Mayor, I did
yes.
want to indicate for the record that any person who's agreed by the decision of the City Council tonight may apply for judicial review of the decision within 25 days of the date that a notice of this decision is filed with the city clerk. So just wanted
Thank
to
you.
make that part of the record. Thank you,
Thank you,
Madam
City
Mayor.
Attorney. That was helpful. Thank you.
Brian
Yes.
Buser again. Back in the 80s, I represented a homeowners association up in Canyon Creek area, which is about half a mile south of McQueen. And we organized, and we had 150 or so homeowners, and I made many presentations before the city council. Back then, Pete Sferrazza was the mayor. And I have to tell you, they were more responsive to the residents of Reno than I've seen here tonight. And to say I'm disappointed is an understatement. That's all I have to say.
Madam Vice Mayor, our next.
30 years ago, I think this city did a better job of actually caring for the people who have made a commitment. My neighbor said she wouldn't have bought the house if she knew that horses were going to be there. I wouldn't have bought the house. When I said I wanted to buy into horse property, in part it's because I wanted to be in a nice rural estates around me. But I don't want to smell and hear and have flies around my neighborhood, and I don't think that I'm supposed to. And the fact that you spend 2 hours and 7 minutes on an issue that impacts people, some of the people that aren't here tonight have lived on that street 52 years. And by the way, our houses were built. My house was built in 63. Don Loudon's house was built in 63. These houses have been there all that time. And you give us 2 hours and 7 minutes, and somehow or another, there's an awful lot of self-congratulation going on.
Madam
Thank
Vice
you.
Mayor, our next public comment is from Linda Nickel, followed by Sheila Freed.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I live on Dant Boulevard, and I face the property, and right now I'm looking at a nice brown spot, and all I can see from the pictures is a nice white spot. And I think it's really going to affect my living outside all summer. And I've heard it called Dant Ditch, and I don't even know what it's called, but it did flood almost up to the top.
Right.
And I'm only 3 houses from the end, and I'm really disappointed that this is going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Sheila Freed.
Thank you. Just really quickly, I'd have to say, I think that the staff work on this was really poor. And I think that you ought to, as a council, on every project, raise your standards. Because, if you were a banker and somebody came to you and said, I have an idea, I want to do this, you would expect a business plan with numbers. There's been nothing, and one of the reasons this thing took so long tonight and the Planning Commission took so long is because everybody's saying, well, I think this, well, I think that. If the staff had required metrics, and I know that one of my neighbors submitted a series of questions about how many of this, what can you show us about that? It would have saved a lot of your time, and it would have given us a lot more ground on which to make a wise decision. I'm sorry the outcome was as poor as it was, but I think staff work had a lot to do with it.
Madam
Vice
Clerk.
Mayor, our next public comment is from Clayton Van Nimwayen, followed by Tony Daniels.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do appreciate your time this evening, and I would like to encourage council members that future projects involve Parks and Rec and the Planning Commission. Had I been notified that this project was coming, I would very much like to have been engaged early on. I dare say that a number of my neighbors would have as well. So in the future, if you could engage the neighbors affected by these projects and have us in on the ground level with Parks and Planning Commission, that would certainly be appreciated. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Tony Daniels.
Hi, good evening. I'm Tony Daniels, for the record. I had no point in talking tonight but I had to kind of chime in just a little bit. I do live on Pioneer. And just to kind of give you guys a little broad spectrum, I lived off of Davis Lane as a kid on a horse property, and it's a beautiful place. We had horses surrounding us, so I was growing up from around them. You do smell the horses. You do have the flies. You do have the mice. You end up getting cats. You end up getting coyotes. You end up doing other things. I do live directly to the east of the property. I will smell horse. I will have the flies in my residence. I think part of the problem is tonight is that 3/4 of the neighborhood are older. I'm probably one of the youngest ones on the block. So unfortunately, they couldn't come here tonight, and they're probably not even aware of it. I do support the program. Like I said, I've been around horses a long time, but I don't think it's the correct place. I think if they are going to be there, they should trailer them in and trailer them out. Having them there 24/7 with a caretaker, it changes the dynamics of what we call a park today in the city of Reno with hours. I do appreciate everything you guys look at. I know it's very difficult for you to be up there. There's a lot of arenas in town, and I don't know, like you said, off of Lakeside, I know you guys are familiar with those areas. You do smell from Ranchera back in the day. You do smell those areas and have lots of flies, and I think that's a big issue. The traffic, we do have some traffic. It is a one-lane road. You can only access it from Skyline or Moana. But I think the traffic will be a lot more. Just a few, probably right in front of the entrance, there is a sign that says weight limit of 5 ton. That's not a lot. I don't know how many bales of hay they're going to bring or where their deliveries are coming from or how they're going to get there, but they're going to have to go through all the family residences to get there. So I think it's something that it sounds like it might be done already, but I think as things progress, I think you'll have a lot more people in here. I think projects like this work when you have the neighborhood surrounding it, involved, and appreciate it and want to be part of it. And it doesn't sound like anybody here wants that. I think they're all in for the kids and the horses and everything, but I think the 24/7, 365 scares everybody away. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Diana Karlasek, followed by Doris Altman.
Hi, my name is Diana. I'm president of the board of directors for Center for Adaptive Riding. I've been with this organization for 9 years, and I'll tell you, I've never known a group of greater people. So my comment is really for our neighbors. Please come talk to us. We're totally and completely approachable.
Ma'am, I need you to talk.
Sorry.
For the record. Yeah.
We're totally and completely approachable. We want to be good neighbors. We want to be a good part of our community. And I'll be honest, the input that we've had so far from the people that have come to talk to us has been very positive, and we appreciate that. But we also know not everybody agrees. So like I said, we want to be good neighbors. We appreciate all your guys' consideration, all of the things you do consider in your positions. And like I said, I just invite anybody to come talk to us. If there is any way that, even if it's not a condition in the special use permit, that we can do something to help ease somebody's concerns or fears, such as the trees that you brought up, please just come talk to us. We'll be more than happy to try and work with everybody.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Wobsey.
I very much appreciate that, and I think that attitude is what we expect and we assumed of the applicant. I mean, I think we see this a lot when you have a land use decision that in the moment people get pretty heated about, but then there's a willingness to sit down and try to figure out how to make it work. And I'm encouraged to hear that the appellant understands and heard a lot tonight and validates concerns and wants to try to address them.
I agree.
Well, my name is Doris Altman, and we moved to Reno about 2 years ago. We looked long and hard for a home. We did see one that had horses. They had a couple of horses. The odor was on the property. It was a large lot, a large area. But even the odor was in the house. And the real estate agent said, well, you can turn on the air conditioner. And so we looked. We didn't know that we were going to we're across the ravine, and I'm just disappointed. Disappointed in the respect that it seemed that you gave to the residents of the area in this matter. I think it's a good cause, but I think it's in the wrong location. Should not be in a residential area. And I do want, maybe you can clarify for me in the discussion this evening, you had stated that if there are complaints during the year, I don't know if this was a suggestion or whatever, but you said if there are complaints during the year, that next year, that was just a term of time, I think, but you said next year you could come back or you would look at these complaints again. What is the procedure? Who do we complain to if something comes up during the year that we think is credible?
Right.
And how much complaints? How many complaints do we have to be able to be recognized?
City Manager Thomas.
So, ma'am, what we'll do is we will give you, one of our staff members will give you contact information directly to the department that's responsible. The thing that's different about this particular case than most things we deal with is we are not only, the city council is not only the governing enforcement group, but we also are the owners. So I think what I heard from the council is if the neighbors find out through the operation of this facility that the promises that were made, the characteristics that were described aren't coming to fruition or aren't reality, you have the ability to come back to the city and say, as the owner of the property, this isn't working. And then we have the right as the owner of the property to say to the lessee, which in this case is are the applicants here, that this just doesn't work for us on our property. So it is a higher level of control the city has than we do in most cases like this. And I think that was the point the council's making is the neighborhood's not going away. The city's not going to
No, but it's
change
going
from
down.
a park. It's going to be an opportunity for you to get back to, and we'll give you the contact information to let us know. There's no math to say if you complain 7 times, we won't renew the agreement. I think the point would be, what is the nature of the complaint and what is the response to the complaint? And that's what we'll be looking for as the landowners when we go to renew the lease of the property.
Okay, then if we have complaints, then are those complaints that we voice, we go through the right channels, and those complaints that we come forward, are those ever presented to the lessee of the property, of the land where the horses are?
Absolutely.
And is there any verification to the person that made the complaint or to a committee, a neighborhood committee? Is there any, in other words, how do we follow through with this? I'm interested in.
We will, trying to see who's over here. Claudia? One of our planning managers, Claudia, or our planning manager, Claudia, will speak to you afterwards, give you her direct contact information. And then she can explain to you what our process would be in terms of reporting to us and having that accountability and reporting back to you.
Madam Vice Mayor, and I'm waiting for the city attorney to clip us because we're kind of way off during an open meeting law perspective. It just, if I might, for Councilwoman Breckus, because she had to leave early, you know, the forum, in addition to the complaint to the city, to us, again, as the property owner, saying, hey, property owner, just like we're your next door neighbor, don't like the loud music, you know, after 10 o'clock at night. We don't like who's hanging around. We got a problem. You tell us that it's our obligation to fix it. In addition, there's the public forum of the Neighborhood Advisory Board meeting as well, which I'm sure that Councilwoman Breckus will be, you know, asking for checkups on a regular basis as to how is this lease performing, is this a train wreck, have problems been resolved, et cetera. So there's going to be multiple ways, I think, for the community to stay involved in a conversation about making sure that this compatibility can happen. And if the concerns do come to light and do come to pass, there will be that forum for considering them.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any other further public
Madam Vice
comment? It's
Mayor,
getting
we have
late.
no further general public comment.
Thank you very much. Looking for a motion to adjourn. A motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Aye, we are adjourned.